Excuse me. Okay, the first mistake there. It's okay. Hello and welcome to the Academy League finals of the First Division. Thank you for tuning in. Today we have the epic match between DCA Red and Zephyr Zeus. As you saw in the video, those two are the teams that made it to the finals. Their lineup is as follows. In the top lane, we have Mayuk. In the jungle, we have Yukrachu. In the mid lane, we have Rookie at Home, who can fortunately be here. And we have as ADC Mr. HB1804. And in the sub role, we have Son of a Viper. Now, for the Zephyr Zeus lineup, we have top, mid Get, jungle, Scientrist. In the mid lane, we have Farandor. As ADC, we have Jafalol. And as a sub, we have Lucas DJ 2002. And they also have a coach with them, and their coach is Potato. Now, before I bring it to the analyst, I want to say a quick thank you to our sponsors. They are from DSL, and which is the Dutch Student League, and KitKat. So now we continue to our analyst. Today here with me are Sweat IRL and the Peppy. Okay, guys. So you prepared some thoughts on this match. Run us through it.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a super exciting match. I'm also very happy to be here, by the way. Thank you for the amazing introduction. Yeah, so this is an interesting matchup. ESCA Red has faced this exact match before in a best of two format in the group stage on the very first day of the tournament. That day they beat Zephyr Zeus 2-0 quite handedly. Zephyr Zeus was only able to take 2 towers in the combined games, so it was a very big gap, I guess, in that game. And after this, DSCA has kind of dominated the entire group stage. He only dropped a single game against 24/7 Tower Dive, proceeded to win every single thing 2-0 afterwards, bringing them to a 13 points out of 15, which is almost the highest you can get. They placed first in the group, got the best seed for the first range of the knockouts. Won it convincingly, again dropping a single game to 24/7 Tower Dive, and instantly made it to the finals here. So yeah, that's kind of how DCA got here, and it's super interesting to see how they're going to face off today against their opponents in Zephyr Zeus.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's going to be quite an interesting match today. Zephyr Zeus themselves had quite a decent group stage after the 2-0 loss to ESA Red, which was, as mentioned, on the first day. After that, they ended up third overall in the group stage, behind 24/7 Tower Dive, which is the only team that beat CA in any games throughout the group stage. And in the playoffs, they showed that they can for sure show up when it matters, and when the pressure is on them. They overcame Green Tea Love, completely sweeping them 0, and then end up getting revenge against 24/7 Tower Dive, who ended up above them in the group stage. They ended up the match 3-2. Match ended 3-2, and they went up by 2-0. Then almost got reverse swept, but they again showed that when the pressure is on them, they can show up, and they came back, ending the series 3-2. Today, I've talked to the Zeus players a bit. They are aware they're still underdogs in this matchup, but the fact that they still beat 24/7 Tower Dive and got their revenge on them definitely shows promise. And yeah, I think Zeus knows what to expect, and they've prepared.
Yeah. do you guys feel that since Sever, Zeus, and DZ Red matched up like in the first week of the Academy League, and they lost against 24/7 Tower Dive before that as well, have they improved over the whole tournament, or is it that maybe 24/7 Tower Dive had a bad day during the promotion tournament? What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I for sure believe, as expert on Zeus, yeah, I think that they've for sure improved, and like I said, they in the playoffs they've showed that when the pressure's on them, they can perform,
Mhm.
and they showed this against 24/7 Tower Dive most notably, which was important because 24/7 Tower Dive themselves also showed that they can beat DSA Red some games, and yeah, Zephyr Zeus beating them for sure shows that I believe they for sure have a good chance of taking some games today.
Okay, nice. And your thoughts on this? You agree?
Yeah, I think so too. I think Zephyr Zeus definitely has shown an improving arc over the tournament. As I said, in the knockout stage, they beat Green Tea, they beat ultimately 24/7 Tower Dive. So they are definitely not here to be just swept away by the ECA like something and just with a broom, right? So they're here
Yeah.
to fight. They're here to show up, and I think they are maybe able to produce some upsets here if the ECA is not careful.
Yeah. Now we have also some backstory because initially there, let's see, which player was it again? A rookie at home, the mid laner of DC Red, was going to be in Bulgaria, but his plane got delayed, so he is on location actually. Do you guys feel that's going to be a difference?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's always better to play with the five of you in one location than it is to play with one player remotely. We saw this in Worlds actually as well, where sometimes players were isolated and it never really benefited the team's performance. And the same principles can be kind of applied over here, where Rookie at home being with the team, being able to kind of hang out, have fun, and improve the spirits already is a big deal for their chances of beating Zephyr today.
Yeah. And we also have like the difference of Zephyr Zeus having a coach with them, and DC Red, their coach unfortunately missed out. Um, how much of a difference is it gonna make?
Um, I think there is going to be a notable difference. It might not be massive because, of course, DSC Red still got the chance to prepare extensively with their coach in advance. So they definitely have some notes with them on how to draw, what they want to do. And of course, as a team, they also know how they've played so far and what they want to do. So they definitely won't be completely lost. But having a coach there as kind of leading the draft is a very big deal and very useful to have for a team to avoid last second lock-ins and complete confusion during the draft.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Um, oh, we're at that part. Let's see. Okay, so what are your thoughts about this matchup? Like, what picks and bans are we gonna see?
Um, well, the playstyle for the UCA Red has been fairly well predictable, fairly linear throughout the entire competition. They have always gone for a strong top side, a scaling slash invading jungler, and try and win through the pressure that Mayuk and Pikachu together create to create a 1-4 split, force the opponent to make decisions, force the opponent to come to them, and then punish them on the other side of the map. And
Yeah.
that's kind of how the UCA Red has successfully beaten every single team they faced so far, except for that one draw, of course, against 24/7 Tower Dive.
Yeah.
And that's really the main playstyle that we're going to be seeing from the EC Red today. I expect things like Fiora, things like Irelia in the top lane, maybe a Bel'Veth or Viego in the jungle, some Troll Mage mid to kind of stabilize that matchup, and some weak side bot lane, Varus, Renata Glass, something like that in the bot lane to kind of hold their own, scale into the late game, and then in the team fights or 4v1,
Yeah.
4v5s, try and hold their own and be very present.
Okay, so you've been telling us how DCA is gonna probably play this, or what we're expecting. How do you think Zephyr is gonna? Yeah,
Yeah,
how do we need to approach this match?
yeah, for sure. Like you said, we're expecting topside focus from DSC Red. So there's two main ways you can counter that as Zephyr Zeus. One way is to counter straight up the top side, send the jungler top, try to beat them in 2v2, stop them from invading. But what I expect Zephyr Zeus to do is other way of dealing with that is by just sacking top side, and just tell your top laner, just pick a tank and survive, which is what they've done throughout the season anyways. They've just picked tanks on top and tried to play through bot. And they can do this here too. They can sack top, send the jungler bot side, split the map, try to invade themselves, and maybe even dive the enemy bot lane. Because DSA Red is likely gonna pick weak side bot laners, they can try to pick a pushing lane like Lucianami and try to dive DSA red tower and try to.
Okay. Okay, and what champions are we expecting then for this?
So I think from the side of the ECA Red, as I already mentioned, there's fairly expectable drafts, predictable drafts, I guess. In the various like more safe AD carries in the bot lane, in order to try and stave off these highly aggressive fighting compositions, together with something like, I don't know, Lulu and Renata. Those are generally fairly immobile carries. I don't expect them to go for something hyper mobile like a Lucian, because that's also very volatile. So if you get something that can punish the lack of mobility in the bot lane, then that's definitely a way for Zeus to attack that bot lane. Maybe try and pick something in the mid lane to neutralize or even overwhelm Rookie on mid on those control mages, and then indeed steer your entire team towards the bot side. Try and get those dives going, punish their bot lane, put them behind the levels, put them behind in gold, and take the tower and kind of win the game that way.
Yeah. Okay. So we're hearing two approaches. Like one is top side, focus on the strong player of DZA, and the other one is just overwhelm the bot lane basically and let the top lane be an island. What do you feel is the approach that Zephyrus should take? So what would be their comfort zone?
I for sure think that overrolling bot side is the plan to go with for Zeus because throughout the season they've shown they are proficient at putting the top laner on tanks, and picking pushing lanes in the bot lane, like Lucianami, Caitlyn, champions that get a push and you can take plates with them, and that will a big advantage.
Okay, so you expect them to focus on the bot lane and then steamroll from there. Is there any other thing that like what should the viewers expect?
From what side?
Um, as a matchup as a whole.
I think, okay. Yeah, so DSCA is going to play towards unlocking Pikachu on the map, right? They're going to try and use the pressure mid, use the control, use the pressure top, sorry, use the control they get around mid lane to invade the enemy jungler, deny the resources. And I think that's the gameplay that DSCA is going to try and use to kind of starve Zephyr out of resources. It's kind of reminiscent of what T1 earlier in 2015, kind of kind of choking their opponents to death, and then as you get more and more ahead through these incremental advantages, overwhelm them, take their base, take their nexus. I think what Zephyrus is looking to do is deny Pikachu this access to their jungle, deny the access to deny them resources basically, and for example, as was mentioned here, splitting the map. Allow Pikachu to invade your top side, but instead invade his bot side as well. And that way you kind of split even, and you deny him the ability to go ahead. So I think we're looking at something like this in general.
Okay, what are the predictions?
I think DCA is definitely not infallible. I think they're going to be dropping a game today, but I think it's only going to be one game. It's going to be a 3-1 victory for DCA Red.
I'm expecting the games to be a bit closer, the series to be a bit closer, because again, Zephyrus has shown performance under pressure. So I think DSA is still, of course, Zephyrus is the underdog. DSA is expected to win. So I'm gonna go with the closer prediction, 3-2 to DSA Red.
Okay, well I'm gonna stay neutral in this occasion, so I'm not gonna predict anything. But listening to your casters or analysts, I feel like DSA is probably gonna take the win. I've also been notified we have some technical difficulties. So, what do you feel are the hottest? What's the hottest lane gonna be? Where's gonna be the most action?
Ooh, that really depends on the take that Zeus, of course, tries to use in this game or in this series. I think DSCA Red is going to try and have that hot lane be top lane. Try and get Mayuk, use his friction to push down towers, kind of annoy the enemy top lane, deny resources, deny the enemy jungle resources. And if Zeus is able to effectively counter this, we're going to be looking at much more bot lane fights, just continuous chaos, and never allowing DSCA Red to set up a position of control.
Okay.
Of course, to counter that, the mid lane is expected to be stable as both sides are likely gonna pick control mages. Your picks like Syndra, Victor, Orky. just slowly scaling into the late game. So we're not expecting a lot of action around mid. We're just expecting them to farm and just sit there and scale. Again, top lane, bot lane, that's where we're expecting all the action to be.
Okay, and let's see, I had a question at the ready. The technical difficulties are not done yet. 3 minutes? 3 minutes, okay. Oh, that means we can. No, we cannot continue to. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some technical difficulties we're trying to sort out, but it shouldn't be too much longer before we start heading into the first draft. And actually, the draft is going to be very telling, I think, for the rest of the series. Usually, progressive drafts based on the first game will kind of find a mini meta. Like you see in matches where it's best of fives, there's a very famous example with Misfortune versus Zyra in the support role and that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
Going
for
to be
sure.
very important.
I think this is also one of the reasons why why Zephyr Zeus can for sure upset DSA Red in this matchup, because they haven't played against each other in a best of five yet. They've only played against each other in 2-game series, and that's very different in drafts and in gameplay than best of five. So if Zephyr Zeus has the ability to adapt drafts between games, this series can look very different from their 2-0 loss to DSA Red on the first day.
Yeah, exactly. So if we see a, for example, 2-0 lead for DZ Red, it doesn't mean anything, basically. Okay,
Yep.
because you also told me, the Peppy, that you know the coach of DZA personally. Well, he's not here, and you told me he's a very good drafter. What do you think the team is gonna? Yeah, are we gonna see last minute lock-ins, or what are we gonna expect?
Yeah, so of course the coach being absent is going to destabilize the draft from DCA, I think, significantly. Because even though they have these kind of preparations with them, knowing that what they want and kind of the picks they want to go for, having such a stable position in a coach during draft is very important to uh, kind of allow yourself to um, well, get a stable draft and also in a confident manner, as opposed to like only figuring out what you want to play in the last 3 seconds of your pick, right? So that's why I think that the missing coach for the ECA is gonna be a big factor. Also, with what we mentioned, the adaptation over time, because the coach is able to observe the game, see what goes wrong more neutrally and more objectively, and the fact that this is absent for the ECA will also hurt their adaptability throughout the games.
Yeah, exactly. So, say for example, DZ Red takes leads the game 2-0. Could we see an upset then, or is it likely that they still win the series? Versus, say Zephyr Zeus takes the advantage 2-0. Do you think that destabilizes DZ Red even more because they don't have a coach?
For sure, it can make an impact. Of course, going down 2-0 is very bad. All situations. However, even in Worlds, we've seen upsets completely. Going down 2-0 and reverse sweeping it, winning 3 games. Yeah, it's it's rough, but with the coach, it can for sure help see what went wrong, maybe even change the game plan completely. And if you catch the other team off guard, even when you're down 2-0, and then carry that momentum, momentum is a big thing. You can sure first sweep.
Yeah, because I can imagine kind of like what you said, like a neutral stance from the coach, um, changes the way the draft evolves. So when DZ Red has played a few games, they have like their own perspective and not like the general perspective of the whole team, which is probably going to impact those games a lot. Um, Personal question: you guys are both playing in the Academy League. Which team are you on, and have you played against each other?
Uh,
Great question. I'm on Blue Shell Street Rats.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm
Okay.
on purple, so we've definitely played each other. I must admit by defeat, but that's how it is, and a very respectable opponent, so it's gonna be fun.
Okay. Well, thank you, analysts, for being here with me today. We're now gonna take it over to the casters. So good luck to you.
Main, but you know what I mean. Me too. Hope that the camera didn't go to us there.
Check.
Oh,
Hello?
30 seconds
I don't
until
know if we have
minions
the rings
spawn.
yet. I haven't gotten the signal yet. The mic volume is very low. Can you hear us currently? That would be fantastic.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Ooh.
Fantastic. All right, we're in the game. Our apologies for the slow start. We're a bit low on the microphone. Unfortunately, there's nothing much we can do about that on our end. You can feel free to turn up the audio, though, for yourselves at home. I'm one of your casters for tonight. My name is Benjamin the Benjameister. I'm here with my co-caster.
Lotus from Dorns, and you are from...
I'm from Zephyr, so
Zephyr.
I'll do my best to be an unbiased caster for tonight.
Well, how much of your best will you be doing?
Huh?
Do you think you'll manage?
I think I'll manage here. As the game starts, the minions have spawned and everyone's doing their jungle camps. We couldn't...
Both top lane is leashing, actually, which is an interesting development, meaning they'll both be pathing towards bot side. They might think the action is going to be over there then.
Yeah, well, if you take a look at these comps, we couldn't talk much about the draft. We had to go straight into the game, but these bot lanes can be fairly volatile. A lot of damage on the side of Zephyr and a lot of lockdown on the side of Red. If they land a root with Son of Viper on the Swain, Mr. HB can get a quick kill with the high damage output from Senna. So
Besides that, the healing on the side of the Senna Swain is also quite massive and brutal. If they can survive through lane, which they should be able to with that Senna healing, then I think that they're in a pretty good spot. They shouldn't lose this outright. Oh, the dodge comes in from Lucas. That was very well planned.
they shouldn't lose it outright, but you got to keep in mind that Jaffalo here on the Varus, he does have a grievous wounds on one of his abilities, so it's some way to deal with that healing. As Son of Viper takes a quick trade. Lucas, he's got himself the shield.
Another interesting thing, Jarvan skipping his Krugs to get to that bot lane just slightly quicker. Are they looking for a dive here? Are they looking for some kind of play, just trying to secure the scuttle, knowing that the enemy jungler also started topside?
Well, I think Scientrist understands that Viego is just much faster than Viego is. Sorry, J4 much slower than Viego is. My apologies. On the clear, Viego can do a full camp clear in blistering speed, whereas Jarvan is to be a bit slower. So he's going to scout out here, going to spot that.
Don't know if I necessarily agree with that.
You don't think so?
No, Jarvan has quite some clear speed, especially with the new jungle items. Every jungler has just about the same clear times. As you see, he arrives at Scuttle before it even spawns. There has been a change to the spawning of said Scuttle, but okay. Jungler from DSEA Red taking away that ward will be good on that side.
And looks like we're going to have maybe a fight here around Scuttle. Scientrist, no, takes it out before Pikachu is able to spot it.
He does know that the other jungler is on that side of the map. Both junglers have the information on one another now.
The sound coming from Twente or something, it sounds really far away. There seems to be a loudness issue. We can try to turn up the microphones a bit here on our side. Maybe that's better for you guys. Mayuke and Midget in the top lane. It is an Ornn versus an Aatrox. It's a pretty common match we see here.
Oh, as
Midget going for
they
the-
fight.
But not much is going to
Okay.
come out of it. They are both very, very tanky units and unable to secure a kill just yet on each other. Sounds good now? All
Most
right.
of these lanes playing out just about the way that they should. We did not get to see that gank in bot lane, but it was unsuccessful either way. So I don't think that a lot of interesting things happened there. But the Viego up in tempo now in the jungle.
Baron
Oh,
Door.
as the trade in mid lane. Okay.
Hitting with the EQ. There's
EQ.
Rise technology
Oh,
being transferred to Syndra.
If anyone wants to have a good laugh, please go to the Rise mains. What is it?
Subreddit?
Reddit? Yeah,
Yeah,
subreddit.
subreddit.
It is quite something. Have you heard of the plan?
I know all about the plan, but
Okay.
let's focus on the plan of the game right now.
Okay, that sounds good.
While we can, it seems like both teams are playing more for bot lane than the top laners. Both not exactly a weak side top laner here, but I guess it would be Ornn right now down in CS. But
Just about
he's
how
very
matchup
safe.
should go.
Yeah, it makes sense to see what's going on.
as both the top lane is actually electing for the Doran's Shield, something you don't often see from an Aatrox.
No, but he wants to stay in lane as long as possible. There's not much else he can really do. He's got to stay. He's got to farm, get as much gold as possible, and get his Eclipse he's going for straight away.
We
Makes
do
sense.
see, however, this is something I did not notice. I should have paid attention to earlier. Senna is not farming. That is, of course, standard, but you can farm as Senna in that lane. Do you think that that's the reason they picked up that Swain to go along with it?
Yeah, the fasting Senna strategy, right? Having Senna take Spectral Sickle and just farm from champion auto attacks, ability damage, the support item, is a effective strategy for sure. So we're having a little bit of a fight here. Viper.
Oh, if that E hits, that could have been a lot of damage down onto the...
Yeah, chaining
ADC.
roots like that is completely, just it's terrible to play against. But that's why you play the Senna into the Swain. You can combo your roots together. Senna, once she hits her root down, not only can Swain hit his W, Swain can hit his Q, his E. He has his entire kit that he can just blast, just unload onto Varus as the first trick is taken.
Though they were playing quote-unquote weak side, the bot lane from DSA Red seems to have gotten the Drake anyway.
Yeah,
Good timings, good rotations. What do you think?
Senna and Swain have really good push,
Yeah.
right? Lulu really can't do much in terms of pushing. She can just do some single target auto attack damage and with picks as well. Varus has decent lane push, but compared to a Swain, Senna both have very strong, powerful AoE abilities, right? They're able to just get everything cleared and make a lot of space. So Flash comes out from Mayuk onto Midget. Midget might be able to get safely.
Oh, as the
Here
ulti comes
the
out from
call
the
of
Ornn.
God. Airborne. Oh, we have
Oh, the
some
knockup comes in, and here comes Jarvan.
right around the corner.
Oh,
Signtress gets the knockup.
the knockup
Mayuk,
comes down.
Will he stand alive?
As here,
Midget?
hits the Q. Oh, and that is first blood to the side of Zephyr.
Very well played from Signtress.
Oh, but in the bot lane, they go down again.
Jaffalo, he has
The
getting
Nevermore
low,
hit.
Ignite. Son of
Oh,
Viper
the
gets
flash comes
forward,
forward.
hits Q, doesn't land it. Lucas might be able to turn a kill here on Son of Viper. Son of Viper throws the E out.
Oh,
Flash forward from
Q from
Lucas.
Senna comes
Lucas
in.
misses.
The heal.
He's going to use a shield on him. Can he get it, Son of Viper?
The sidestep
Able
and
to
then
dodge it.
Death's Hand
Massive.
takes that kill, and it is 1-1. The gold score is once again tied. That 100 gold, all splitting. That's all that's splitting the gold right now. They're dead even, except for the Drake.
That was absolutely beautifully well played. That little sidestep you saw at the end there from Swain really made all the difference. Lulu, Lucas, DJ missing. That's very brutal.
You see that even though they do get that kill in bot lane, the gold is now about tied, but that is not a position you want to be in as a Varus Lulu lane. This should have been a powerhouse. This should have been their winning lane. Jarvan even pathed towards it bot lane, but now they managed to die in the 2v2. That spells disaster.
Especially getting the gold
Oh,
on
something's
Swain.
happening.
The Cataclysm comes out. Knock forward.
Oh, and so close
Polymorph.
to getting the return kill with top lane.
Midget.
Oh,
He's going to
okay.
be able to
Just a
safely
little
walk
trick.
away. And
I
we
got
can
too
talk a
excited.
bit about that fight right there.
I got too
before-
excited, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very high tempo game. I'll give you that much.
That is true. Lots happened. We're only 8 minutes in.
Yeah,
It's pretty
8
good.
minutes in. 2 kills for Zephyr, 1 kill for DCA Red.
But they seem to be relatively even. Oh, the Nevermore. Nevermore misses. Okay.
It's
As-
never move, actually.
Never move. My goodness, I have dyslexia. I'm gonna be blaming that a lot, but I can't.
Oh, here
as the
comes the
Swain
ulti.
hits it.
Beautiful. Jaffalo's dead here.
Oh
What?
no! The outplay comes out from the ADC.
What do you mean outplay? He auto-attacked and pressed W. Oh, Q.
That's an outplay.
That's
I've
an
played AD
incredible
I've played
outplay
ADC
from
for long
Jaffalo.
enough. That is an outplay. A support cannot go for a play like that. Honestly, unbelievable. But here it comes.
dive.
Okay, no, I
And
think
Mitch
he's
is going
just
to run
pushing
away,
out. Yeah,
but
he's just pushing out.
this is a very, very dead turret. As Shelly, the Rift Herald, gets a bash in. They're going to take another plate here, it seems,
Oh.
about the bot lane. They're trading the same number
Oh,
of
Ornn trying to
plates.
clear the wave.
Call the Forge God.
Okay. The
Bellowing
Ornn playing
breath.
very weak. We've seen him use his ulti twice now already, just to try and deter the Aatrox from taking more. But they seem now to have switched from that bot lane that they got that kill in to a more top lane focused playstyle, funneling the gold into the Aatrox, trying to get that tower down, end the laning phase over there. What do you think? Do you think Senna should go back bot lane? She's still top right now.
Well, it seems like they just want to get as much gold from this turret as possible. If they can open up the game for Aatrox, maybe make it
Oh,
a
as
bit
the
safer.
kill comes
Oh
out
my
from
God.
Senna. Oh,
And Mayuki does go
but
down.
the return kill, that is not good.
Definitely not what you want there. You trade your Aatrox for the Ord, and sure, you able to open the turret a little bit, but I think Mitch
Senna
going to be
having
back
to
alive
spend-
in time to get over there before they're able to take that. I don't think Senna can take this turret alone.
No, she has spent so much time shoving out that wave as well, and the Drake is up now, and Zephyr will be there first. I don't see a way that that DCA Red can really fight this without expending a lot of resources. Aatrox walking back towards the top lane, Senna now in the
Ooh,
base.
I don't like this back here from Scientrist. You have some time to prepare Drake. I mean, they do have a lot of vision around Drake, that's for sure, but if you could get a quick pick right before Drake starts, then you could really change this around. Lucas DJ
I have a
gets
question
spotted.
for you.
Yep,
In chat, someone says Zeus is gonna win. Is it Zeus or Zeus?
it's Zeus. Zeus is a Korean player. Zeus
Yeah,
is
no,
the
that's
Greek
Zeus.
god
That's
of-
Zeus.
Is that Zeus?
Yeah, his name is actually pronounced Zeus. That's what it comes from. There's no translation for the Korean Hangul for his name, so he chose the letters that most line up, which turn out to be that spelling, the T1 top laner, right?
Interesting. Hey, you learn something every day,
Oh,
chat.
but here, there's a fight anyway.
And we're about to learn how this fight
Oh,
goes
as
down.
the ult
Capital,
hits!
Great corrupting chains, and there goes Son of Viper. The Cataclysm comes out, and Viego goes down too. Mr. HP, can he run away here on the
Does he have
setup?
the movement speed? No. The stun comes out.
EQ
Oh, as we
doesn't
see
do
in top
enough.
lane, just trading a little bit. Wet noodles hitting each other.
And this is what I was talking about. You get the pick now, and you've completely opened up the Drake. Sure, Rookie at home is there with the Syndra, can do a lot of AoE damage, but not enough just yet. This is a scaling champion, as we see here at the build real
Oh,
quick.
Lucas DJ.
Might get spotted out here.
Oh,
Rookie at home throws the ulti
the auto
out.
attacks come
Lucas
through.
DJ
GFA low.
survives!
Oh, that's so close, and a
just
1-for-1. But
barely.
again, the Drake will come out, and this is again your mid laner not on the map, not picking up the CS that is out there. You have a Senna. Yes, they are fast, and yes, they can roam, but your mid laner is now not getting that gold. Down has died twice. Your mid laner, the Victor, getting all of those stacks into his passive.
Yeah, the important part to see here, chat, is that this Victor has 100 CS and 4 assists. That means that's 2 augments up for the Victor.
That's 2 augments. Whoa, that is
Each assist gives you 25, 25 hex core.
in his
stacks.
glorious evolution.
In his
That's the name
glorious
of his
evolution.
passive.
Yeah. And every 100 CS you get, well, every 1 CS you get 1 stack.
Well, yeah, but then again, for a cannon, you get that little bit more that helps you reach it that
Sure.
little bit more quickly.
Sure.
Yes, but what do you think? What do you think he should upgrade? I personally think that it is the death ray that he should upgrade first, just
I
for the
think
wave
he already
clear.
got it.
Did he already get it?
Yeah, I think he already got his E already. Oh, Midge.
Oh, mid. Oh, okay. Scientrist is also there. They spot each other out on the sweepers.
But he's Jarvan. EQ, he just run away. A lot of EQs today.
EQ. That is the name
Rise
of the game.
mains are
you
having
a Rise
fun.
main?
I'm not a Rise main.
Okay, good.
I play Nocturne. Also,
Bad.
it's QE instead. EQ.
Unless you
and then UE.
misclick.
Well, then you're just bad at Nocturne.
You're just bad at Nocturne? Can
I
you
am.
even be good at Nocturne?
Yes.
How?
I take
Oh,
credit,
as the
that's
never
that.
move comes out, and that is a free kill for JFA Lol. Clearly trying to make a stance here in the final. He's already solo killed the enemy support. Now, with the help of his Lulu, he actually manages to get that kill as well. The top lane turret is down now. I didn't actually notice it going down. The gold lead, 500 gold.
Yeah, I mean, you have to expect it to go down if you invest an entire Rift Herald into it, and we saw the amount of time that was spent in the top lane from
And your
Mr.
AD
HP.
carry goes up there as well.
Yeah.
Well, then again, there is a lot. Oh, yeah, as we see that the E was upgraded, and so
Huge
is the Q.
damage.
The fact that Victor can simply trade on that wave and nothing can be done against it anymore. He is completely safe. He has the Ludens now. He can. There's not a wave that he cannot shove anymore. So the power that Syndra would have in the early levels on him, or that she could have with the very easy to land E, it seems that it was not used by the jungler from DSCA Red.
Yeah, no, they weren't able to convert their faster tempo into anything substantial right now. And we see here
Oh,
two
so we see
0
mid
and
lane.
3.
Nothing happening, but there's a large collection of champions there, which always scares me.
Yeah, but what are you going to do? You can't effectively push into this mid lane. Farandor on this Victor with the E augment. That's one ability, clears the entire wave, especially with Ludens. That's absurd levels of wave clear.
And we see that he had the magical footwear as well, meaning he doesn't even have to spend the money on the boots. He can get that upgrade as well very quickly. Okay, and we see another objective going the way of DSCA Red.
Yeah, they're trying to do everything they can to get back into this fight. They need to get as many turrets down as they
Oh.
can. Scientrist
They're
takes
in
a
the
bit of
midway.
damage.
Oh, as you take the
EQ
juke.
comes out,
Oh, the
stun.
W hits. Oh, that's a good juke.
But you could just go away from that. For those of you in chat that don't know, Jarvan, if he uses his Q on his flagpole, he can move even if he's rooted or stunned if you are able to buffer it.
I actually did not know that. I thought you needed to do it while the root took place.
You can be rooted and it still works.
Oh, then as the mid lane, that is almost solo coup, but the Lucas DJ coming in clutch with the Hugify from the Lulu.
Absolutely great reaction speed there, being able to help out his teammates when needed. But it's still going to force Farandor to back away, but Jaffalo and Lucas DJ, they're going to be able to...
Wait,
I think they'll be able to stop the push in mid lane.
Yes, but I'm looking at something else. Are we in North America? Why is everyone in mid lane?
It's ARAM. I told you earlier.
Oh, it's ARAM. My God, we were talking before we were in this game, and we were told that this was going to be on Howling Abyss.
Yeah.
Yet I'm incredibly disappointed it is not. We were talking, for example, why is it called Big Pick Ban? Shouldn't it be called Ban Pick Ban Pick?
It's ban pick. Well, you pick your ban and then you pick your pick. So it's pick ban pick pick, pick ban, pick pick.
That's too much. That's too many words for me. I'm not smart enough.
The PP.
Anyway, the what?
PP.
PP?
PB.
Oh, sorry. Anyway, as we head back to the game, what is the best starter Pokemon?
What?
Do you have an answer? What is
I
the
do,
best
it's
starter?
Trico.
Trico is the wrong answer, but that's okay.
It's the right
You can
answer.
why is Trico the right answer?
He's got a stick in his mouth. It looks cool as hell.
You can put a stick in literally any Pokemon's
But they
mouth.
don't.
Farfetch'd even
But they
carries
don't.
around a fucking vegetable.
But they don't have it. Hold on.
Oh,
but
as
you know what they do have?
no, I
A great
think this will just
initiation
be a
from
little
Aatrox.
trade.
Signtress, though. Hold
Oh,
on.
as the Orn mid get hits it, the Ornil comes out. Will he be able to hit
shot.
the return? Yes.
Hits on
and
Rookie! The damage he's taking, but he's still alive. Saved by the Sentinel ulti. Here
Oh.
comes Cataclysm. Mayuk jumps to the back line. Jaffalo stays alive here. The Chaos Storm is out. Pikachu is going to get stunned. Flashes back in with the W.
That was too close for comfort. The 7 kills on the Varus now with a 700 gold shutdown. If they get that kill, it swings the entire game back in the favor of Red. But now Zephyr with the lead. Oh, as he needs to be
Oh
careful.
my God, the flash over the Son of Viper. Jaffalo's going to stay alive just barely. The Vision of the Empire goes
Oh,
out. He's going to burn.
Not quite enough.
Just barely stays alive. Unbelievable. They invested so much into it. They invested Flash, 3 ultis, 2 flashes actually. Yeah, they invested 2 flashes in that fight. 3? No. Okay, so Mayuk, Pikachu, and Son of Viper all flashed to get the kill.
I would
the
like everyone to
shutdown
know he's counting on his fingers.
On Jaffalo. Okay, let me count how I feel like fucking counting.
You need to do you need to count on your fingers when you try and count
I'm
flashes?
a visual
You're a visual learner.
Visual
Why do you
learner.
need to count them on your fingers?
Look, it's besides
Okay, anyway,
the point.
there's
They invested a lot
Zephyr's
of
trying to set it up.
resources
Yeah,
into
that's
that
cool.
fight.
Okay, yeah.
So you're saying if they can kill the Jaffalo, if they can kill Jaffalo right now and get that 700 volt shutdown, right?
Well,
1K is going to swing a lot, but they've invested so.
Oh, that is that shutdown, and it goes onto the center as well.
Caster's
Can he get the kill?
curse.
Can he? Oh, and the steel does not come down.
He got knocked up into a CC. That was a brutal CC chain. But anyway, I'll stop talking because Caster's Curse. I was just trying to make a point about Jaffalo couldn't die there, and then he gets killed in the
All
most
of the gold is
lackluster
on
way
him.
possible.
All of the gold is on him. He has the onus to carry. If he does not carry this, imagine what the mental state will be going into the rest of the
game
best of 5.
It's going to be very brutal. He's definitely going to be kicking himself over that play. They're staying a bit too long in the mid lane, too low.
And the
Wasn't expecting the burst damage from Senna.
No, me neither. But then again, he was he mid lane with the Syndra, I believe? No, who was he mid lane with? Because it was not a solo kill, it was a duo kill. But the Senna did get the gold from it.
It may have been Syndra too. Yeah,
May have been
I think
Syndra?
he hit the EQ and then the root landed.
EQ, EQ, EQ. Oh yeah, let's go, Swain. What a sexy
Backing.
man posing. Look at him go. Fantastic. Oh, hits it, hits the
Edge.
W, and nothing else will happen.
And
Ornn
we're
is a
just
wet
gonna
noodle.
just stay here, keep the tower alive. Mayuk can't really push into the Ornn. Ornn's already got Radiant Virtue up. I haven't seen this item being built on Ornn. I've mostly
No?
seen Jack Show, actually.
You see Jack Show on the Ornn.
a lot of Jack Show on the Ornn because it works really well with his passive.
That is true.
Ornn does get bonus MR and
Magic
armor. That's what
Armor?
MR is.
Yeah, so my bad.
He
My-
gets armor and magic
Once
resist.
again, dyslexia coming in hot.
I was speaking.
Yeah, sure. That's what I would say if I got it wrong as well.
Hey, bro.
Anyway,
my ears are
and
dyslexic.
Senna at the 79 stacks right now, which is actually incredibly important to note. Okay, gets another. Maybe
This early into the game, it's quite
80
impactful.
stacks now. Now, the fact that she got that kill, that shutdown gold onto Jayfa. Oh, is Sanchez looking? No. The fact she got that shutdown gold actually matters so much because she goes into this game with a Swain knowing she will be down gold, knowing she will be playing the low econ game. Every bit of gold she gets is incredibly important. I've transitioned to support now, but I thought it before as well. When you are a support, you should be taking the kills early game. Because you hitting your mythic earlier than your AD carry is so much more important, because your mythic is everything. While for your AD carry, they will guaranteed get that gold just from CS.
Fair.
So you should be stealing every single kill you can until you get your mythic, and then you should get Summoner Spellbook and actually just switch the spell out.
Of course, yeah. You heard it here first, folks. This is a DSL approved message. Steal all the kills from your carry.
In the early game.
And currently in Mayuk here is
Oh,
getting caught out
Mayuk
by
getting
Lucas.
caught out a little bit.
Polymorph, the
That
Cataclysm,
will be
he's
a-
no way to escape this, but the healing is still quite incredible. Mayuk stays alive, gets killed by the J4. It is a trade, however, for the mid turret that goes down, and that really opens up the game.
I
All
would
tier 1
think that's
turrets are
worth-
down. That's definitely worth it if you're a red.
Okay. Take a little trade there.
But yeah, we have all tier 1 turrets are down for the side of Zephyr Zeus. They need to be very careful because there's going to be a lot of split pushing, a lot of pressure all around the map that they have to deal with effectively. And you see here, they're all clumping here around mid lane. They want to go for a
They
return
want that.
kill on the
Oh,
turret.
the never
Oh,
move.
great never move. Caught onto Javelin. Javelin getting pretty low.
Definitely.
Has
If
to
he
walk
can hit a
back.
Q
Here's
onto the
Vision
center,
Empire.
they will almost
All
die,
the
but the
Forge
Ornn-
Gods. Oh, using the invulnerable.
Oh, can he get the reset? He gets the first one, and he transforms into the most squishy character imaginable and immediately dies.
But he used the unstoppable there. Very, very well played from Pikachu on Viego, dodging out the airborne.
Should we... I'm sorry, I got distracted by the name now. Should we be calling him Pikachu?
No, that says Pikachu,
It says Pikachu, but I want to call him Pikachu.
but I say it's Pikachu.
I'll refer to the jungler from DCA Red as Pikachu from now on. Affectionately, of course.
I say Pikachu affectionately.
You said effectively, not affectionately.
I did effectively say it. Yes.
Okay, good. Anyway,
Mayuk pushing the bot lane. Taking
do you
care
want
of
to hear a
things.
joke?
I don't.
Why do you not want to hear a joke?
They're awful.
Why? What is Vane's favorite website? Tumblr. Do you love my jokes?
I don't. You know,
Honestly.
you failed to change my opinion on your jokes.
My jokes are great. Okay.
It's also
Okay.
great watching Rookie at home farm. Look at that, 215 CS. He's doing great. Almost 10 CS per minute. Almost.
Damn.
Not really. He's missing 20 CS.
Yeah. Is this where you start flaming your AD carry for not CSing? 40 CS. It's 20 minutes in game.
Unbelievable. I can't
Unbelievable.
accept this.
Honestly, the support's probably stealing all of them. Sweet. 183.
I didn't even buy support item. Report this guy.
That's true. Honestly.
What the
you,
hell?
you know what one of my favorite combos is in the bot lane? Sona Seraphine. Infinite healing.
Awful. It's
No
so
one can kill
it's
you.
Terrible.
At a certain point, your entire team lives forever. It's great. And people call you equal for you play.
I like the free stuff you get.
That's true.
You are, yeah. You trick people into buying you free stuff.
What?
It's amazing.
That's not what I. What? That's not what I. What?
That's what I've been doing.
Huh?
Hey, it's just effective business. Pikachu walking away from the fight.
And from the observer, may we see how many stacks the Senna has currently, because that is incredibly important for this fight. It is 95.
Wow. 5 CS away from that big 100 stack power spike.
And as we see, Drake being set up. Ornn once again just wave clearing. This Ornn feels
Losing 1v1
somewhat,
to a Syndra. What?
well, it feels somewhat like a masochistic move for me, because he's been tanking damage all game under his turret.
He's got a TP right now. He's gonna get the fight with this Ornn. It's going to be very
He has
impactful.
the R. Does he throw it straight away? They're in a
Doesn't
choke. Oh,
come out yet, but a huge
Oh.
ulti coming out from Swain in the middle of the fight. Cypher's getting low. He's going to get burned down, though. Huge never move gets pulled back. Aatrox over the future.
oh, as the reset for Viego comes in. EQ from Jarvan. He gets the reset, goes forward. Oh, W, can he get that? And that is... Oh, that is a fight that they needed to get. The Drakes are even now. They move towards the Baron. What do you think? Do you think this game is over? Do you think this game is all to play for? I think it's about to get interesting.
It's definitely a fight that, it's a game that's going to last a while, I think. These fights are all over the place, a bit sloppy there because they're unable to really...
Think so?
Yeah, ulti didn't even come out from it until
Ladies and
half the
gentlemen,
fight was
Benjamin
in.
is actually flaming his own team.
I'm not blaming. I'm being an unbiased caster. I'm doing my job, guys. Come on.
Nah,
Unbelievable.
you're starting to turn on your organization. Honestly,
Unbelievable.
the audacity. Now, what do you think they should do next? They have the Baron.
Yeah.
What do you think they should siege? Do you think they should go for a 1-3-1? Do you think they should try and deny the jungle camp from the enemy team, although they're being taken right now, and it's going to be rather hard to get there before them?
Problem is the waves are currently pushed out towards red right here. Zephyr's doing a good job of maintaining the wave state.
Mm-hmm.
They have to play on defense for Zeus, and in terms of aggressive plays, top tower is nearly fallen, so I think they should try to siege that, try to push their advantage. They don't have another objective for a few minutes at least. 3 minutes, I think, until Drake comes back up.
The problem that I'm starting to see as well is that this Senna is a ticking time bomb on 3 items now, and she probably has 100 stacks, 107 even. She's going to get so close to outranging everyone from the side of Zephyr, and I just can't see a way that this Varus, who's been 8 and what was he? He was 8-0 at one point, right? He's now 8-2.
7-0.
He was 7-0. Okay, but he hasn't been able to translate.
Baron
Oh, this has to be a kill, doesn't it? Yeah, the never move lands. The kill, he took an awful long time to go down, but he still does.
Pretty low.
Oh, they seize in top lane.
Yeah,
JFA low, spaces that correctly.
Yeah, it's
That
play
was
very
nice.
safe though.
That was
Red
nice.
team's turret
His
has been
positioning was
destroyed.
pretty good. Spacing was pretty good. Oh, as Mayuk. Mayuk pushing in the bot lane.
Against Midget. Midget's gonna walking around the corner. Jaffalo
Oh, this is what I need!
Huge Cataclysm onto 3! The damage coming from Jaffalo just doesn't stop. Son of Viper is gonna have to run away as fast as he can, but he's not
will
able to
fall.
do so. Knocked up and
Now in
shot
the bot lane,
down.
they've
Beautiful
managed to
kill.
get something back, but they have the 3 cannon minions trying to hit that inhibitor. He pulls over the rest of his team down there, but this is how you throw a game. This is not how you cleanly end one. They had the Baron. They had the game in their hands. They were pushing. They were knocking on the doors of the inhibitor towers. Mayuk doing what he can, taking what he can, but this is how you throw a game.
It's not over just yet, but it's certainly not looking great. We talked about the scaling that Senna provides, the ticking time bomb, but Ornn himself is he's nothing to scoff at. He's got the items coming out, the upgraded items. 2 now. He's got himself the Radiant Virtue upgrade and upgraded the Luden's Tempest on Victor. I'm assuming the next one's coming out onto that shield bow on Jaffalo.
I mean, no, Jaffalo already has his upgrade.
Oh, I did
you can see.
Nah, I think he
it's
just got that right now.
What?
Yeah, look at it. They just walked out of base.
Sure, but I would also understand if you didn't see it. It's red on red. It's or orange on red.
I saw it. Oh, still in front from Jungler.
That's good. Actually,
Rep ADC.
well, it's worse now. They nerfed it a lot. Because now if you steal the farm jungle, you get less gold than you used to. Here's the Orbital comes out.
You can get a lot of gold by getting kills as Scientist gets a
Oh,
Now
it's the
you
E!
able to dodge it. The corrupting chains actually miss, but the EQ
Mayuk, can he heal up
combo
from
hits.
everyone that's
Oh
there?
my god, the damage. is really
But his team is all mid lane. Can they get a turret back for this? What can they get?
Playing very far forward for someone who's alone. They're gonna get the mid.
Oh, he's gonna try and stop the recalls.
Red team's
No?
turret has been
Never mind.
destroyed.
It's fine. Don't do
Bit
that.
too far.
It's a little bit too far for him. I think the best play.
Oh,
as
actually
he
stops the
does!
recall. Huge.
The ult comes out,
kill.
and that is him going down for 150 gold shutdown as the kills keep on going in the mid lane.
And they stop this fight from happening any further. They're able to disengage, probably Midget being a very, very beefy target to push through. They can't get through the goat. But
Nice.
that's 30 seconds left on death timer right now for Varus. And you know what's coming up in less than 30 seconds? That's a Drake right there.
That's a Drake right there. And the fact that it is up right now is perfect for the blue team. They need to... It's really hard for me to actually say DSEA red when they're on the blue side of the map. They should be on the red side of the map every game.
Well,
Unbelievable. Anyway, it is... Oh, is he getting caught out? No.
I don't think they really
He
do
seems
much
to
of
sniff
Rookie
it
at all.
out beforehand. It saddens me that we've only seen Swain and Aatrox in the same fight once. I think they've been doing a tremendous job so far. And the fact that we've only seen them in the same team
Citrus?
fight once means that there is a lot more tankiness to come. We saw the Aatrox tanking 5 people for way too long. We saw the same thing with the Swain. The Senna is going to start to outrange people, and the Viego will get resets. I feel like this game is completely in the hands of BSEA Red. Even though I don't think Zephyr is out yet.
They're certainly not out yet, but the main issue with Zephyr's lineup is that they have no effective way on getting on this Senna, right? She can just stand behind the Swain, stand behind the Aatrox, and play relatively safely. And how are you going to get on top of her? Jarvan has to jump all the way to the back line.
And he's out of the range for the huge prize as well.
Absolutely, you have no good, decent way to save him. Varus certainly can't hit that far back. Sure, the arrows can hit, but they only do a lot of damage if you're able to get a lot of stacks of his passive.
And this is then where you wonder, should you have gone on hit Varus the way that he's going now, or should you have gone poke? Should you have gone for the lethality, or even maybe the AP build against things that are that strong, that tanky? With all the new items coming in, Aatrox has got so much lifesteal in his build. Viego will get those resets, and he has the Jack Show as well.
Jack Show, I just saw that. That is awesome.
You didn't notice the Jack Show yet?
I didn't notice.
What is your
Jack
opinion
Show.
on this item? I think you love it. No? Oh, is the
Barondoor's able
that's a little bit too far forward. The TP comes out from the Ornn. Oh,
They have to flash away from Pikachu.
Okay, so Pikachu has to flash. The Ornn has to TP, but they're going to use that TP to start the Baron anyway.
And
Do you think they
have a
should?
penalty up.
There's a TP from the Victor. Is he gonna go?
Mayuk's going to see if he can try to trade for
Oh,
this.
they're
They're
trying
sending Barondoor back. They have to play this very
Oh,
carefully.
that is a
my
huge
God. Huge damage. Cataclysm goes out. Rookie at home is able to escape. Son of Viper
Jay
jumps
Fatal.
in. Massive AoE damage. Midget's so low. He has to get out of there. He won't be able to get it out in time. Straight speed. He is going to land
very
those shots.
tanky.
Look at that damage. He gets rooted. Unstoppable. Ain't going to last too long. As Santos has to escape from the fight. Do everything he can. Pikachu's going to follow after him.
And it
Mayuk
is-
staying in the bot lane.
And it is just too easy to start
Barondoor.
and end a fight as DSEA Red. They have the Syndra E, a reliable way to engage.
Mayuk.
Oh, as Mayuk runs it for the 6th time this game. I don't know what to say.
Citrus, do you think he's actually going to go first? I think he might. He can still use... Oh, not if your chain CC like that, you can't do it. He missed his opportunity to go in and try to steal the Baron. It happens. There's nothing real do about it, but at least he tried.
At least he did try, but the question is, did he give over? He did not give over a shutdown with that either, which is very good. Now, the Drake up in 2 minutes. DSEA Red, if they get that, I believe that will be the final fight
That
of
is
this
GG.
game.
That is definitely GG. Not, I mean, even if it's not the final fight, there's no reasonable way that Zephyr can, that Zeus, sorry, I should say,
Kind of missed, by the way.
can, -1.
Might as well.
That
Can I get an
Zephyr
L
can-
in chat, please?
can win a fight from this. I mean, you're looking at a Swain, you're looking at a Viego, you're looking at an Aatrox, all of those with Cloud Soul. That's percent max
Oh,
HP.
Jay
Oh,
Fennel getting caught out
Jack.
again, and that, to me, feels like the game.
They won't even need Drake. They have all people they need right now to just
Oh,
close out the
Diego goes
fight.
forward,
Diego
hits it.
Unstoppable.
Oh, dodges the
gets
EQ.
stunned, but he's got himself a stop
Oh,
button.
and the Evermove comes out, and that has to be game.
There's not much you can really do about it. The Ornn, can Ornn do anything to stop the fight? Midget, he's gonna do
Oh,
everything
he
his
tries.
sons intellect
He
can
gets
do.
the wave. Will that be enough? Will that be enough? Does the minion get hit
No,
here? They are
there's one
tanking
minion.
themselves.
There's one
They need to
caster
keep it
minion.
alive. If that minion dies, that is it. That is.
It's GG.
Oh,
There's
and
nothing
that
they can do
will
about
be
it.
the first game going to DSEA Red. Zephyr put up a fight, but in the end, the Senna, the scaling is too much, and we go to game 2.
Yeah, they just threw away their lead so much. At one point in time, 7-0 on Jaffalo on this Varus, and it just went to shit. They could not do anything about it. An amazing comeback. They got the key kills they needed. They played macro incredibly well, sending Aatrox to these waves, creating pressure, and just be able to take these small fights when they popped up. They took every advantage they possibly could, and it showed. Congratulations to DSEA Red for
Congrats.
taking game 1 of this best of 5. I think we're going to head up to the analyst desk. I'm not quite sure.
So take a review on that game. Sounds good to me.
Yep.
All right, welcome back to the analyst desk. That was game 1. Tell me, guys, what did you notice?
Yeah, for sure. It was an interesting game. For sure, Zephyr Zeus looked to have the advantage in the beginning. But I think, actually, they didn't show enough confidence. They didn't push their leads as much as I would have pushing. And they were winning fights, but even despite going up 10 kills or more even, they were down gold at a certain point.
Yeah, yeah, this is something I noticed as well. So, how do you think that happened?
Yeah, they showed that they were comfortable grouping up and trying to gain advantages through fights straight up. Even they were sometimes in a numbers advantage, but that being in a numbers advantage and barely winning fights isn't always enough. Because ESEA Red, they showed that they were comfortable slow, like barely losing fights, just giving up some kills. But then on the other side of the map, in another lane, they're getting CS advantages, tower advantages, and just getting a lot of gold through that.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think what Zephyr Zeus tried to do is exactly what we kind of drawn out for them to do. They had a tank top lane, they had a jungler that can punish immobile AD carries, they had a stabilizing mid lane and an aggressive bot lane in the Varus Lulu. I think that is exactly what they need to do, so I really like their draft. So I don't think that was the issue. I think the reason they ended up not winning, they did get ahead, but they ended up not winning was because they were too sloppy, too much out of position, and just barely not coherent enough to make the macro calls and move around the map enough as a unit, basically, to not get picked off. Because I just felt at the end, you just lose because your AD carry and then your support gets picked off randomly, kind of out of nowhere. There's no reason for them to die there. And I think if they clean up those small issues, this game is going to look a whole lot different.
Yeah.
For sure. And I agree. The main thing I think is confidence. It's the first game. I think they were a bit nervous. They got some advantages, but then didn't really push those advantages. They have to group up, take towers, take force fights even when they're up gold. Of course, it's easier for us to tell when they're up gold because the players they're in a different position. They see they're up 10 kills. They're probably thinking they're in a really good spot, but they were still even in gold when they were up 10 kills. So it's hard to say, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's a
That's-
confidence issue I think.
Yeah, because like you say, they were like 10 kills up ahead, and they didn't show any confidence, in my opinion. I mean, their early game looked very strong. They confidently attacked different lanes and dived and did some made some cool plays. Definitely enjoyed it as I was watching downstairs. But yeah, okay. So what do you think is their approach now? Since the coach has watched the game, obviously, what is he gonna say? Do you think?
Yeah, honestly, I think that they are going to be able to run it back. And indeed, I think as coach, you should say, you know what, we can do this. We are showing that we are able to build up advantages locally, but if we play a little bit better, even globally, and try and use the points on the map where you're strong to gain more advantages around that, right? The Varus was an 8,000 gold, while Senna was sitting on 5,000, and the Swain was also around that, right? So the Varus was very strong. Try and create fights around that Varus in that case. Because that's right now what they were not really doing. When the ACA rotated Senna towards top lane, Varus was kind of awkwardly sitting bot lane, hitting tower, and not getting as much work done because there was a Herald on top lane. Instead, maybe rotate the Varus to mid, try and get a fight mid, maybe try get more plates mid together with your mid laner, or something like that. Because right now, you have an advantage and you're not using it.
Yeah, exactly. So they're yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Varus, they had to play more around Varus, send a mid, open up the map mid, so that ESEA has a harder time just split pushing, because once mid tower is broken, Zephyr Zeus has more freedom, and they can follow the plays better because, yeah, mid tower creates a lot of pressure. Also, one pick happened giving Senna 1,000 gold in the mid lane, where Varus was sitting under turrets alone. That should never happen. Senna already has a hard time gaining gold because she needs to. She can't be the one getting the CS because she gets less souls. But if you give her 1,000 gold, suddenly she gains half an item, and that's when she already has such a hard time getting gold in the first place. That makes a very big difference.
Yeah, exactly. All right. And I actually have no clue as to how many minutes have passed as of yet. Okay. Do you feel like Zephyr is going to approach the game differently after this game, or should they take the same approach?
That is an interesting question. I think both answers, yes and no, are valid here. Because as we mentioned, it was more so execution than it was the draft, right? Or the approach to the game. So I think it's very much possible that they're just going to say, you know what, this was a fluke, we're going to run it back and we're going to beat them this time. I think that's a very valid approach. Another way of saying is, you know what, we tried to make this work. It didn't quite work because we are either not able to press our advantages enough. Let's try another approach. Let's try and create chaos around mid lane maybe, or maybe try and get something done in top lane. So I think both answers are possible. What I would personally like to see is just to run it back and execute it more cleanly.
Yep,
Okay.
I
oh,
agree. I definitely think they have the ability to just run it back. Similar draft. I think one ban that I would like to see, or they have to pick it away early, is Syndra. I think it didn't show much impact early game, but later the game went. She gets her upgrades, and it's really hard to play against Syndra when she's scaling up.
As you one
It's
shots every carry.
Yeah,
Mm.
exactly. And it's very high range. You can just it's very hard to play. You have to position very well, and I think the easiest way to just either pick it away or ban it.
Okay. And looking at the well, we missed their picks and bans. So do we actually know what they banned last game?
I do not. So maybe
Okay.
production can tell us.
But
Yeah.
while we're waiting on the answer, one thing I was a bit concerned about for See Red was the Swain pick. I felt like it didn't have much of an influence. Now, into 3 of the champions, I quite like the pick. Into Jarvan, Varus, and Ornn, I think Swain was a very good pick. However, because they're low range, of course, Swain are it's very strong as low range carries. But that depends on the pick order. If those 3 were picked and then he picked Swain, I think it was understandable. But if either Victor or already picked, I don't really understand the Swain pick because Blue, Polymorph, very strong in Swain, can't do much. And then of course, just Victor's range is also very strong to counter.
Yeah, and
Swain.
well, of course, we don't know the pick and ban order, unfortunately. We do know, however, they don't have a coach, so it might have been a comfort pick.
Yeah, actually, what I think was very interesting to see is that they did use the Swain to create a lot of important picks in the bot lane and later also all over the map. So it was a very useful tool to have for initiating fights. But I also think that you don't necessarily need specifically Swain for this. I think there's other champions that could fill the same role that have more use in other positions as well.
Also earlier on,
For
it's like
example.
early
Yeah.
mid game, he didn't look very useful, and he was kind of useless. But
Yeah.
then later on, like you said, later on when he started scaling a bit, when his team got more and more like further and further ahead, then it was very useful in getting points.
Yeah, exactly. And what you saw is that with that Swain in the late game, the ESA was able to set up the 4-0-1, where Mayuk was in the bot lane, the rest was all going top lane, and they were creating pressure. There was vision around the enemy red side jungle, right, in the top side. It was very hard for Zeus to approach the ESA at all, because they just didn't know where they were. And I think that was expertly done by DSA Red. That's exactly the gameplay they want to invoke, but they only got there after 25 minutes. And I think that's why Zeus is very much still fighting and still very much kicking and not going down easy.
Yeah. After seeing this game, I definitely believe it's not going to be a sweep. But Zephyrus does have to probably run it back. I don't know. What do you favor for them to play?
Yeah, again, this draft was fine. I think maybe slightly more aggressive pick in the bot lane really pushed their lead a bit. Varus Lulu, it's good in fights, but it's harder to just push your advantage straight up. It's harder to just push bot lane, get the turret, go mid, get the turret, top, get the turret. Just push your advantage as much as possible. Again, I think it's just a confidence issue also. The draft was fine. Again, better to have slightly more pushing lane, but it's a confidence issue. I think the first game's out of the way, the jitters are out of the way. I think now it's time for them to show up.
Yeah, and since we also don't know the bans, maybe some of the players got focused. Well, we actually haven't. We don't know their preparations, of course. Do you guys have a clue about what their bans could have been?
I expect the Fiora to be at least on the ban list. I'm not sure. Maybe the Bel'Veth was there as well. I think that's a very logical ban as well. And I think maybe it was 2 top lane bans and 1 jungle ban for the side of Zeus. I don't really know what the ECA would have banned. Probably around the
The
jungle.
Tsunami, something like that.
Yeah,
not
maybe the
make
bot
it.
lane
Yeah.
indeed a little bit, because they of course were also expecting, well, logically would also be expecting them to attack in the bot lane, so maybe indeed the Lucian or the Nami to be gone as well.
Yeah, okay. And the Aatrox in the top lane, you guys were saying they were gonna split push. Um, how much of an impact did Aatrox have in the end?
It's hard to tell. I think his impact was there as a split pusher, but not so much as an Aatrox, basically. So you could fit in any other split pusher, I don't know, Jax, and it would have been kind of the same result. So I don't think the Aatrox pick is absolutely crucial. But it was very important that was able to split push, hold the own against the Victor. Well, he died against the Victor in the solo lane, but in general, it was able to hold his own against the Victor as well as against the Ornn, create the pressure on the side of the map. So I think it was an impactful pick, but not because it was Aatrox, but because it was a split pusher.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree.
okay.
Not because like any split pusher, I agree, can fill that role. But I think the top lane actually was one of the main reasons that they won. That the top lane was, I think, up by almost 100 CS at some point. They got a lot of gold off Aatrox's back, and yeah, Aatrox just kept getting turrets, kept getting CS, just got a lot of resources for himself. And when he's that strong, demands attention.
Yeah.
You can't just leave him in the side lane. So, but that I think, if I recall, that's exactly what they did. They just
Yeah.
let him get more and more, further and further ahead, and they kept winning. Zephyr Zeus kept winning fights. But slowly, if you keep giving turrets and CS away, then
Doesn't matter in the end.
it doesn't matter because
Yep.
you're down gold, and against a team that's that good at getting picks, you can't be giving as much gold away as they did.
Yeah.
And
And
yeah,
yeah, continue.
this is what you also saw, right, with the Varus being 7-0 and a massive bot lane advantage, and the gold being even. And this is because these small incremental advantages that the Aatrox, Mayuk and the Aatrox, was able to pick up top lane plates, chip kill maybe here and there, a lot of CS, and it was super important. Also, by the way, the mid lane, Rookie at Home, sitting at the casters mentioned it, almost 10 CS per minute throughout the entire game. Super
Impressive.
important parts to get these gold advantages evened out, even though you were losing your bot lane. So I think the Aatrox was super important in that sense. I think definitely agree there.
Yeah, okay. How do you guys feel Zephyr should approach this? Since, well, they tried like you guys predicted play a safe tank, but in the end, isn't that just gonna end up with the same result? Should they make sure that the Aatrox is not gonna be having a CS lead and is gonna take towers or any other split champ? Matter.
I think it's down to macro. I think picking a tank is fine. Maybe the Ornn Aatrox is notorious for, it's a very easy lane for Aatrox to just stomp because Ornn is very low range. He can get comboed easily. It's hard for Ornn to play in that lane. You can pick a different tank with a counterplay to the Aatrox, or they can just take the Aatrox off the board. Which Worlds we saw, Aatrox was a very highly contested pick. I think it was still 100% at the end of the at the end of.
I think it missed 1 or 2 games, but almost basically, yeah.
Certainly
doubt.
over 90%. It was
Yeah.
very contested, and yeah, I think picking a tank is fine. Ornn it takes some time to scale, and it certainly loses lane into some of the users that say Red likes to play, like the Fiora, like the Aatrox. Maybe pick a different tank. You can keep him on different tank, and then again, just a harder pushing bot lane.
Yeah,
Yeah.
actually, one of the picks that I would like to see as a different tank is maybe the Xante. I think it's a much more interesting matchup into, for example, the Aatrox. You're able to fight back a lot more. I don't know if you saw the Kadro clip going around where there was exactly this matchup where there was an absolutely insane back and forth duel. So it shows Xante has definitely more agency. It might have been on the ban list, to be honest, because I know that it was already played before by Midcat in this tournament. So it could
Okay.
have been on the ban list for the ECA Red. But if it's not, I think that's definitely a pick we might look to see in the hands of Midcat.
Which bans do you guys expect for the next game?
I am hoping for a Syndra ban. To this,
Yeah.
I think that champion is very strong right now. It's very safe and it scales into the late game very well. Yeah, all you have to do is just hit champions, get a couple cannons, pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aatrox is also another ban that's always good. For the rest, I don't think any of the champions really posed a Like, of course, when they're up gold, it can look like, I don't know, Viego is a bit strong, obviously, but they're already up so much gold. And I think ones who generated that gold in the first place were the Syndra and the Aatrox.
Yeah, I think maybe banning the Aatrox is not entirely going to solve your problem because you're going to have a Jax, you're going to have some other pick, Fiora, Irelia, whatever.
You have to give up ban for it.
Exactly.
Start
So
with.
you're going to get something there that's doing a similar thing anyway. So I don't think banning Aatrox might be the solution. But I do definitely like to see the Syndra ban. And I think the Viego is something you can just leave alone. It was not doing too much, to be honest, in the entire game. Because you
There was
did
one
not.
fight where he got some resets, but
Exactly.
he wasn't the one setting up the resets. So, like, of course, if Viego gets resets, it looks like a very strong champion.
Yep.
He wasn't the one
Um,
like gaining the advantage in order to get the resets.
Production, can you repeat that?
Yeah, and meanwhile, I think what are important bans to look at. I mean, again, we don't know what they banned before, right? But I think maybe you do want to take out indeed one of the more stronger present mid laners. I don't really think the bot lane is too much of a ban focus either. So I think with alongside the Fiora and the Syndra, you might want to look to ban away. Maybe even if you're on blue side, maybe ban out the Victor, try and ban the Syndra together with that, and then see if you can create some more interesting matchups in the mid lane that way.
Yeah, but we've also been we've been looking at ban stats. Zeus, probably. What bans are we expecting from Red? Okay.
What I'm expecting is honestly a bit different from what I'd like to see. I'm expecting them to be scared of bot lane matchup. So I'm probably expecting a ban. This is what I'm expecting over a Varus ban. But I don't think that's. I think it's fine to leave bot lane alone as it is. We've seen that the low range bot laners like Varus, and Lulu is also slightly low range. It's a bit different. You have to deal with differently than Varus, obviously. But I think it's very hard to play a champion like Varus into longer range mages that DSA Red likes to play. So I think leaving bot lane as it is fine. You just have to find a way not to give as much advantage to them.
Yeah, I think I don't know what exactly the bans were again of the ACA Reds for now, but I think they can stay largely the same. To be honest, the fact that Scientist was playing the Jarvan suggests to me that there were some jungle bans, as there are usually other champions that junglers go to first in this meta, and I think honestly that's perfectly fine. I don't think there's much other things I need to do. I do agree that Lulu ban is an interesting one to look at. Maybe not entirely necessary, but Lulu is an enabler for a lot of hyper carries. So
Yeah.
banning away Lulu is never a bad thing unless you're giving something up you don't want to be giving up. Okay.
Well, thank you guys for sharing your thoughts. We're now going to take a break and we'll be with you shortly. Okay, welcome back to the stream. We are gonna watch the second game in a minute, but before that, I'm here again, joined by Sweat IRL and the Peppy, and we're gonna well talk about the game we're going to see in a minute. Um, okay, guys, quick recap of what we talked about in the after game comments.
Yep, for sure. Like we said, not expecting too different of a game plan from either team. Um, what we kind of said we expected happened mostly. ESA Red played through top, Zephyr Zeus played more bot, and they both gained their advantages through that. But Zephyr Zeus showed a bit less confidence than we would like to see. And if they were to push their advantage a bit more, then we could see a very different game.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the the main takeaway for Zephyr Zeus is that DCA was by no means clean. Like the first 25 minutes of the game, back and forth, both teams getting their advantage where they wanted. So I think they definitely have a good shot in game two. So they need to just come in, as you mentioned, with the confidence that they are able to win this game, because they definitely are able to win this game, and just strike back and strike hard.
Yeah, and we also, like we talked about in the start, are expecting that the coaches probably now are going to make a difference, and that we're maybe going to see a bit of a, well, at least DCA Red got a confidence boost by winning, so their draft will probably, well, look a bit the same, or at least not fall apart probably. So
Yeah, I'm gonna say something here.
Yeah.
I am expecting one of two things to happen. Again, one option is that they just run back the draft and but try to play with a bit more confidence. But another option is that they try to stabilize top lane a bit more, like we mentioned at the beginning. That's certainly another option that could work, and hope for bot lane to gain their advantages by themselves. A slightly more pushing lane, just win 2v2 with the same draft anyways. But again, another option is trying to stabilize top lane and have them have Zephyr Zeus lose a bit less on the top side and keep similar trajectory side.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, what if? So this is an interesting question. I think you're going to be able to answer this. So we've seen, like we talked about, a very linear approach from the Red. So in the promotion, no, the stage, yeah, the group stage. Thank you. They basically played the same plan over and over. If they try to switch it up, what would they go for?
What they would go for instead of a 4-1? Ooh, that's
Yeah.
an interesting question. I think so far, Mr. HB and Sonic Viper in bot lane have shown to be the weaker side of. Okay, so I think it will be interesting to see if they are able to play around that side of the map. So far, I think the side from Zephyr is stronger, so that will be an interesting point of contention. And try and leave Mayuka a little bit more island. Kind of exactly the same thing with just about that Zephyr can try. I'm not expecting them to, but that will be a very interesting approach to try and really get a bot lane carry going.
For sure. And I want to add to that. I think ESA Red is still completely fine in team fights. They are capable of team fighting. They have good positioning. And if they are not too far behind in goal, compositions allow for it, I definitely think. So a team fight centered comp is definitely a possibility.
Okay, predictions for this game?
Yeah, I think DCA is going to be able to pick it up, but they should definitely clean up the game.
Okay, and?
I think Zephyr Zeus is the dark horse, and they will take this game.
Okay. Okay, so analysts are... Is it done?
I'm no.
Oh no. So okay, so analysts are expecting it's a bit in between. Maybe we'll see a 1-1 coming, and well, hopefully, because that's going to make the evening more exciting. But we're now going to bring it to the casters. Good luck to them.
Alright. Hi, we should be live right now.
Yeah, we're back.
Are we back?
For game 2.
For game 2.
I mean, we are here, I do believe, in the corporeal form.
Okay.
How's it going, everybody?
We unfortunately do not have the overlay.
No.
No.
We're not going to be able to show you the pick ban phase, but you'll see it when you get in the game.
Well, not the bans, just the picks.
The picks.
Okay,
No
that
bans.
might be good.
We can guess. We can try to get. What do you think they banned from the last game?
Ooh.
I think they might have banned Swain. There was a lot to deal with the Swain.
Do you think they'll ban Swain or the Senna? Which part of that combination do you think is the integral key
I
to
think
being
the
so
tankiness
annoying?
of the Swain.
Yeah?
Right. The fact that he can go into team fights, they can't kill him effectively. If he ever gets low on HP, he could just use Zonias and survive for the rest of the fight. The healing with his ultimate. I think the Senna isn't that much of an issue because who's she going to play with? Tahm Kench?
Well, there's a lot of combinations you can do. You can do Cho'Gath, you can go Tahm Kench, you can go Wukong, you can go
This guy's a comedian.
Seraphine,
This
you
guy's
can
a
go.
fucking
So,
comedian.
I have played all of it. All of it's great. I love Senna. But I think that more than that, if you look at that tankiness, you might want to ban the Aatrox then. He kept surviving.
Or you might want to pick it.
Or you might pick
That's
it.
the issue, right?
That depends. Do you think they'll go blue side? Then snatch that away for themselves as a first pick. Do you think they have that priority on it? Do you think they have the players to be able to pull that off?
I'm not 100% certain.
You know, you
No.
have the insight on Zephyr. Does the
I
top
do.
laner play? Does mid get play Aatrox or not?
Midget. Not mid-get.
I prefer to say
someone
mid-get.
Someone in chat was upset. Or I guess happy that I said midget properly. But in terms of
Mid-get.
champs that he plays, he does occasionally play Aatrox. It's certainly not
Okay.
that thing he likes to play.
It's not his
But-
forte. Mr. I don't. I can't pronounce that name. Sorry. Anyway, I think he should pull it out. It's a game 2
You always
in
gotta
a
pull
best
out
of 5.
unless you're in a
Okay.
committed
Anyway,
relationship,
that
but
doesn't matter. But
That's besides the point.
that is beside the point. Anyway, as we get back into what will probably be this game. Oh, the picks and bans have been actually DM'd to us. Okay, as we
We have
see,
the technology, ladies and
we
gentlemen.
have technology. I have got it in front of me. The
Holy shit! What am I looking at?
So, DSEA Red was on the left side, so on the blue side, and they first picked the Gragas this time. Apparently putting a lot of priority into that.
Okay.
Okay. They actually banned Nami, Maokai, and Hecarim, which is an interesting ban, especially the Nami.
Well, on that point, Nami Lucian is a very, very potent bot lane. We all
Yes.
know that. It's
Yeah.
very well used in a lot of pro games. But it's also a special pick. The bot lane from Zephyr Zeus really like playing Lucian Nami.
Yeah.
So banning out the Nami is effectively banning out that entire combo.
Yes. Then again, the Nami is also, you can pair the Nami with other things, but you can't really pair the Lucian with a lot of other
Exactly.
picks. Then it was answered by a Kled Viego, so the Viego now being taken by Zephyr.
Viego. Who cares about Viego? They
I
picked
care.
Kled.
They picked Kled, yeah, I love it.
Picks Kled.
Everyone, if you want to have
I love
fun,
this champ.
yeah, it's good.
I mean,
I think
I'm
we
not saying it
talked about
as
it as
it's a
well.
bad pick. I'm saying it as I'm so happy.
Yes, it is fantastic. But it was answered by a Bel'Veth Syndra, which is another interesting combination of picks. Why would you take the Bel'Veth? Thereby locking the Gragas top lane, thereby losing that flex potential you had, by also saying my Syndra will go mid. So you've already locked down 2 solo lanes and your jungle.
Well, the thing is, you don't need to flex if you already know what the other players are doing, right? Kled is going to
That
go
is
top
true.
lane, and Viego, I don't suspect is going mid. So if you already know what the jungler, what the top laner is going to be, you can just pick your own jungler. Bel'Veth, pretty good into Viego, right? You got the maneuverability to run
Yes.
around Viego. You run circles around him. He has to land his Q to really do a lot of damage,
Yeah.
right? To get the passive mark on you
Yes.
to do the double hits. And Bel'Veth, she's got her dashes. She can just walk around you. In the 1v1, she can beat Viego every single day. So it's a
No,
very,
not in
very
the
good
early
pick.
game. In the
Not
late
early
game, yes.
Well, ideally, you're not going to fight in the early game.
And ideally, you won't fight. But I'm the Ari then coming out from Zephyr again, and then to round out the picks because we're almost going to go into game. Zephyr finished their comp off with a Samira Nautilus, a very potent combo, and they're picking that half into a Varus Renata, which again you see the Varus coming out this time on the other side, trying to show them that they
It's a
are
strong
actually
champ.
capable to play. Yeah, they had many different modes, many different ways to play. And then a Renata, which is an
I hate that
incredibly strong champion in the right hands.
I hate
If
it.
you can utilize that W correctly in a team fight,
Bailout is
It's
the worst
fantastic.
designed ability in this entire video game, and this video game exists. It alone should be the worst designed ability of the game. But seriously,
What?
Bailout,
Bailout's great.
it's a 30-second cooldown.
Yeah.
Which
no, it's
re-
25.
You're just making my point even stronger. It's a
No, it's a great
25-second
ability. Honestly, I love
ability.
it.
Not to mention, it can be reduced with ability haste.
Yeah, that's
it's
great.
it's a free Zillion ultimate
Uh-huh.
that's stronger than Zillion ultimate.
No,
because
it's not.
They can get an assist and be fully revived.
Yeah, so?
Come
Oh,
on,
I'm
completely
about to head it back
unbalanced.
into game. Beautiful. Anyway, here we go, boys.
You
We
can't
see them.
deny it.
Okay, for game 2 of the grand final of the Academy League, we have ZPR Ziz on the top side of the map, the red side, and once again, DSCA Red on the blue side of the map. Now they've switched the Varus onto the DSCA Red side. I still think that's interesting. I have now in my head the GFA Law is playing the Varus, and then the
Very quick trade here in the top
body
lane.
slam coming down. And that will be it. They'll trade about evenly.
It was a best of 5, yes.
Yeah, it is a best of 5. Yes. It is.
I
Is
think
it?
it's a
It's
best
a
of
game
3.
2. Well, best of 3. Oh no, it's a best of 5. Anyway, well, they're gonna try and make it a best of 3 with 3 games played.
The best 3,
Yeah, the best 3 games.
not a best of.
Well, I think that will always come down to the best 3 games.
I suppose that just makes sense.
That does make sense indeed. Yes, we
Minions
have
have
the new
spawned.
overlay now as well. Honestly, I love it because I can actually see, like, you know, you have
The overlay.
Yeah, you can. Well, or actually, which team is on which side? For example, DSCA Red is on the left side. I can see that. I don't have to do brain work. My mind, you know, I don't have to recognize player names. You can turn name tags off. It's fine. You know, I don't have to. Oh, it was mid lane. It started. Okay. Q coming down. Just a little bit of damage. That's
Yeah.
worth that. As they both try and rush to that level 2 before the other. You can see the auto attacks coming down. The Nautilus Mira waiting in the brush in bot lane as Gragas gets done leashing his jungler. Viego going leashless actually, which he can do. Belveth does not necessarily require, but wants that leash more. A little trade going on top lane. And Scientrist again going for the skip on the Krugs. He did the same thing last game.
Yeah, they're playing for bot lane. I mean, this time it's a Samira. Samira is a super potent carry, right?
That is
Samira,
true.
once she gets her 3 items, it's gonna be
Once she gets
absolutely
ahead.
brutal. She gets ahead in any scenario. Yeah. Just in general, she's gonna be
But-
super hard to deal with. And you know you're playing into a Belveth right here, right? With Pikachu.
Yeah.
Pikachu needs to go for full clear, right?
Yeah.
The way Belveth passive works is by getting as many stacks as possible from doing camps. So if you have the speed advantage, right? If you know that you can get to the other side as fast as you can, then you can extend that lead even further. And I think Viego might even want to do a B-bait into the jungle and see if he can catch Belveth low enough.
Yeah.
To
He would
try
have to
and
go
push for a
right now,
kill.
though. I think he should have to do that. He should have gotten level 3 and then invaded off of that level 3.
Certainly possible. Midget actually taking quite a bit of damage. Might have to dismount soon.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll see what goes on. Then, I think that since last game, the Varus got a huge lead. JFA low.
Yeah.
He was not able to really convert that into the win. Even though he had 8 kills on the Varus, any professional AD carry would have ended that game.
Sure.
So, what is the thought process between then giving him Samira afterwards? A
Well-
champion you must carry on.
Right, they're
a champion
assuming-
you have to win.
They're assuming, right, that if Jafalo gets ahead yet again, right, this time he's not going to be as vulnerable. Samira is much more dangerous, I'll say, than Varus.
Yes.
And has some, you know... How do I put this? Maybe I'll hold that thought after this bit of gank.
Okay,
Scientist
the
gets
gank goes
stunned,
in,
the
the
charm.
charm.
Big damage to the Rookie at Home. Rookie at Home uses the EQ, gets him away. Scientist taking a lot of damage from the turret as the fight ends. In the top lane, though, at the same time, Midget going onto Mayuk here. Mayuk gets the half HP. Midget
Oh,
dismounts.
the body
Midget's got to be careful. There's a lot of minions there. And as I was saying, it's a lot more dangerous to try and get a fight onto Samira because she's got resets, she's got AoE damage, right? She can turn around a fight instead of like.
Oh, bot
letting
lane.
Mr. HP is going to use the cleanse immediately there. Amazing reaction speed, actually, from Mr. HP as Javelo's got full stacks of his passive. Got a lot of move speed.
Oh.
Luke's getting really low. The root comes out. Son of a Viper is going to get very low. Handshake comes
the
out.
bailout
Oh,
comes
the
down.
bailout.
Oh, and we talked about the ability before. The
Are-
bailout coming in clutch, not giving over the kill. Even though they got it, it doesn't matter. And now they get solo killed. The Samira we talked about, it has to get ahead, and it doesn't.
It just doesn't come out. This is absolutely brutal. The assist leading. Right. If there was no assist right there, Jaffalo would get traded 1-for-1, and that would have been completely fine.
But there was a 3-second window on that bailout where Son of a Viper was able to be revived by his AD carry, and now that trade goes from bad to worse.
It's just not too great. And as I was saying before, Samira is kind of scary when she gets ahead because you can't afford to give her a kill. She can easily trade, maybe even get a double kill if she's ahead. But when you're 0-1, all she's got right now is a Vamp Scepter, and we're seeing here the full Noon Quiver out on Varus. There is a 2 CS lead, but that's 2 CS. It's going to be completely meaningless.
Yeah, it will already be picked up by the wave that is already under their tower as they came off the recall. They have just slightly more power with that Noon Quiver on the side of the Varus. I think that you choose this Samira to get your bot lane ahead. You choose this Samira to try and carry you and to try to be that difference in fights. But now it's behind.
Yes.
What do you do? Where do you look?
You need to keep playing for bot lane. Right. Midget doesn't really need too much help into Mayuk. Kled is fairly safe into Gragas. You see he's an entire level ahead. He is several CS ahead, gets a remount. Mayuk is just going to stay safe right now. Not too much is going to happen, and if he ever needs to, he can just ult his way out of there.
Oh, mid get.
Can't use ult anymore now that he's dismounted.
Oh,
So
and
it's
bot
pretty
lane.
dangerous, and now we're going to see maybe a kill here as Cashmere
Oh.
Curse sets in. He's going to get as much
Oh,
CC
that is a kill, and then bot lane.
Great
Belvet sneaking
kill.
in as well. What will this
Caster's
be?
Curse. The moment I say he's safe from dying, he overstays his welcome, dismounts, and gets blown up. Mayuk getting his ulti at a perfect time to knock back Midget into an unfavorable position.
Oh, well, this is slowly going even worse than we thought. What is going on in this game? It seems that they've lost their composure. The way that last game the bot lane went so well, the JFA carried themselves to that little lead that they had. Now
It's been completely flipped. Look at this. Mr. HB on the left, you can see, ladies and gentlemen, 2.9k gold. That's, how much ahead is that? That is 800 gold ahead of Jaffalo.
Oh,
That is really
too
brutal.
much. They have a chance to get back, but they need to start bandaging the wound now. They need to call Viego down. They need to find an angle. They need to rotate Samira up top. They need to do something to get her back into the game, because clearly having both your top and bot lane permanently beneath the enemy team's tower is not working out for them. They can't CS the way they want to. They can't get ganks down. They're playing incredibly safe from the side of DSA Red. They've given up a Drake, but it doesn't seem to be enough. The ward will spot out the Viego. Gets 5 gold from hitting it for the first time. Oh, there you go. Ari is here as well.
Walking
Will this
out.
be a kill?
Baron Door
Ari
gets caught
has
with a
R.
handshake.
Oh, the
Flash
flash
forward,
comes
gets a
out.
stun. The charm now, the damage, Son of the Viper.
Oh, bailout comes
Bailout,
through.
but not a kill this time. But there will be a return kill on top lane as Pikachu goes up onto Midget. Midget getting very low, isn't anywhere near
That
close.
is an important one as well. With the Herald up now, they can go for that. Every time that they take something on one side of the map, they get answered on the other.
Do you want to know the worst part of that?
What about it?
Nautilus got the kill.
Oh, good. Well, like I said last game,
Well-
supports getting kills might be better for the Mythic, but this is
But
a
this is,
Samira.
I was about to say,
is
Samira,
a
you
Samira.
need everything, every little piece of advantage you can get as a Samira is very, very important. And you lose that kill, that very crucial kill. They burnt a lot of that. That was
Oh, as the hook comes out and misses.
misses. Yeah, it's just very, very brutal for
Oh,
Jaffalo.
it's
Jaffalo
level
hits
6 now for Jaffalo.
This is a level advantage right now for the bot lane of Zeus, but can they try and get a kill here?
I would like to as well point some credit in the way of Yuli, who has set up this overlay, which looks absolutely fantastic.
Yes, it does. Thank you very much, Mr. Producer.
He's set up the entire stream as well. I think that there's a round of applause, warranted for that. But as we get back to the game, Belveth doing very well ahead of the Viego, the way she should. Full clearing, not has a kill even under her belt.
Yeah.
What item do you think she should be heading for now?
Well, taking a look at it, it seems like she's going to go for Kraken Slayer first.
Uh-huh.
It's a fairly good item on her. Of course, on hit, the attack speed, everything she needs. I just want to pull attention to what we were talking about earlier with them being pushed up too far. And you just mentioned now with the full clear. Bel'Veth is a farming jungler, and Viego is not. Right?
How is he ahead?
He's ahead. He may be ahead in farm, but he doesn't have a kill under his belt. He
That
doesn't
is
have a
true.
lot of map presence under his belt. He has an assist, right? But he had to burn flash. He had to, give a lot in the way. He had to give a lot away to just get that one kill, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of time bought for Bel'Veth, who's going to start farming faster and faster now. And you see here making the moves towards the dragon.
Which is another incredibly important objective. She has the empowered, the empowerment on herself, where she is able to buff up those minions. If any minion near her dies, they will be transformed into a little voidling, which it wreaks havoc on any tower that is close by. Oh, through Fog of War, getting into the Baron or Drake Pit. Oh,
think she
Noldus
might get
will not hit
spotted
it,
out.
and she
Yep.
will get spotted out. Yeah. I had something in my head that I had something.
Something at Voidlings?
No, I've completely forgot what it was. Is it best of 3 or best of 5? A bit confused because of the dots.
It is a
best of
best of 5. And in the top lane, you might see some action. Midget goes for a bit of a trade with Mayuk. Immortal Shieldbow, first mythic item, is now completed on Varus, and they've got to start running towards the Drake if they want to contest it. It doesn't seem to be the case, though, as they're going to take this team. That's 2 Drakes for Zephyr Zeus.
At only 11 minutes in the
See
game.
The terrain is Chemtech. This is a really, really good terrain for Zeus. Right, you have that healing on Samira is going to be incredible. You have the tenacity on Samira as well as
Every champion on
Ahri.
that
I mean,
team.
yeah, the healing for a Scientist on this Viego and Midget.
Almost every single champion, including Arya, utilizes healing to some degree, except of course the Nautilus, but that he functions very well with the tenacity then again. And besides that, there's a lot of very weird angles you can come from with the new blast cones that will be spawning in a little bit. The new you see a little trade in top lane.
It
Farador
might not
is
lead
there.
to much alone, but here comes Farador.
Oh.
Actually gets caught out, but Putrid, the Trump comes out. The damage onto Putrid is a lot, but Farador has one more dash in the
Ulti.
Ulti misses in the bot lane, though. Huge ulti from Son of a Viper stops the gank from happening. Mr. HP has his Shieldbow proc. The TP now from the bot lane. Syndra is down.
Safety is back, but it costs them some summoner spells, and now you see the Samira has cleanse up, has flash up. Is she going to look for an outplay or not? Viego clearing his Gromp. I would really like to see what's going on bot lane.
Jackalope has
Fantastic,
flash.
hits the Q onto the tower,
Yeah,
and
the
that is a
damage
kill
from
down.
Rocky at home is there as they secure the kill underneath the turret. You can't be happy about
Oh,
that.
hook lands.
It could have been so safe. Both the hook,
Oh, that's
but
not
that
what you want to
EQ,
do.
The disengage is so massive. The damage now.
Oh.
Scientist goes down, and they keep on giving more and more to this. Varus is going to be very dangerous. 2-0 on this ADC, and when you want Samira to be ahead and the opponent is 2-0 instead, that is not too great. Midget here is going to get dived under turret, it seems.
Well,
Able to stop the Herald.
He didn't stop the Herald, but that is a lot of plates once again funneled into the Bel'Veth, into the Gragas. They will be able to get their items more quickly. They'll be able to ramp up, even though the big lead for this team is in the bot lane. And I don't even know how much gold the Varus is ahead now, but it has to be at least half an item's worth or something. The fact that he is so far ahead is really, really detrimental to them winning this game. Like, JFA Low picks the Samira, saying last game didn't work out, but I'll show you I can carry. And now this is where we're at in the game. They need to find a way back. They need to find something. Their turrets getting chipped away at as well.
Yeah, it's just not looking too
Oh,
great
and
for them
there
right
you
now.
see
Look
the-
at the immense gold lead. You are right. He's about 900 gold up on
Well,
Mr. HP.
At least one thing is still true. Support don't have gold. That's good.
Yeah,
Down in the dumps, where they belong.
absolutely. But
No one likes the support.
but
there.
you take a look at that,
I
you
am a
say,
support
oh,
player.
sure, the supports are low on gold, but Son of a Viper is 200 gold underneath the top lane,
Oh my.
under
lord.
Midget, who has
That-
97 CS.
That is not good. If you're looking at this game, their comp may snowball hard, but if you can't get that ball rolling, it looks like Sunshine right now. Snow's melting. I don't think they're going to be able to get that snowball.
I don't think so either. We see here Syndra, that was really funny, grabbed the scuttle and threw it all the way to the blue buff so Bel'Veth would secure more stacks.
That's actually pretty smart.
Wholesome.
Also gets him close to that jungle item, which has already been secured by Scientist. Not yet. Oh, as they go for the same ring around the Rosie in bot lane. This time they can't
still
head.
Available. Aggressive negotiation come out. Huge damage. The ulti
Bail out.
actually hits. Lucas is going to go down. It's a 1-4 trade, 1-2 trade. Are they able to escape out from under the turret? Meanwhile, the top lane, Midget versus Mayuk.
And
Okay,
you see
they're
there,
able
this
to
time
escape.
they cannot get to the tier 2 turret. They cannot make it there. They don't see it in time. They don't realize that the mid lane is missing and they die underneath their own turret. The support may die, but that is a kill worth. You get the gold as well.
Midget's got to be
That
very
next
careful here.
Drake-
Gets a remount just barely in time, but that's top lane gone.
The top lane may be gone, but they need to start heading towards the bot lane.
That was
30 seconds to
first
Drake.
Turret. At least first turret, right, what goes to the side of Zeus.
Oh,
Though
that is what
they're
they
about
need.
to lose 2 turrets here. One of the top lane, his mid turret is very, very low.
Zeus needs to head towards that Drake right now. They know Bel'Veth is in the top lane. They know the Herald isn't up. She can't trade that for this. They need to take it before they manage to rotate. Syndra now recalling. She does not have the TP up actually. This Drake should go the way of ZPR.
Yeah, it just might seem that way. We see here the movement coming down. Bel'Veth going towards the Drake. Pikachu is going to try and contest this. Really do need this Drake. It's about soul point, which is going to be brutal. The ulti is not there.
Will they be there? Will they go for the steal? Will they go for the
Bel'Veth
steal?
goes for the steal fails. The steal gets knocked up, rooted, and blown up. Tries to escape. Actually, what? Pikachu's able to
get out.
escape.
The flash going out from the Ahri as well.
Left on 20 HP, Pikachu survives that in no right.
And
to
obviously
do
they
so.
calculated that every single step of the way. They knew they would be able to get in, get out, suffer little to no damage. They're still on more than 10 HP. That means they calculated it.
Unbelievable.
This is
Unbelievable. That's,
sometimes you see something and then you forget.
My eyes. I genuinely do not believe
Ah,
that.
the overlay gets reset, so now we know it's a best of 5. Fantastic, absolutely great. Thank you, Yuri.
Yep.
And now we see that there are 3 Drakes on the side of ZPR's is.
Yeah.
There may be 4k gold down, but this game is not yet over. If they get that last one, if they get it, they will be able to win this game. I am sure of it.
It definitely puts them in a position where they can feel a bit more confident in each other, right? It looks very hopeless if they aren't able to get it.
Well, then again, you do buy 15 minutes of time where you can give every Drake over to the other team. And only then do you have to fight. They won't want to do that because of the composition they are running.
Baron tries to go for Rookie at home, but the ultimate from Syndra just doing too much damage this moment in time.
Bel'Veth now at 37 stacks. Not that much, but she's starting to hit that point where her attacks will get faster. And the turret goes down. Oh,
the ulti
now the
coming
ulti
in.
comes
He
out from
wants
Kled.
to get. He's out for blood. Oh, miscommunication though.
Oh,
As the-
now the reset comes through.
Will the implicated kick gets knocked up,
Oh.
knocked out. Huge
Flashes.
damage, but not enough. Midget's gonna go for the kill to Pikachu. Pikachu, he still
Oh.
has access to a dismount. They're re-aggressive.
He has the
here.
Voidlings.
Oh my God! Scientist goes, just barely stays alive, but they trade Midget. They didn't have to go there. Pikachu, the mobility, the dash is just keeping him alive, playing ring around the Rosie with the turret.
They trade 1 for 1, but the flash from the AD carry getting blown is not good. The flash being blown from the Bel'Veth is not good. The playmaking potential has gone down on the side of DSR Red, and if you think now that there is any chance to get back in this game, it has to be off of those cooldowns. It has to be off of something that you can pop, because this Bel'Veth is hitting your turret.
Yeah, Jaffalo, though, is there one of the few champs that can actually effectively clear out those Voidlings with the EQ combo. Ginsu's Rage Blade now coming out for Mr. HB, but if you guys missed it, you may have missed it earlier.
Oh, she steals with her red buff.
Samira
Very
actually
sneaky.
completed Collector before Varus completed Ginsu's, which makes me think they're actually...
That
the gold lead
Collector?
is reset, no?
So, I'm part of the Church of LS. I hate the item collector. There's only a few champions that I will allow other players to build collector on. This is one of them. The fact
really
that your
need
R,
resets.
deals so, the fact that you are so reliant on resets as Samira, the fact that your R deals so many ticks of damage, each of which can bring you within that threshold to get the execute, the fact that she does so well with all of the stats on the item. This is one of the few champions where I don't think Collector is bad. Even though I am of the firm belief that if you build it on most AD carries, it is not the greatest thing.
Hold on.
Oh, turret goes down.
He's taking a lot of damage, but it is a trade that he is fine with. Loses some HP
For the turret,
Big
I think that will be good. It will go. Gold will go to all of his teammates. Scientress hits the
Ooh,
the wall with
handshake
the,
smashing into the wall. Pretty big. Fuju actually goes into Scientress, knocks him up. Not much further than that. Javello needs to be careful not to get caught out from the other side of the wall. We see Mayuk here going to the bot lane, spotting out Farandor pushing. Midget throws out the bear trap on the rope.
Now you see the Harrowed Path come out onto the wall again as Scientress is looking for it. The flash comes out! The cleanse comes out as well. It is not enough and he dies. Now there is no Renata ult. The Drake is up in 40 seconds. This is what they need. This might just be Soul.
This is huge.
This is the only thing that they needed. I said it before. They need to work around that flash timer, and they did. And now they get the kill. He doesn't have cleanse.
And the cleanse didn't even matter. Just the sheer amount of CC sources. He was hit by a stun. He was hit by a knock-up. He was hit by a root. He was hit by I think 3 different roots. One from Everfrost. One from what's it called?
As the ulti comes out. Now that's one kill.
So the Viper goes down. Rookie at home is
Rookie
left.
at home.
Farandor able to get the kill onto the Bel'Veth, gets a nice heal reset.
As the ulti comes in and it knocks him towards his teammate. You cannot do that at the highest level.
Can't do it, but Midget is going to keep going into the fight. Has to walk away, able to
walks
dash
away.
out.
All he has to do is annoy them for a little bit. If they get this Drake, the game
they can't stop it.
is in their hands, and suddenly they are ahead in gold. It's only 100, but they are ahead, and they have it. The gold chart.
Look at that chart. Absolutely
As
brutal.
you see, they threw the lead they had. Coaches, don't tell them after the game that they did this. It might just tilt them if you show them this graph. Please, for the love of God, this starts to look like a series now.
I mean, it is brutal. You can see each and every one of those little dips is a kill or an objective taken, and they've just been slowly chipping away at that goal difference lead until now they've completely turned it back around in that fight. They got 3 kills completely for free.
LCK, SmelCK, this is not a low state. We have had constant action. This Samira is now ready to carry. Under 50% HP. Do you know what that? That soul does? Under 50% HP.
More damage.
Oh my God! You are this. This is a recipe for disaster on the side of DSR Red. They need to be able to get the next strike. That Bel'Veth needs to become huge. I feel like that's the only option they have
right now. Midget is seen spotted in the bot lane alone. He doesn't have his TP up.
But he does have the R, which means that he can always get
close, but not. He can't reach there.
Close, but no
he's
cigar.
Too far away.
What?
He's too far away. They're sending Rookie at home down bot lane, back home, of course, to deal with the push. It means they're not taking this fight around Baron.
Oh, but
seriously.
as
They're
the
all setting
Baron,
up.
there's a little skirmish going on there.
You
Too
see
many
all the
pings
pings?
coming down to be able to be
Oh,
nothing.
he gets caught out. Mayuk gets stunned, rooted, knocked up. What can he do? Nothing, it seems, but die as they get the kill. And Baron is cracked wide open if they want to go for it, but it seems like they just want to go for more. As we see the ulti coming in, huge wrap around the flank from the Kled. Huge as they get the kill. There goes Renata down. They do not have a team fight available
Bel'Veth
to them. They
behind.
could try to maybe get a steal with Bel'Veth. Maybe something
How is she
with
going to get over
Varus.
the wall? She doesn't have those stacks. She can't dash walls yet.
She can't dash walls. Does she have flash? She has flash. She tried to flash over the wall. Try
Does
to go
she
for
do
the
that?
kill.
This
But
is the
there's
way.
5 people there.
If they get this Baron, you
Cypher
think...
spots her out.
Oh, they try and go for the turret. They try to get something back
Farandor
on this play.
catches-
They find the Bel'Veth. Will this be a free kill going their way?
Seems like if
Bel'Veth.
the charm goes down.
Oh, and
Cypher,
this
she's
is
getting
it.
low though.
This
He
is what they
has-
need. They try and get an inhib in return. Do you actually do this though? Do you get the inhib? Do you spawn the Superman so they can do less with that Baron? The
can't get
recalls
inhib.
come out.
They can't get in here. They take the turret. They do a little bit of damage, but look at the buys coming out now. Divine Sunderer completed on Viego. Infinity Edge on Samira. The reset queen is
And
ready.
you see the gold graphs, it goes from bad to worse. The gold score looked to be tied, but that Chemtech Soul is too much,
That's
too much to have to fight.
6,000 gold swing.
Oh
Look
my
at that
god.
from the peak.
And in the
from the
time
peak,
span of less than 5 minutes.
that is absolutely brutal.
If you think that you can keep your mental together while going through that on the highest stage after playing for weeks and weeks to get here, I don't know if I would be able to, but then again I run it down most times.
Jaffalo, though, is caught out. They
Oh,
spawn her
Mayuk.
alone.
Oh, the charm goes wide. So does the hook. He has the R.
But he's knocked up, airborne. He takes so much damage, nothing they could do. Jaffalo was alone that entire time, and they didn't go on him. They're too afraid of the Samira. They might have the champion they need there, but what lockdown do they have? Samira can easily kill all of them with this build. Not full build just yet, but practically might as well be. Scientress, they're taking a lot of damage.
We've seen
Oh my
DSEA
God.
Red. We have seen them play, but we haven't seen them scared, and that's how they look right now.
They're cowering under the turret for protection. What can they do? Well, Zephyr doesn't really care too much. They're like, you take this turret? Okay, we're going to take care of the other one. They quickly rotate. Look how much distance they cover with those blast cones. That mid turret is open for them. They need to go for it right here, right now. Mr. HP is pushing away the wave. They need to stop this push. They need to time out the Baron. A minute left.
Is pushing the bot lane. He has the Baron. They just need to keep that large cannon minion alive. They just need to
It's
let it
putting in
hit.
work.
Free hit. They have a second one now. The Bel'Veth is just farming her camps. She needs to try and get those stacks. She needs to try and get out. They're trying to wait out the Baron, but it's not going to be enough. You cannot give them your turrets. You cannot let them chip away at this. You have to take a fight somewhere.
They win in this siege no matter what you do. They can keep this going as long as they want. They can keep it going all day if they need to, and they're more than willing to, more than happy to. Look, the lower they get on HP, the stronger they get. You run a serious risk of losing it all here if they're unable to effectively defend. We see the bot lane, they weren't able to do so. Midget takes the turret.
Now, what is the next move? As DSEA Red, what do? Do you look for a play? Do you look to sit back and try to get some scaling? Try to get your Bel'Veth to go to the late game? Or do you think it is too late already? They have the soul, and we have to take a miracle play.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's coming up in 40 seconds, their next play. Elder Dragon is spawning. The
This is
team
gonna
that
be the
gets
big one.
this, well, it can either be an insanely fast victory for Zephyr the moment that they get that dragon, if they do so, or DSEA Red can buy themselves some crucial time and close out the game themselves. Look at the mid lane. There is no turret. They can just take inhibs and take Nexus turrets, and even the Nexus itself if they're able to take this Elder Drake. It all comes down to this fight, but it's looking bad. Varus doesn't even have a completed Blade of the Rune King. Samira's sitting on a stopwatch. This is going to be so impactful.
Oh, and you've got to wonder now, do you pull the trigger or do you wait for them to? Your comp may not be made for it. Your comp may not be made for engaging, but you
Initiation.
cannot get caught.
Huge ulti, but it's blocked out by Samira W. That's no aggressive negotiations. The ulti comes in for the cleanse. They're able to get knocked airborne. The charm.
Oh,
the huge
Storman!
knock from Slayuk knocks him apart. But Jaffalo, he goes gold. He has the stasis he needs. And the
No,
damage,
Samira!
the resets from Samira. Jaffalo.
That is a
That's
triple
kill.
And that has to be game. They don't need to take the Elder. They don't need to fight for the objectives. They will kill you where you stand. And that
take
has to be game 2.
Nexus, unbelievable. There's nothing they can do. 20 seconds left on the clock for Son of the Viper to come up, but there's nothing he can do. He has no ulti. He has nothing they could do. The insane W. That ability isn't balanced. How the hell do you just block that entire thing?
It's fine. Yasuo has the same thing. Don't worry about it. And that is
That
game
doesn't
2
make it any
going
better.
the way of ZPR's is. And I think we have to send it back to the analyst desk to
Beautiful.
unpack that game for a comeback that makes this into a best of 3.
That makes it.
Okay, we're back. All right.
Unmute.
Okay, apparently we're already live.
That went fast.
Yeah, I didn't get a heads up, but that's fine. I'm back again with Sweat, RL, and the Peppy. Okay, guys, run us through this game. We get a victory for Zephyr Zeus, so it's at least 2 more games to watch.
I'll start. I think it was very interesting that DSA Red changed their entire game plan. I think it was working for them is putting topside on a carry and just going for invades and playing through top. However, this game they decided to pick Gragas. They didn't even go AP on him. They went full tank Gragas, and they try to put more agency into mid and bot lane. But I don't. Obviously, in this game we see that didn't work out. I think one reason why they could do that is if they were to win this game, it would really hurt the mental state of Zephyr Zeus, because that shows that even if they first time a strategy, even if they pick a strategy that they haven't played yet throughout the entire season, and if they win with that, that really can hurt mental.
Yeah.
Of course, they lost, but that likely doesn't change too much for ESA or Red, because they were likely expecting a bit of a harder game this time because they were first timing a strategy. And yeah, now I'm expecting them to just go back to drafting the way they were, putting topside on a carry and trying to carry top.
Yeah, and of course we haven't seen the draft as well this time around, so we can't. Well, at least
No, we
have.
saw the draft. We saw the draft. We just didn't the stream on. It wasn't on stream.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
we know what was picked and banned this time, so we can talk about that a bit more.
Yeah.
But before that, what do you feel? How do you feel about this game?
I think this game, certainly in relation to the previous game, was super interesting to watch. Previous game, you saw good early game strategizing, good early game fights from the side of Zephyr Zeus. This game, basically absent, but suddenly they came back and they started coming back and continued coming back all the way. And so, in a sense, it's the complete opposite from game one.
Yeah.
In the sense that the one team was winning early, and then the other team started taking it back and taking control of the game and completely shutting the opposite team down. So I think that does not only show Zephyr Zeus that they can win, but it also shows that they can win even when they fall behind early, and that suddenly blows a lot of life into this series. And I am not so sure about my 3-1 prediction anymore.
Yeah, because their comeback was pretty convincing.
Yeah, for sure.
So
I think,
what changed in sorry? Okay. What changed in the game that made their comeback possible?
Of course, one thing I already mentioned, the Gragas pick, and even the build, they went tank Gragas. It's a very different playstyle, very different usually play. But also the Nautilus pick, as well as the Samira pick. Samira Nautilus was instrumental in this win, I think. Early game, they didn't do much, but that was more execution than anything. I think until maybe first back, they shouldn't play as aggressive as they were, because only after first back, once they get some more some item builds going, then Samira has more damage to be able to try to one-shot the opposite lane. And yeah, the dives, exactly what we said. We wanted to see a pushing lane, try to dive DSA Red, and that's exactly what Zephyr Zeus did. They took their mid, their jungle, and they came bot. They dove DSA Red's bot lane a couple times, and it really showed to help in the win.
Yeah, I feel like looking at the map and comparing it to last game. Last game they were really pressured by the top lane and they had to help out all the time. This time around, it wasn't like they were winning top lane necessarily early on, but at least Kret, or Midget or Midget could stay on his own there and defend, and that made it possible for the entire team to roam around the map. Could that be the difference maker in this case, or?
Well, I think what's very interesting here is that at the beginning of the stream, we suggested Zephyr Zeus to take off one of two approaches. And I think the Gragas tank pick kind of allowed them to do both. They were both able to stabilize top lane without giving too much attention. And that those spare attention that they had could go bot lane and dive them and dive them and dive them. And so I think Zeus just got everything they wanted out of this draft. And just kind of use it, which also puts the caveat on the fact that if the CA drafts a better draft next game, this might get harder again. But it definitely shows that Zephyr is able to capitalize on mistakes in of the opponents and take the game.
Yeah. What could have been the reason for DZ Red to go with the Gragas top lane?
It's a bit of a comfort pick for Mayuk. We already mentioned a few, and he also picked Gragas significant amounts. I think they wanted to enable the Bel'Veth. We're maybe afraid of running too many damage dealers, not enough tanks, and then that they would down. I think, by the way, prediction is allowing us to end whenever we want.
Okay.
But yeah, basically that was I think why they went for the Gragas. I think they wanted to enable the rest of the team to be more damage oriented. I was not a big fan, so I think they should change it up again.
Any last thoughts on this match?
Yeah, no, I just agree. I'm expecting Gragas to not be picked or banned anymore for the rest of the series. I just think they should go back to a so.
Okay, well, thank you guys for your insights. After the break, we're gonna pick it up again. We're gonna talk about the third game. So for now, thank you for watching, and we'll see you in a bit. And welcome back. I hope you had a nice break. Maybe you had a coffee or a Kit Kat, maybe. I'm joined again here by Sweat IRL and the Peppy, and we're gonna slightly break down the last game still, and talk about the next game that we're gonna see. Victory for Zephyr. How are we feeling about it? Like just gut feeling?
Feeling good about my prediction, 3-2 prediction. That's looking good.
Yeah, I think this game could mark the beginning of a very strong rest of the series from Zephyr. I think DSCA is not only going to struggle to get the wins like easily, but they're also going to struggle in each and every game individually, basically. So I don't think they're going to be making it an easy 3 games now, or 2 games, I guess, remaining for them in that case. I think it's going to be a big fight every single game, and I think DSCA Red really need to prove that they are the better team, because I mean, on paper they are still in order to actually claim the victory here, because Zephyr is like not letting go easy.
Yeah. One important thing to note is I think even despite being behind, Zephyr Zeus had some very convincing gameplay, and they showed that they were a lot more confident than game one. Because despite being behind, they made their own plays. They forced this time DSA Red to respond to them, and we saw that they instantly got 4 Drakes, got the soul, and they were in a very good spot this game through their confidence.
Yeah, and like we talked about like after this first game about the confidence and how they should change that. I would definitely have seen an increase in their confidence. I also noted that like although they were behind, Zephyr Zeus had the 3-day Drake lead. How does that impact the game?
Of course, 3 Drakes are very important. Soul Point is a lot of pressure, and that's forcing DSA Red to respond to them. However, obviously, they tried to flip the 3rd Drake, they didn't get it, and then suddenly they're in a very bad spot because one more Drake, and I want to say Zephyr Zeus is almost guaranteed to win. It's a very good soul, MTech soul, it's strong. Yeah, it was just very hard for Zephyr Zeus to play. Also, despite being behind on paper, Zephyr Zeus was behind on paper in gold, but that doesn't take into account the gold value from the dragons themselves, of course, and that gave them a lot of team fight power, and they got some picks, they won some team fights, and then getting the soul. So yeah.
Does any of you guys know like how much the bonuses of the dragon you get have like an impact on the gold difference?
Yeah, actually, Freak did some intelligence on this basically, and he tried to do some math, and it's very rudimentary. But on average, the Drake is worth about 1,500 team. This is not exactly, and different Drakes have like different exact values, and it's not actually possible to get the exact value because different champions use different Drakes differently.
Yeah,
But on average, you should compute between 1,000 or 1,500 gold for your team, with for each Drake that you get over your opponent team.
Okay, so although DZA Red had a lead of at some point
I think
four
4,500.
4,500,
Yep.
which is exactly like they had 3 Drakes, which then accumulates to 4,500. So basically, that lead was what didn't exist because of that Drake lead. And what you also said, like they could force fights around the Drake.
Yeah, for sure. One thing I also want to mention is that most of the gold advantage on DSA Red was sitting on the Gragas in the top lane. As you saw, Kled was 0-3-0 at one, but if they had a carry top lane, this would have been very good for DSA Red. But with the tank Gragas, they weren't able to push the lead as much as they were in with a more carry style top laner. So I'd say actually Zephyr Zeus had the advantage for most of the game on the bot side of the map, and
Yeah.
with a tank top that doesn't really matter for DSA Red. So the advantage I'd say was in Zephyr's hand throughout most of the game.
Which bans did we see from or for Red then, I guess? Like which champions bans use?
Team Zeus, they ended up banning Fiora, Seraphine, and Senna in the first rotation. I agree with the Fiora ban and the Seraphine ban because that's what DSA Red shown they're very comfortable on. And it is one style that, of course, it's hard to counter. The Seraphine bot lane is what they mostly pick in the bot lane as a weak side pick. And then Fiora, of course, very good at split pushing, very good into the tanks that Zephyr does like to pick. And yeah, they can just split push and take towers. So the bans I agree with, except for the Senna. In my eyes, it didn't look that strong in the last game anyways. Yeah, it worked out this game. We'll see what they ban.
Yeah. So, but the Aatrox wasn't banned then, or?
It was banned in the second rotation. So
Oh,
if
second
if
rotation,
DSA
okay.
Red decided to pick it up, it could have made it things a bit more difficult for Zephyr Zeus. But they decided to not pick it up, try to get it in the second rotation. They didn't get it. Zephyr Zeus managed to ban it out in the second rotation.
Yeah.
Mentioned something about what you talked
Yeah.
about with the players.
Yeah,
because of
adding
the-
to that, could you tell us what you talked about with the players just a second ago?
Yeah, right. So I just went down to talk to the DCA a little bit how they were feeling, right? And they were feeling, I mean, very neutral. They were not too shook. But what they were saying is that their side's pick 5, so their last pick, was their top laner. They were saying, yeah, we didn't really feel like we had any wiggle room here. We felt like we had to go for something like a Gragas, given the picks that the opponent had taken, given the picks that we had taken. So we kind of picked ourselves into a corner, and we probably should have picked top lane earlier. And left open other picks. The first pick, for example, they took was Syndra, the logical first pick. Then they went for the bot lane, and then they picked jungle and top lane, the last 2 picks, if I recall correctly. And they said maybe we should have lifted top lane before the second ban phase, because now what you see, the Aatrox and Sante coming out, and suddenly Mayuk was in a rough spot and did not really have many angles to pick.
Yeah. Is this the coach difference we were talking about earlier?
Yeah.
I think it can certainly have a big impact, and we saw here Aatrox ban coming was I think a very good ban. Forced the Gragas, and with the top focused style that DSA Red likes to play, I think it was a very good ban. The Aatrox force him into Gragas, and then keep playing around bot. Top lane winning doesn't matter as much anymore because he's on a tank rather than a carry, and then yeah, you can win through bot much more easily.
Yeah.
Yep.
So last game we didn't see the Syndra ban actually, and she also got played. Why is it that she didn't have much of an impact this time? Although DSA had a lead, so.
I think this is kind of interesting. I think she definitely did have an impact. It was a bit harder for Zephyr to because of the Syndra. However, Samira was able to block some Syndra QEs, which is very
Oh.
important with her W, which means that Syndra has a harder time getting the stun, and therefore has a harder time with following up on the stun because there's no stun. So it gave Zephyr a lot more freedom to play how they wanted through a Nautilus engage with the Samira fall.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And what I also want to point out is the fact that this Syndra in this specific combination, the only real direct follow-up she has to landing a stun is the Varus Chain of Corruption. There was not really a diving jungler with it that like Viego that can enter the fights. There's no real diving top laner. It's a Gragas, more like a disengage kind of champion. There's not really a Nautilus or Leona support which is able to follow up on those picks. So I think in that sense, the Syndra is just not set up for success as strongly in this composition as she was in game 1, and therefore her impact, even though she was ahead, is a lot less by default.
Despite that, I do want to mention that I'm looking at the compositions now. It's quite evident that DSA Red went for disengaged style composition, but they played into the fights. They tried to fight with Zephyr Zeus when they clearly had a disadvantage 5v5 straight on. They had much better picks. They had to play the fights basically kiting back, playing slow, or go for picks. Instead of that, they opted into the fights and just lost the fights.
Yeah. Okay, so we have talked about the top lane, and we've also talked about the mid lane. How was the bot lane this time around? How do you?
For sure, the Samira Nautilus picks, they were very instrumental to this one. We asked for a more pushing lane. That's what they picked. They dove, got very big advantages through that. However, early game, they lost to 2v2. Zephyr Zeus lost to 2v2, say red. But I will mention, it was very close. I'm gonna call luck here. Yeah, the bailout was barely enough to save the Renata, and it would have been a 1-for-1 otherwise. So it was a very close fight, but other than that, they pushed their composition very well. They pushed mid, they came bot with a jungler and the mid laner, and they dove. That's all they had to do.
Yeah, I think the bot lane in Samira Nautilus is a very strong setup already. Like those two picks together is something I really like to see in a draft. The execution, I think Samira was very solid. I think the Nautilus not necessarily as solid. So I'm wondering how comfortable Lucas is on this pick. So maybe swap it out for something like Leona, maybe a Rel, something else that does similar things, but maybe a champion's more. But for the rest, I really like the idea of just going full on engage in the bot lane, trying to kind of stomp that, and that's what they did.
Yeah, yeah, it was really impressive, but certainly not like they did it on their own. Like their jungler and mid laner came helping a lot. I think I feel like the Ahri had a big presence also in making sure the bot lane got ahead, and so they could steamroll from there on. But yeah, they were not ahead in the first half of the game, of course. And I am wondering, how did they manage to get those drakes while they were behind?
Well, I don't think. Well, I mean, yeah, sure, their bot lane was behind in gold, but they were never really behind in this is a very old and overused word, tempo, right?
Yeah.
So even though they were losing the early kill deaths, they were able to, well, off that, of course, it's a free base always, right? So you get to spend the gold that you picked up in lane, come
Yeah.
back out of the map earlier than your opponents because they need to shove out the wave and then recall, and maybe you can sack the wave under your tower and take dragon instead. Mid lane was always fairly even. Ahri is always able to contest his Syndra in lane, had some pressure as well, and together with the Jarvan being in the right spot, they could also overpower the Bel'Veth. Who Bel'Veth early fighting is not super great. You just take the dragon. So that's how they got these early dragons. Even though DSCA was winning, they used the fact that DSCA was a bit slower on the resets and a bit slower on the pressure, and they exploited that expertly.
You feel like that was intentional?
No, I mean if you can do it without a death, that's better. But the idea of shoving out bot lane, resetting earlier than your opponents is definitely a game plan that you go into the game with the intention of getting that early drake. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but also the continuous drakes after that, they were contested at some point because TCA Red had to.
Yeah, I think only the third and fourth. So before that, it basically just gave up dragons, which I mean, again, the composition from DSCA Red didn't really allow them to come into Zephyr Zeus and force a good fight. They would have to be on the dragon before Zephyr Zeus, get a good position in order to take an advantageous fight. They never really did that. Zephyr Zeus was always in the dragon pit before DSA Red, and with their composition, there's no real way for DSA Red to force into the dragon. And so, save for a miracle steal, yeah, Zephyr Zeus basically had free dragons.
Yeah, but Zephyr Zeus did leave the Herald uncontested.
That's right.
So I think DSA Red had like 2 Heralds. But what happened to those Heralds?
They went top. They went to the Gragas, and I mean Gragas is good with gold because any champion worth more gold is better champion. But it's not as good as funneling that gold into, say, a Samira who is going to snowball the team fights, right? So the advantage that DSCA got from those heralds, they funneled into their tank, whereas the advantage that Deus had in their well, bot lane, I guess, they funneled into their bot lane, and that just gave them such a more significant advantage that they could just simply take it from there.
Thing I would like to note also about the Herald. Despite getting the first Herald, DSCA Red wasn't able to gain much of an advantage from that because the first tower gold actually went to Zephyr Zeus right after a 4-man dive. They took the turrets, took all plates, and only then did DSCA Red place the Herald's topside. So not only did they get a successful dive, they got the full turret, and they got first turret gold.
Yeah, I might be wrong here, but didn't DSCA Red get like 2 Heralds in this game?
I think they get the second one as well, and I think that one went top lane again.
Yeah.
And again into the Gragas, so I think kind of similar thing.
It's common knowledge though that second Herald is generally not as useful as first Herald. I think they buffed it recently, so it does a bit more damage now. But still, the plates are the most important thing for Herald because Herald gives some XP, and if the second team didn't get the Herald, they kill the Herald, they get the XP back. So for sure, first Herald is better than second Herald, and because it gives at least 320 two plates to it. Again, it didn't give them any advantage that first Herald because they gave up a full turret bot lane and 2 kills in order to.
Yeah.
And that again comes off the back of the fact that Zeus was first to the punch. They were there on time. They were attacking that bot side before the Herald was being attacked from the DSA. So DSA again lagging behind slightly and therefore not able to actually gain the advantage that they were intending to gain.
Yeah.
And they got punished very well.
Yeah, and of course the two heralds only ended up in one turret. Like you expect at least a tier 2 turret. Okay, looking at the coming game, what picks and bans are we expecting?
I'm gonna have to say that the Ahri looked very scary in the hands of Farron. Played it very well. He managed to shove out and help with dives in the bot lane, which is exactly what to see coming from Zephyr Zeus. That's the game plan we see. So taking away that Ahri pushing in the mid, it's a good say red.
Okay.
Yeah, and I also think that the ACA Red will be focusing again more onto their top laner. Again, maybe first picking or early picking, blind picking their top lane and just saying, you know what, Mayuk, you're good enough. I don't care what matchup you get. You're gonna win it. We're gonna help invest into it, basically. We're gonna make you dominate and maybe on a Jax, maybe on a Ready, maybe on a, well, Fiora probably will be open, but like that, and just get it to the split push and just be a terror, and then the advantage on the side of the map. So I'm really expecting, and also they mentioned it, right? We should have picked top earlier. They know they have to invest into this top lane beast of Mayuk. Well, in fact, that's what he is, right? So a little bit earlier. So I'm expecting them to go into more of the carry picks there and play through top lane again in game 3.
Okay, and what should Zephyr do to? I'm here. We're gonna switch soon, so we're gonna go over to your picks. What do you think is gonna happen?
I think for sure that if Zephyr Zeus doesn't ban Aatrox again first rotation, I think DSA Red will be very happy picking first rotation this time. Maybe they'll lower their priority on Syndra a bit. Maybe they'll first pick it. Maybe, but I still think Zephyr Zeus should ban it first rotation this time.
Short predictions.
DCA.
Zephyr again.
Zephyr again. Okay, casters or analysts are going for a 1-1, but we're now going to take it back to the casters to see how this next game is going to proceed. Thank you for watching.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with game 3 of this best of 5. A 1-1. That last game was absolutely insane.
I really liked watching that. Honestly, the comeback there was really good. And if you lose that big of a gold lead, I think DSA Red might be tilted going to the next game.
It certainly feels that way. I certainly know I would be tilted.
Yeah, okay.
But that is 2 comebacks back to back. That's a tongue twister right there.
That is. But I think that, honestly, the fact that we're having these comebacks means that the games are very close. And both teams came back and managed to win against the other team. Meaning, do you now draft something that's better in the late game? Do you go for those Drakes to try and, like, secure the souls faster? Like, I don't know what the end result is that will actually swing this series. But up until now, it's been a really good series.
I think the try and true strategy is you throw in the early game. And then there you go. You're confirmed to win, basically. It's 2 for 2 in terms of a comeback strategy. Now, we do not have the draft overlay for you, ladies and gentlemen. We can maybe get you that next game. There are some issues, of course, with getting everything working. But we do have the drafts for you, which we'll read off right here.
And, well, okay, so let me give it...
The third time in a row, DSA Red has chosen blue side, if that's blue side, right?
Well, we don't know who's chosen what, but what we do know
You can't
is...
tell from the draft?
well, I don't know if they chose this.
Fair enough.
And then again, they have chosen blue side again, and they've managed to secure the Varus again, a very high priority pick, even though it has a 0% win rate this series.
Yeah, that's a strong champ.
Oh,
They didn't sell their kits.
The-
Chat, we
someone-
love you, chat.
chat needs
You're doing
to
great.
calm-
But we do see the usage of Kled yet again, and I really like Kled. He's a fun champ.
I think it was also the Engage that won them that last fight in the last series. It was the thing that got them the movement speed to actually get in there. The enemy team thought they had the spacing correct, but then that Kled movement speed, that Kled engage was too much to
Absolutely.
handle.
That one flank there in mid lane at the end of the game just completely sealed the deal.
Yeah.
And ooh, yeah, we're looking at this this Teemo that DSCA Red picked in the jungle. I'm not
The
sure. it's really
Teemo
gonna do it
is
for-
not
do it
a,
for
that
them.
was not a Teemo picked
Look,
in the
I
jungle.
guess you can counter the Viego picked since they don't see the they don't see the
They
draft.
don't see
We
the
can-
draft at all. We can say what we
whatever
like.
want.
Anyway, I think they should have picked Teemo to counteract the Viego they picked again, because seeing as that Viego seems to have come back every single game, and it has seemed to be in the
It's
hands
a very
of a
dangerous
team
pick. It's a very
that has gotten the resets. Yeah, I feel like every single time we've seen these junglers play Viego, we've seen them pop off. We've seen them get those resets in those key moments. We've seen him playing basically like the LPL style of aggression, where you get those early kills, you get those early skirmishes, you win those early fights, and you can play every champion because you know you're better than the enemy. So you'll pick
Absolutely.
it time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, they're really going for this playmaker style of thing. A lot of team fight from this comp coming in from Zephyr. Now, we can just go over it since we haven't told you guys the entire comp, but it is Kled top lane, Viego jungle, Ari mid. Ari last game still did quite a bit, so it's
Those roams bot lane were quite impactful.
yeah, interesting to see that they're allowing this pick to go through. And Aphelios, they did ban the Samir there on the side of
I'm not
of
sure I would
DSA
agree
Red.
with that, but I can see why. There's a lot of ADC bans coming out from the side of DSCA Red towards EPR's is. Do you think that's a bit of respect shown
Definitely.
towards the AD carry there?
Jaffalo is really playing out of his mind tonight. He was doing really well in the early game
Well,
on Varus game 1.
They've
It was
been
thrown.
shaken.
Absolutely.
They've been shaken in bot lane. They have gotten solo killed by the enemy bot lane. That was just last game. The other game, we have to remember, even though he may have been strong after they got that soul, before that, it was a very rocky start.
But
He
they
should-
were able to keep it back in the game, not feed too much. Right? You
Well,
have to keep that in mind.
they did call their jungler and mid laner twice to try and bail them out, and they needed that to even get back into the game.
Well, I mean, hey, Renato's got to bail out. You got to get your own
Ah,
bailout from
that's very
somewhere,
true,
right?
That's very true. Renata was even banned last game as well,
Yeah.
which
And
shows you how that goes.
very much indeed. And finishing off this draft, we have Aphelios, Jaffalo picking up the Aphelios, and Nautilus to close out the game. As we head in, we can take a look at DSCA Red's lineup right here. They have a Cassante top, Olaf jungle, Syndra mid, an ADC Varus. Looks like we're going for another AD build this time, not
Well,
AP.
at least on hit.
Yeah, at least some kind of on hit. And Son of Viper closing out with a Tom Kench.
Which team do you favor in this draft? I honestly do not exactly know. Looking at it at first sight, I personally don't like Olaf, but with the new mini rework
He's a
he
dangerous
had,
champ. He is a very dangerous champ, but oh my, look at this! Look at his spacing. They're just playing back and forth, midget, dodging out all of Mayuk's Qs. He's toying with them. Look at this.
well,
Look
he
at
is
he's
go-
just standing
he
right
is
outside
throwing-
Q range.
He doesn't even see him. He's just wiggling back and forth, hits the little Pua, and then pulls him back, strips him of that. What is that? Is that anti-heal?
Yes, it's anti-heal.
Oh
It's-
my
it's
god, I did not know that was on
60%
it.
anti-heal.
60% anti-heal. Well, Cassante might not be the best champion to pick that into, but
Into
what
an
do you
Olaf
think?
though? Into an Olaf,
Oh,
that's really good.
Yeah, it is very good. I agree with that, but I'm talking more about the lane matchup here with the Cassante.
Absolutely.
The question is, do you just pick Kled for the E, so he is for the Q, so he is able to get that anti-heal off for? We see they go for the same strat again. They did this last game as well on Samira, standing in that bush, the exact same way to start lane.
Yeah, they're gonna spot real early.
Oh, okay.
They
No,
now know
mid
that the ooh, Son of Viper missing that tongue lash.
Don't think it would have amounted to much even if it hit though. You know, we see once
Nice
again.
early poke.
That's true. We see once again though, this time, whoa, no, actually we see again, Scientist once again, pathing towards bot lane, and doing it leashless. While,
Man doesn't like rugs.
while Pikachu kind of needs that leash. And he is putting his top laner behind. You see that the pressure is on the side of the Kled already. He does have autonomy in that lane right now.
Yeah, he's going to have very good control of this. Going to hit level 2 first before Cassante.
Mm-hmm.
Not going to be able to kill him. Cassante, of course, still is a tank, even though using that tanky just yet without
Oh.
items. We do have some aggression.
trade.
Mayuk takes half his HP and damage and pulls in
That
Mitchell
is
for more.
very good trade. You have to remember that Kled can always get Skarl back even if he gets dismounted. And then this K'Sante just losing so much HP so early. He does have the cookies. He does have the pot. Do you know what my opinion is on cookies, by the way? Well, besides the fact that they are delicious, I don't like cookies. I think that you should play better and that you shouldn't need cookies. But the one thing about cookies that is very good is the fact that your jungler smells them, smells you have cookies, and comes to your lane because they want a piece of that. And that's how you get ganks.
I played Jace top, and this is just factually incorrect.
No, it's absolutely true. I played jungle for a very long time. I will only come to your lane as a top laner if you have cookies. Anyway.
You heard it here, folks. This is an approved DSL message.
Yeah, a very much approved DSL message. Flame your top lanes if they don't take cookies, and they flame you for not ganking.
Alright.
Beautiful. Anyway, also thank you, Mr. 961 for the haircut. I kind of need to go to the hairdresser, honestly. But as we see, looking for a ganking bot lane, Olaf.
Midget is not spacing correctly here. Takes quite a bit of damage. They can't go for the gank here with Olaf. They're too far pushed up. They don't have any solid CC just yet. There is no route available.
And
for
interestingly, Viego does a not full clear, recalls to do his Krugs. He didn't take before, just to head towards that topside scuttle. But is he going to meet Olaf there? Looking at that bottom brush. Oh.
Farandor's going to find out real soon.
Oh, the axe.
Gets
Will it
charmed.
connect? And.
It does, but they're unable to get much more out of it.
Oh,
Ooh, the second one almost hits. That could have been very dangerous.
That helps with the shove as well. I don't exactly know what Scientist is doing right now. He assumes, I think, that the scuttle is gone already.
I think so. He pings out that Olaf is there, and
He's
now
missing.
Midget
He's
going to
hit the Blast Home and or the Scryer's Bloom and oh, as he looks for a mid gank. Oh, he should have gone. If he went there, he would have gotten a very, very nice gank off. I think.
Yeah,
I think that's
at
just
least
unlucky.
Flash has to be burnt, if not a kill in itself. However, in the bot
Oh,
lane,
the bot lane.
root. Jaffalo gets root. Son of Viper now gets pulled up by the Nautilus. The auto attacks are still coming in. Jaffalo does have that sniper.
And you see again that the one consistent factor in this game, though they may have gotten solo killed last game, the bot lane for ZPRs is very strong. It seems to be a very stable point they play around. The jungler always pathing towards it. The top lane are able to play weak side. I think we do all know this has to be said at some point. The underdog in this match is ZPRs.
Yeah.
They have not won a game against DSEA Red before this series. That last game was the first game they've ever won.
They've taken, yeah, that's...
And now with this Drake, they're trying to look for another one.
Root on the Son of Viper. Son of Viper has to flash away. Amazing hook coming out from Nautilus.
Oh!
Huge Spectral Maul, the splash. But Scientist
goes down first!
Blood. That's the Ignite coming in from Tom Kent, doing a lot of damage. Son of Viper, gets caught out. Is a return kill. A support gets the first blood, and ADC gets the
Syndra's
second.
down bot lane now.
Pikachu is going in for Farandor. Farandor gets clipped quite a bit. Syndra goes bot lane, but not able to get anything out of it. They stop the Drake from happening.
But then again, the Tom Kench gets the kill here. In this specific lane, I'll change my stance. My stance on supports getting kills, not as big. As long as they're tank supports, I don't care.
Character development, ladies and gentlemen.
Character
Mayuk
development,
gets
fantastic.
grabbed by Midget. And Midget's going to go in a
they
bit
go
aggressive
back to
for a
take the
trade. Mayuk still has access to all out. It could be good for a Midget. Oh. He still has access to Skarl. Grabs level 6. He could go for some play here. He's got to be very, very careful not to get hit by all out. Midget's going to get some CS as the Drake goes down.
And we saw last game just how integral that Drake was to them winning. We saw them getting all those early Drakes, stacking them up. And then those fights having to be forced by DSA Red because they couldn't give up anymore.
Absolutely.
One misplay. If you don't prepare the Drake far enough in advance, if you don't get that priority on it, you cannot play the game if they manage to get that many Drakes. And the Cloud Drake as well. Some people may not think it's very impactful, but that extra movement speed around the map might be good. Farandor getting caught out.
He's got access to the dashes though. That's what Ahri is all about. You're so difficult to lock down, especially without any consistent CC. You do get the EQ combo, right? That is a stun. Pikachu does have a slow, but you got an Ahri with 3 dashes, and that just keeps Ahri safe. Farandor's gonna be able to escape, and
but now a different problem for ZPRs here is the Ari Viego combo was used 2 times last game to get their bot lane back into the game. They could use it to get their bot lane ahead this game, but the fact that that flash, that ulti was blown in mid lane means
Scientrist.
so much.
Oh, Scientrist spots that his
Oh,
red
might
buff
be,
is just...
there might be a little skirmish here. His Ari doesn't have R, and the Syndra steals it. The large raptor throws it into mid lane, says you can squaddle on back home, and just delays the Viego capping a little bit. Doesn't matter that much. The E comes down,
It's
doesn't matter
funny.
at all.
It's pretty funny. After all, he has the Crescendum Severum.
Combo that is an incredibly
Oh,
powerful one. As you
midget.
see, Cassante.
Mayuka is just so aggressive with this all out.
Oh,
he can do a lot.
he
Midget's
hit
gonna
the
get
Q.
caught
I don't
out.
think he expected to hit that one.
No, he has to go back in. Midget though gets the rebound. I think
Oh,
Midget's got to wait for this all out to finish.
but Pikachu is below. He cannot keep going. He knows the jungler is nearby. He doesn't trust it. He places the ward just to be sure. The Herald now probably going to go over to the side of DSCA Red. As Cassante pushes, doesn't have the all-out anymore. Probably cannot go for the kill. GFA alone now hitting level 6 before anything else can happen really.
And Midget's got to be careful there because once you get the remount, there is a cooldown if you get dismounted again between how much time it takes
To get the next is
to get the next skull. Yeah, so they need to be careful to not die again.
Right
Seems
now,
like you're right.
game state. What do you think about it? There's a slight gold lead for DCA Red, but honestly, I don't. If I were them, I wouldn't feel too comfortable. That lead is not large enough since seeing the one they threw away last game.
Yeah, it's certainly not. I mean, it's concentrated right now in the support and in the top laner. Every other lane is relatively even with a slight lead for the ADC. So I wouldn't be so comfortable. You know, it's certainly nowhere near in the bag
No.
for DSCA Red.
Especially with the bot lane still looking so steady, so clean. Now we see the player gold, GFA low, has all the gold. We've seen in the games that in the game that they lost, he was ahead a lot more than he is now. He wasn't able to carry then, but we see when he goes even, we see when he goes stable, he is able to actually be that point of light in the team that they can rely on. And you see now that his teammates might be below their counterparts, but it's not by much. In every lane, it's a maximum of 300. Now the gank in mid lane comes down. He has to blow the flash, but it's
Huge, but the stun comes out. The Spectrum Maul. He reads the flash. He still goes down, but I think you're not too angry about that. You have mid lane open. Ari can get some plates.
Ari can get some plays. Did not even blow the R. Now blows the R on accident, I'm thinking. Why did she press R there?
I think just at the end of the fight. Oh, I think
No.
Pikachu was there.
No, Pikachu was
I don't
not.
know. I didn't
That's
see.
a very bad misclick on the Farandor R, meaning that once again, they will not be able to roam down bot lane to pick up some kills there.
No.
Something that was integral to them winning last game, like I've said before.
Yes, it's getting very.
Oh, as Tom
interesting.
Kench goes in, a
Huge
double knockup.
Double knockup. Duffel immediately cleanses. He has to run out there as fast as he can. The corrupting chains.
Flash.
They go on to the Nautilus. He goes down, and so does.
And that
Jaffalo.
is,
That is
a
brutal.
lead. Now Cassante in the top lane as well.
Huge
Removes him
all out.
completely. Oh, and he
But
knew his
Spectrum
jungler was
Maul,
there.
Beautiful timing there, but Citrus, it doesn't matter. Mayuk still gets a kill. Can he get it for another one? Very slippery on the side. Look at the
Oh.
knockup. It's just too much. Mayuk goes down, but it's
Now
a
the,
one-for-one
the mid
trade.
laner has been
Look at
caught.
him.
No flash,
Scientress.
no blast cone. Where are you gonna go?
Here comes a knockup. Here comes the damage. Rookie goes down to Scientress, and whatever lead that DSCA Red was able to take, Zephyr is slowly clawing it back, kill by kill. 3, 2, and
No,
1 on
2 for
Viego
2.
right now, and those kills matter. Viego gets
Oh,
ahead,
the
and
Olaf
he can do
doesn't
a
have-
lot.
Okay, we'll get out safely. Now, through all of this mayhem, we haven't really noticed that the Drake has respawned.
Yes.
Neither team has put vision around it. I think they got caught up in the action a little bit.
Yeah, we see Olaf backing now. He's not interested in taking it, at least within the current period of time. He grabs himself a Gore Drinker, and we see the shield bow coming out from the Varus. Although,
They
hold
pull
on
the
a
Drake
second.
out as well.
Yeah, they're going for Drake here. I don't think that DSA Red expected them to go for this that quickly. Now they're noticing that they're not in the bot lane.
But they
And yeah,
managed
they
to
get figured
sneak
out.
another one, and this seems to be the one thing DSCA Red does not do correctly. Their mechanics may be on point. They may be able to get those kills. They may be able to get those ganks, but for some reason, setting up Drakes, controlling, getting something with that priority that they do have in those lanes just doesn't seem to be there.
Okay, this is Red Drake. Now we have to look at both teams right here. Zephyr Zeus, with the current lead in Drakes, they have the best chance of getting this soul. How good is it on them? I don't think it's all too great. Farandor, of course, the RE does like having the additional burst damage. Scientrist, burst damage, certainly liked, as well as Jaffalo. But look at how useful it is for DSCA Red. Varus, Syndra, Olaf, hell, even the frickin' Cassante can deal a lot of damage with that Red Drake. Oh,
Swallowed some of my own spittle there. No, I absolutely agree with you on that point. I think for some reason they've gotten very lucky in the Drakes they got, DSCA Red.
God,
but now
Midget.
this is a problem.
I don't know if he can really get
can he
his
get the
star back.
remount?
No, the knock-up!
The remount
Cassante, fair
does
champ.
not come in. Cassante is an extremely fair champ.
Oh
As the
my
flash comes in,
God.
the
That's,
chains connect, and that is a free kill in the bot lane.
there's no reaction to that. It's just so fast. Tahm Kench gets a knock-up, immediately chaining it with the Varus ultimate, and you're rooted. There's nothing you can do. He didn't have cleanse up.
Oh, now this game gets more and more interesting every time. Scientrist in the top lane.
He
Sends
has
him out.
Divine Sunderer. This could actually do quite a bit against
Oh,
my
does he go for the solo kill? I think he does.
Yes,
I
he
think
can
he
get it.
fancies it.
There's no knock-up available in Mayuka, and that's a shutdown. Big gold, but at the same time, first turret goes towards DSCA
Jack Cho
Red.
completed your favorite item on the Cassante.
Oh, God.
Now, we see he has reached his ultimate power spike. He will no longer be killable during the rest of the game. And honestly, Farandor hitting level 11, very good before the enemy mid lane.
Yeah, he's got the advantage in the mid lane. We see he's got a slight CS deficit, but he's got his items. He has the assists from roaming a lot. And no deaths, as opposed to rookies too.
Yeah, but then again, Rookie is playing that Syndra, and it does almost feel like his team needs to get ahead early. For some reason, the way that they draft, or at least the way that they play, it feels like they're on a timer. It feels like they think they're on a timer, even when they're not.
Absolutely.
I think that it's going to be very, very hard. If you're Varus right now, aren't you just kicking yourself that you didn't go poke with the Infernal Drakes coming up? It would have been.
There's no way to know.
There's no way to know, but I still feels bad. It's like not picking Rengar, and then you get the Water Drake. The entire map changes to your favor.
Yeah. You always have to think ahead, and especially looking at the team
Oh,
right
that
now.
XP lead is devastating on the Cassante. Almost a full level. Now you see it is actually a full level. So Kled will pick up some of that farm now, but the fact that you are that far ahead, levels are worth so much gold, especially level 11 where you get that upgrade in your R.
No, the worst part is if you take a look down that chart, Jaffalo is a full level behind the Varus.
Oh, that is
going
rough.
to be really, really difficult to come back from. I mean, we saw how impactful this lane is. That combo, I don't think that Zephyr Zeus was ready for it. I wouldn't have known that that's a combo. Who'd have thought Tahm Kench Varus was a combo?
Not me for sure, but they've been able to set up every single gank they want with it. I think that the Syndra has been less impactful than I thought it would. I think that the roams towards bot lane might have helped a little bit, but the key part here is Syndra has kept the Ahri in lane. They've managed to blow a couple of R's off her just to be able to make sure she can't get those roams down bot lane, and I think that's really what's contributing to the fact that currently they are ahead. Currently they haven't been able to unlock that bot lane the way they've been trying to do every game. Now, Philos with the crescendum, you know, I love the ability. I love that every single person in the world doesn't have any idea what the combos are that you can do on a Philios. You know the clip I'm talking about when I say that Doc Dom kills the Leona in mid lane and no one has any idea what happened?
No.
There was a clip in the LCK where Doc Dom is in mid lane and Leona walks up and Leona thinks she's fine. She auto-attacks some minions, tries to walk
Speaking
back.
of auto-attacking minions and being fine, the
Oh,
flash comes
no,
out.
the cleanse.
Mr. HP goes down. Huge shutdown. The corrupting chain. Scientrist
Oh.
gets stuck.
There they go in, Mayuka's here.
CCM
Will they
Olaf
take it?
Going forward, the ultimate used by Kled to get them out of the fight, but the charm lands, and so does the airborne, so does the depth charge onto the backline future.
Oh.
Mayuk, though, pushing Midget back away from the fight. They all go
Rookie
down.
at home on the side. They didn't see him. He gets a stun.
Lucas just dying right
Now the
again,
up-
but
oh!
they're getting more though. They're not stopping Midget super low. He does not have the remount. Olaf almost kills him with that axe. Midget stays barely alive, but Jaffa will get caught up.
And now
in
they
the
will
end.
get that Drake. They will deny ZPR Zeus the soul point, and that means that this game will go on for way longer than you would actually think it should, because they were in the driver's seat. Then they took the reins when it mattered. Olaf and Cassante forcing 4 people backwards, forcing a defensive Kled ult. Even then, they tried to get back in for some reason, and immediately the Syndra hitting the E, the Tahm Kench hitting the W, making it so hard for them to play the game.
They got the kill they needed, but they overstayed. They got too greedy, and they paid for it dearly. They lost 3 guys, and, 2 guys, and the Drake. And they really want to
Oh, and now this is a re-engage. No cleanse on the Varus.
Oh my god, huge root comes in, but the Eve comes out.
Varus
What the
being
heck?
able to get over the wall, even though his Tahm Kench dies. Spaghetti Code at its best. Now Varus dies anyway, gets taken over by Viego. What will happen next?
It looks like they might want to play more aggressive positioning here. Zone away Pikachu and Rookie at home. Midget goes back to pushing top.
Do you know what
and
happened there with the Tahm Kench?
he was dead, but still able to select the direction which he was spat out.
No, it wasn't even that. It was worse than that. So Tahm Kench can eat a target and then W away with that target inside of him.
Yes.
So Tahm Kench died. Did not. His body remained on that side of the wall, but the animation for his W had started. So Varus is spit out on the where his W would have been.
That's stupid.
Yes, right Spaghetti Code at its best. But as we all know, teams like TES don't ever have anything going against them, or G2, for example, at Worlds. Riot's code is fantastic.
It works
never
every time.
It works.
It just works.
Yeah, 20% of the time it works every time.
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
And we see the game developing slowly. The turrets are all down. All tier 1 turrets, I should say, are down for Zephyr Zeus, and they've gone down mid turret. They're about to take it out of the top turret, but this bot turret is steadfast and is
Then
standing.
again, the mid turret is the only one that really matters to open up the map. The top turret and the bottom turret are very luxury.
Whoa.
Getting them gives you some gold, but this looks like a gank angle to me. Is
Yeah,
it a gank
the
angle?
Russian Mayuk dodges out the Spectrum Maw, and Scientrist has to back away. They don't have the initiation, they don't have the stun, and they have to
And
let
he's
him
just
go.
too tanky. Now you have to start looking at your damage output. You have the Ahri as the only form of AP damage on your team. The Warden's Mail on the Cassante means that any auto attack you throw, which Viego, his passive, works off auto attacks. Kled, his W works off auto attacks. The Aphelios entirely based on auto attacks. How are you going to kill any of their players if they can just build AD resistance and the only person to get through them is the Ahri?
Well, I'll tell you what, they're planning. We see the Blade of the Rune King being built by Viego. No such similar builds for Kled, so he's going to just panic and struggle. I mean, his W does do % max HP, but it's % max HP physical damage, so
Yeah.
it's not really going to amount to
Well,
much.
and a little bit of true damage. That might help him here.
Just a bit, but I don't really believe it's on a cooldown.
Honestly, right here you want a Cho'Gathar on a 6-second cooldown, so a champion like Camille would be great.
Camille would be great, but they decided to go for the Kled instead. They just feel more confident with it, and
Where
hey,
the
power
free
to 'em.
engage. The free engage you get from the Kled. The Kled are in the last game was integral. We just
You get
haven't
some
been able to
really
see that
crazy
this time.
plays. No, they just they're
Oh,
not
if
in a
they
position
start
to
the
set
Baron.
up a fight. There's no
And
vision
I
on
don't
this.
think that Ziz knows about this.
I don't think
The
they
Aphelios
even
moving up
suspect
the
it.
check. Mayuk being very good at acting. He should probably go to Harvard and get a scholarship or something for like an
Jaffalo
acting course.
knows
But this
now.
is
He has his ulti. He's gonna
Oh.
go for this. The huge ulti comes out for the. Smite on the right time. I think Jaffa, if they didn't know that he was there, he could have gotten that.
maybe, but then again, I wonder if he knew that they didn't have smite either, and then you might as well go for something like that. Get a little bit of damage down and hope that they start backing off. Hope that the damage is enough. Now he knows that he deals no damage to them currently. He has to go into an armor penetration item second because their team comp doesn't allow for a second AP threat. They need something, but they don't have it. On the other side, the Varus incentivizes Merc Treads. The Syndra incentivizes Merc Treads. What does Tahm Kench do? Incentivize Merc Treads. They have so many slows, so many stuns. They have so many ways to make sure that you need to build some form of AP resistance. But on the other side, that just the Ahri just can't seem to get through him.
No, just not enough damage. They're too far behind. Ahri is a very volatile mid laner. She's an assassin, even though she is a mage, yes, but that assassin part is very, very crucial. And you see here itemizing for assassins going for the Shadow Flame
Rookie at
second.
home.
Rookie at home.
Okay, looking for a pick, doesn't get it.
They're able to trade out the
The
top
honor
turret.
recalls coming in. They're gonna get a free
Mid-turret.
mid-turret, and they just got heat to the punch here. ZPRs is looks like they're sleeping on the job. This is not how you want to play a game 3.
Midget's going against Mayuk. That does no damage. I mean, he's got a shield.
No.
One auto attack took less than
The Drake is up in 10 seconds. Do you take the fight here, or do you wait until they walk the Drake? I have a feeling that Viego is looking for a flank.
He's at least trying to split their attention away a bit.
The cleanse comes out, and the Tom Kenchar. This is it. You got 2 key cooldowns. You cannot lose this fight anymore. You have all of your R's up. They do not. They do not have cleanse. If you take a fight, it needs to be now in the Ari.
Oh my god, the change of corruption, they missed. Jaffalo, though he's on half HP, they really can't afford to take a fight here. You're right, they have to capitalize on these cooldowns, but how can they do so without, you know, risking getting blown up instantaneously? Look at Rookie at home. He's got Ludens, he's got Shadow Flame.
He will blow up.
He can just combo down Jaffalo, and once that's out, you have your primary damage out of the fight. Sure, Viego does a lot of damage, but he's got to get a kill first. He's got to get at least one reset to get it started. And
getting those resets in this team is so hard. The Tom Kench being able to provide that peel, being able to provide that protection. The Syndra having that self peel on her E, on the stun as well. The Olaf, probably if you're going into him, you're not going to have a nice day. The K'Sante, same thing. If you go into him, he might split you up from the rest of your team. Now, TP coming out towards the bot lane.
Mayuk's got himself a frozen heart. This is a very brutal item, considering that Viego, Kled, and Aphelios all rely heavily on attack speed. The LDR is completed from Aphelios, so now it's just a race to hit IE, but Ginsu's race is going to be completed. 3 items are going to be ready on the Varus before he can get even close to securing it.
This game starts to look worse and worse for ZPRs. Scientist has everything on him, and he needs to be the one to carry this. He needs to be the one to get those resets. As you see, the carries on the side of DSEA Red, they have all the gold. You have the gold where you want it, and then the Olaf as well will be a constant nuisance. You have to get one team fight to win this, but you won't be able to if you just sit passively back.
Yeah, it's definitely an uphill battle for them, especially just looking at the biggest difference, the 2K leads in almost every single role. Look, Midget, 2K gold behind K'Sante. Jaffalo, 2K gold behind Mr. HB. Rookie at home. What's that? Yeah, almost 2K, sorry. 1.3K gold lead. Just every lane is behind, and there's just not much they can really do to take it back. They need to find a perfect fight, a perfect initiation. But how do you do that? Well, it seems like they found something, which is a lone K'Sante in the bot lane. It's being pinged out, but not going on it.
You can't fight K'Sante near that huge wall that he has there. He can separate you from the entire team, and then while you have to choose to either kite back towards them and keep him busy, he has everything he wants. The vision as well around the Drake being shown perfectly by the observers, slowly pushing ZPRs out of their own jungle. They move forward, they take more of the vision, they take more of the wards, they ping the wards. The new ward system, fantastic, I love it as well. Now, there's a ward down there that they have not yet seen, which is very important to give that little bit of intel as where everyone is. Viego gonna flash forward!
Flash forward, the kill! A Rookie at home flashes away, he actually dodges out the ulti!
And then the Olaf, is he too deep? No, he managed to get back to his team. The Filios ult. Yes, the Ignite, that's one.
Able to get down one, but at the same time, Solar Viper, he's out of
That's one, K'Sante.
The backline is able to kill Jaffalo by using that ult, but Rookie at home kills Scientist from half the freaking map away with that
Mayuk
ultimate.
looking for the
Mayuk still
re-engage,
wants more
gets
of the
charmed.
top.
He has almost no
Locked
HP
up.
right now. Oh, this is going to get freaky deaky now.
They're all
The
at
Drake's
half
up in
HP.
30
They're
seconds.
going
Now,
for it. The
mid
turn
get,
goes out,
get.
the root is hit. Mayuk, though, unable to get more. Midget is so low, but they can't.
Oh, the
get
hook.
The hook back, Son of Viper. He has so much gray health, though. Oh, what was that? Rookie blowing up up Ari in a second. Farandor, yeah, he can't be too happy about that.
Now,
I'll tell you that much.
ZPR Ziz trying to get back into this game, taking a fight that looked good. If they were even, they would win, but they just get smacked with the wallets, and now the Baron looks to almost for sure be DSCA Reds. The Anathema's chain now completed
No, he
on
sold
the
it.
Cassandra. He sold it again.
And
Why
then
would
bought
he?
it again.
Beautiful. I like
He's still-
reselling
he's-
items
he's,
too.
he's deciding.
What he wants to get, but the Anathema's chains now completed on the Cassante. He is going to be one beefy boy. He will probably put that on the Ari, have the extra health as well, and then you've got to wonder, how are you ever going to get through him?
Well, I don't think you can get through him. You have to just go around him. He has become the mountain himself. You just need to go around it. No way you can get through it. Midget's going to
Oh,
go for a
the,
flank angle here. They
oh,
are in the
Mayuk.
back line. Oh my god, Mayuk is just commanding so much presence, pulling so much attention towards him. He's been charmed, he's been rooted, but he's unstoppable, and he's going to keep moving forward. Mayuk still hasn't popped his ultimate. He hasn't gone all out just yet, and it could pay
And he
for it.
doesn't care if he dies as well. They get the Baron, they get another kill as well. They tried to turn the Olaf, but the rest of the team's there now as well.
Knockup from Tom Kench. Javelin in the backline taking a lot of damage. They're going to keep going for it. Tom Kench grounded is going to go down, but they take two for it. It's not over yet. Scientist in the backline. What can you do? Grabs Tom Kench, but you can't do any damage to the tank.
Rookie at home hitting the EQ, hitting it, making sure that the team gets those last few kills, and they go to the Drake. They know that this is Soul Point, and they know that all they have to do now is play it out, get to either that next Drake or just kill them at their towers where they stand. They'll take a guaranteed objective instead of trying to push on for the inhib, something very safe, calculated, and as the gold graph shows, slowly they build their lead. Slowly they look at you, and then they pounce when they want to, on their terms.
Absolutely. It is an 11,000 gold lead right now for DSCA Red, and it is looking nigh impossible to grab that lead back. In any scenario, I don't understand how you can even grab that gold. You see Soul
Another
Point,
beautiful overlay.
oh my god. the
Honestly, I
overlays.
love the overlay so much.
Just so amazing.
The person who did this, by the way, once again, Yuli, fantastic job on that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Producer. But let's get back to the game and talk about what angles they could try to go for. There's a 1,000
okay.
gold bounty, 700 gold bounty, 1,000 gold shutdown on Syndra right now. So she is prime target.
Oh, okay. Diego. They're just being
They
zoned
go-
away. They can't
They can't
approach.
go any closer. Right, even with the range that Aphelios provides, they just cannot get anywhere
Oh, as he
close.
goes forward, Mayuk catching out the Nautilus.
Luke, oh my god, where did his health go? That's meant to be a tank, right? Doesn't matter, Rookie gets a kill. And Varus catches another one. Mr. HB is going to keep going forward. They're going to keep going for more.
Oh,
Faragor has to
the
pop
Olaf
try to
going
get
forward
more
is
Olaf.
unstoppable, will remain to be unstoppable.
Unbelievable, he's still alive. Is finally going to fall down, but
Oh.
they're just going to keep going. Midget goes down.
And
Varus
that-
gets a double kill. The turn is open. Farandor tries to get anything he possibly can, but there's no damage available on the board. Nexus getting hit.
Then-
Bam, bam. Will the game close? Looks
And
just
that
like it.
looks like the end of the game. DSCA Red going up 2-1, match point, and they will try to close it out in this next game of the best of 5 of this Academy League.
And hello, welcome back to the analyst desk. With me here again are Sweat RL and the Peppy, and we are going to break down the last game. DSGA takes the victory. What are your thoughts, guys?
I immediately want to start off by stating that if this game doesn't show Zephyr that Syndra is a must pick or ban, I don't know what will wake them up. Syndra, I think, had the most impact in this game with her zone control, with her stuns and setup. It was very hard for Zephyr to play the game at all.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'm not really sure how side selection works in the best of 5, but I think it's loser's pick after the first game. But anyway, I think what Zephyr needs to do is try and get on blue side, try and get the priority on that Sivir, or force the ban of, Syndra, or force the ban away from, or force the ban from DCA, because indeed it's having massive impact. In previous game, it didn't do as much, but again, the team composition wasn't enabling it as much. In this game, in the first game, it just did all the work basically, and it was absolutely oppressive.
Okay, and any other thoughts next to the Syndra?
Yeah, I'm a bit confused with the Aphelios pick. Did some stuff early game, but generally when you pick Aphelios, you're looking for a way to support the Aphelios. Nautilus is generally not seen as much paired up with it, so you want to pick Fresh can be picked mostly because of the survivability that the Lantern gives. You can attack turret, for example, that very quickly is chakrams, and then you can Lantern and to safety. But with the Nautilus, he's a lot more. It's much easier to pick him up than with a Chanter or a Thresh specifically. So yeah, I'm a bit confused by the with the pick.
Okay. Do we again have the picks and bans from game?
I'm gonna be honest, I picks from both. The bans only see a red. And first of all, I saw that DCA Red banned Hila first.
Hila.
Hila.
Okay.
Which I'm also very confused by the way. Like that's their was it their first ban? Might have been last actually. Anyways, either way, they had a Syndra. They were planning on picking Syndra, Control Mage in the mid lane, sure, and a Varus. And Hila is really hard to play into champions like this that have a lot of zone control and a lot of range, such as Syndra, even if they have another control mage like Vic. Yeah, Neela can't really play. She's super short range, and she basically counters auto attacks, and that's all she does.
Could it have been like some sort of power move?
Yeah, that's a disrespect. Yeah.
Some disrespect. Yeah.
I mean, I think the reason they are banning the Nilah here is because we were afraid of the Samira, and we're thinking what is similar to the Samira that can replace the Samira, and that they must have come to the conclusion Nilah and maybe even Kai'Sa in the sense that diving AD carries can go forward all the way into your backline and create terror there. So in that sense, a Nilah does make sense to ban, but I think. As you said, it is very much counterpickable, so I don't think you have to ban it in this situation.
I think she would just fall way too far behind. They would fall behind early. So, I mean, I guess there's some logic in it, but I still disagree with it.
Okay.
It works for them.
How did the early game proceed in this game?
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, it was a bit of a vague-ish early game. I mean, very clear that Zeus was trying to go for the same things they were going for in game 2, which is they still had clearly the same game plan.
They got 2 dragons early.
Exactly, they got the 2 dragons, but this time, after these 2 dragons, the ECA was actually able to put the pressure right back on and actually contest them. And I mean, you saw the gold graph during the game. Like there was one tiny speck of red between 3 and 4 minutes, I believe, and for the rest, it was just all the way up from for the side.
DSA slowly getting.
Yeah, exactly.
And one thing that was quite interesting to me was Zephyr had bad back timing game, then CA like capitalized on that. They instantly got the Baron, like just snuck it, and I think the game really exploded from.
Yep.
Yeah, that was an impressive call. But you also said like at the 2 minute marks is like the moment when Zephyr was like even, but did it steamroll from that part, or was it specifically like the Baron pick that made it game change?
I mean, throughout the series so far, I think we've seen that all in all, DSCA has is able to gain CS advantages and slowly gain gold. I think for sure the Baron exploded the game open, and it allowed them to gain more advantages, but they were already gaining advantages before that slowly, just better laning and CS, getting more CS, getting plays, stuff like that.
Yeah, I think the casters have been using the snowball analogy, right? Or snowball rolling down a hill, and I think the snowball was already starting to roll. But this Baron play definitely gave it a huge push forward to start absolutely tumbling down and make it very hard to stop for Zeus. And the fact that they didn't have vision there in the river and didn't even know it was going on. I mean, I think by the time it was gone, maybe there was one ward. Absolutely big mistake by them, I think, and they really should in future games, whether it's 1 or 2, should really keep an eye on making sure that after 20 minutes there's always at least one ward in the pit or in the river.
All right. What is the status on let's see. So for the top lane matchup, Mayuk got K'Sante. I noticed, and it was again against the let's
Kled.
see, yeah, Kled. Midget got a Kled. How did that?
I think it was, again, it showed less of an impact than game one, the Aatrox did. However, still a lot more impact than the Gragas could provide because despite being a tank, K'Sante, when he uses ult, he gets a lot of damage based on his health. So he was able to carry a lot more than game two on the grass when given the gold, as he did this
Okay.
game. Still, I would say top lane matchup wasn't as nearly as pivotal as mid lane. I will have to say though that the Ahri still look dangerous in a lot of situations. Despite the Syndra, I think is a must pick or ban. I still think the Ahri looked Farandor on the Ahri looked very solid.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you mentioned the Cassante like a few times already. Is this what you expected to happen?
To a certain extent. I know Cassante currently in the meta is supposed to be a fairly strong pick already on its own. I think it is a very versatile champion in the sense that you can use it as a solid front line, as in it's just a tank. And also it can, once it gets to the back line, actually deal some heavy damage to it and be an actual threat. So the versatility in that sense, it makes it both a dangerous team fighting pick as well as a strong solo lane pick. And I think that's why Mayuk, for example, fits that champion very well, while also bringing safety to the team fight. So that's why I like the pick in this composition certainly, but in general right now anyway.
Yeah, for sure. And we saw in one fight in particular, last Baron, the second Baron, he pulled a lot of time and attention away from the entire team who was on Baron. They were
Yeah.
taking Baron for, I want to say, like 20, 30 seconds. And Zephyr Zeus couldn't do anything about it because Mayuk was just in the backline
Yeah.
hitting them.
Oh damn. They changed the pick and bans again. Definitely, this year at I don't know when they picked Cassante, but it was most likely not the last pick. Do you feel like now they fixed their pick and ban phase and they didn't like grow as it were? They knew last game what the mistake was that they made. How do you how do you feel this matchup is now gonna go? Is Zephyr is going to overcome this in a way?
I think the most important pick in this draft for DSCA was not necessarily Cassandra, I think the Olaf, as it is, as compared to, for example, the Bel'Veth, a much more early game focused, skirmish heavy champion that really allows the brawling and the fighting that Mayuk, for example, wants to do a lot more easily. So I'm curious to see if the Olaf is going to get answered or if it's going to be left open at
Okay.
how that is going to happen. But yeah, I think the fact that DCA is now showing that, hey, even without the Aatrox, we're going to have picks available that have this side lane presence as well as teamfight presence. Is from the perspective of Zeus going to be a terrifying prospect.
Yeah, because that's like the key thing that you said, like the side lane presence.
One thing I want to
yeah.
see coming out from DCA Red is keep the priority on a. K'Sante is a tank, but he's kind of a hybrid, tank and bruiser. So I think it's fine. Generally, you want to put Mayuk on a bruiser and just try to completely stomp top lane. Again, K'Sante can work as a bruiser. He's able to pull attention, and with Demolish, for example, also he managed to be a big threat in the side lane. And yeah, all I can say to Zephyr Zeus is please ban Syndra.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys for your insights. We'll go to a break and continue this conversation shortly after. Okay, welcome back. It was indeed a short break this time, so but we're going to continue the conversation we just had. Um, with me again are Sweat RL and the Peppy. Okay, guys. So we talked about the last game, how it went, and I'd like to talk about how to proceed for Zephyr now, since they are in the underdog position, as it were.
I'm gonna start by saying that Aphelios, it didn't work. At least not with Nautilus. I never want to see it again. Unless you're picking it with like something like a Lulu, or maybe if you, like you said, if you want the hooks, if you want the engage, pick Thresh. It works much better with the gameplay way Aphelios likes to play. But yeah, with Nautilus, I don't want to see Aphelios again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think a very important feature of the drafts of game 2 for Zeus, like the game they won, of course, is that they were able to break open the bot lane. And I was missing that in game 3, and definitely, and sort of missing that in game 1. Game 1, it still worked out for a while. The Varus was 7-0 and then got shut down later. So I really want to see a draft focused on breaking down that bot lane. And in the meanwhile, of course, you always have to respect Mayuk. You always have to make sure you're not losing top lane too hard. But I think I really want to emphasize that second game plan that we had in the pre-game 1, that they really need to try and use it. I think to break open the bot lane and break open the game.
Yeah. So looking back at what we've seen, game 1 they tried it, but Mayuk was too big of a presence. Game 2 they actually managed to proceed according to plan, but Mayuk was not really a present in that game. Now the third game, Mayuk was a presence again. So it seems the problem is basically in the top lane for Zephyr, but maybe if they indeed manage to break open that bot lane and overwhelm, I guess, before Mayuk can actually scale, is that the game plan? Am I interpreting this right?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I wouldn't say it's up to Mayuk's scaling per se. I just think that yeah, for sure the game plan is breaking open. Yeah, Mayuka is going to be a presence in the side lane no matter what. Just have to basically try to pull a lot of focus away from top lane. Try to focus on bot, break it open, and then assist your
Yeah.
top laner in the top. Try to take that
Okay, I want some quick expected bans, just one.
Syndra.
Yeah, I have to agree with the Syndra. Maybe something like the Cassandra if you really are afraid of it, but I think the Syndra is the
Okay.
main thing.
And what are our predictions?
I have to go with Zephyr again.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick to my
Okay.
3-1.
Okay, we're gonna continue to the casters now and see how the game goes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the draft. Finally, I mean, it is game 4.
We finally got a draft.
We finally got a draft for you, ladies and gentlemen. On blue side, it is Zephyr
can't
Zeus, and on red side, finally, DSEA Red
They actually
on
chose
red.
the other side, or someone chose to switch something up, but picks and bans have started. Usually the bans go quick, you know it, but maybe now in this fourth game, they'll go a little bit more slowly.
The score is currently 2-1,
As a
for
Fiora
DSEA,
ban comes out
and
first.
1 for Zeus.
Oh, yeah, that is the ban, and the Nami ban comes out again. Like you said, the Lucian Nami very powerful on the side of CPR Zeus, and the Seraphine ban comes out. Personally, I would ban it against us, like my team as well, because very versatile, can go multiple lanes, multiple
Rolls.
as well. Now it can go support, AD, and mid.
Yep.
It can go it can basically do anything. But then we see what does DCA Red ban.
They're
What do you
banning the
think next? The
Samira.
Samira.
They really did not like
They
how
really-
well Jaffalo could play
Well,
with that.
then again, they're banning the Senna as well. They
Yeah.
don't like how that worked out.
Showing respect for each other's picks. You like to see it. And finally, Hecarim banning the
Very
broken champ.
understandable. It is a very broken champion. He can run amok if you leave it to do so. And the Syndra, now ZPR Zeus, maybe we'll get the other side of the matchup. Ari Syndra, now ZPR Zeus, lock it in. Okay, now let's see. If they lock in Ari now, they're basically telling them, you know what, you've played this side of the matchup a couple times, I'll play that side. Whoa, they take the Cassante instead, retaining that pick. He's shown he can play it.
Yeah.
Now, what do you want to pair with that?
Well,
The
it
Varus?
seems like Varus is going to be, they're just going to go for the priority picks. It makes sense, right? If they're still open, take them while you can.
It's been picked
But
every
now
game.
Zeus has access to counter picks, which the
Oh.
first one is seeming to be Zeri. Zeri recently got buffed, or I guess changed, mini reworked again for
reworked.
like the 20th time.
Skills better, and as we've seen, these games go
Yeah.
long.
They
So,
do, with lots of comeback potential, which Zeus definitely wants to take advantage of now in
now
the
locking
fourth game.
the Poppy,
Poppy is
a vacuum counter
brutal
pick
against
into the
K'Sante.
K'Sante.
Yeah.
Yeah, even if you ultra away, she'll just see you into the wall and walk away. Then what are you gonna do? Try and follow her?
Counters 3 of the abilities.
Counters 3 of the
Three
abilities.
of the 4
very true.
abilities just completely get cancelled out by Poppy W.
Then again, Poppy R is something not to be overlooked as well, as we can ignore what I just said, because Xerath locked in a high mechanic champion,
Okay.
one that you have to hit your skill shots on.
Completely immobile. Zerath and Varus are super immobile. This opens up the jungle pick and support picks
Then
to,
again,
to very, very dangerous champions with a lot of lockdown.
you would think so, but then again, the Varus Xerath outranges Zeri Syndra by a lot. Even the Poppy R is going to be very hard to hit on champions that are that far away.
Do you know what these champions don't outrange?
What?
Nocturne.
Nocturne. Okay, yeah. well,
Nocturne is a pretty incredible pick into Varus and Xerath right here. 2 really squishy champs that stay as far away from the front line as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And if you get an assassin onto them, they're down for the count. What's K'Sante going to be able to do? He's going to be too busy. He can't get you. There's a Poppy stopping him.
That's very true indeed. Then again, you can't pick a gigantic beefy front line to protect those Varus and Xerath, because they're going to be ulted away by the Poppy the moment they get hit by that
Absolutely.
shovel. Now, Pyke, the ban coming out, a respect ban, I think, against the enemy support. Don't
Fair.
want to get killed by that early in lane. The Lulu and the Yumi both vacuum counter bans against the Zeri. You don't
course.
want to give her those. What do you pair it with then? The Seraphine's not there. Senna's not there. The
I
Olaf ban coming out from
think-
last game.
To work with a Zeri, you don't necessarily need an enchanter. You can have a champion. So like Nautilus is still pretty good. Keeping Zeri safe, having that initiation. They do need some initiation. Poppy can't be the only source of initiation
No, very
on
true.
the side of Zephyr Zeus. So they need the jungle to fill that role. They need the support to fill that role. And I'm actually curious to see how they will work on it.
Well, I don't know, but there is 0 seconds left on the pick, and the
Udyr.
Udyr locked in. Now, it hasn't
Okay.
been patched out yet. There is Razor Blade Udyr. There is Chainsaw Udyr. The Go Dirk fucking obliterate an enemy champion.
It's
the question
very
is,
dangerous.
what are we getting? Are we getting the off-tank AP Udyr with Jack Show? Very powerful in itself as well. They found a front line, something that does have a way to stop the Poppy R if it times the E correctly.
And
the
here
Trundle.
we get a Trundle. Very
Stripping it
strong.
of
It's
its
good
armor.
into K'Sante, right? Because if you ult K'Sante before K'Sante goes all out, he loses even more of his resistances.
Very
he goes
true.
down to 0. And
Very
Udyr
true.
is very difficult to play into a Trundle. Trundle can use
That
pillars
again,
to block him away.
The one thing, terrain control is the one thing that the Udyr cannot get past. And then the Karma, just for the safety, just being able to get that little bit of lane dominance, the Varus needs to be paired with something now. Might be the Xerath, might be something else, but it needs to be paired with something that can actually resist Zeri Karma, because Karma is going to make that Zeri laning phase
Ashe support.
work better, but Ashe support, one of the most toxic things to have to play against. The constant slows.
Brutal.
If you try to come into it, it is going to be very hard. To me, DSA Red's comp says outrange, outpoke, outplay, and ZPR Zeus's comp says we'll scale. We'll
Outscale.
we'll
That's
find
the
you.
outscale
We'll
right
find
there.
you later. A fun little combo, by the way. Trundle Zeri, put down the pillar, throw the Zeri W.
Not to mention Trundle Poppy.
Trundle Poppy once again, another combo.
They've got a lot of teamfight potential right here.
Yeah, that's very true. We do have to, you know, get ourselves a little bit into the nitty gritty, as draft just ended,
Yep.
but they still need to redo the draft on their side
Yeah.
behind us in the booths, and and then after that they still need to wait 3 minutes for us to
Absolutely.
be able to see it before we actually get into the game. So we have to vamp a little bit. We have to talk about.
I mean, I'm down to talk about this all day. just looking at these early laning phase, Ashe Varus is going to be super difficult to play into, right? I don't know how well Lucas can play this Karma,
That is true.
so we'll need to see. It's going to rely on him. How safe can he keep Jaffalo
That is very true.
in the ADC position? But once it gets to the big team fights, the disruption from Trundle, the disruption from Poppy, Karma doing huge roots damage, and Syndra E, they have a lot of disruption in team fights that they need to be
They
able
have a
to
lot of
push.
repositioning as well.
Absolutely. And it's going to be a race for Zeri to buy Swifties as fast as possible. You do not want to get slowed down by this Ashe one bit, and it's going to
No.
be completely brutal. I know for a fact, Zeri, once again, is probably going to go cleanse. Look, I know it's a meme.
Yeah.
Ghost Cleanse right now is not a bad summoner spell combo for Zeri, dude. Look, he's got to get the move speed. He's got to go against the Ashe. I know it doesn't make sense, but it's what you got to do. There's nothing they can do here. They need to go Ghost Cleanse. It's the only way you can counter this Ashe Varus. You need to stay
telling people to take Ghost Cleanse
Ghost-
in
it
competitive
just
games.
works.
I don't
It
want them
just
to take
works.
Ghost Cleanse.
It just
I don't want them
works.
to take Ghost
But
Cleanse.
the disco.
That's true. I do like discos.
It's you gotta embrace the disco. You gotta.
You have convinced me.
What's the saying?
Disco
You gotta
Nunu?
face the music. They gotta face the music on game.
They're
4,
bringing
man.
an entire orchestra at this point. I don't know.
They're gonna need certainly that. All right.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay, let's talk about
DSA Red.
let's talk about DSA Red for a sec. We got off track a little bit. Okay, Cassante, very cool champion. What are its weaknesses? We know its strengths.
It's Poppy.
Did you?
I just pointed
For everyone on stream, he's literally just pointing to Poppy.
It's right. It's right, folks. It's this. That is the weakness right there.
Why?
That is a weakness.
Explain to us why.
W. Poppy W.
Okay,
For
okay.
those of you in chat
You
who
do
don't know,
understand-
Poppy's W is an ability that provides a small barrier around her. Inside the barrier, opponents cannot dash. If they dash, they will get grounded. On the outside of the barrier, you cannot dash towards the barrier or you get knocked up and knocked back. His weakness is W, as QQ VSOO says. Yeah, seems about right.
So what happens if you play around that cooldown?
Cassante has 3 dashes in his kit. I think his ultimate counts as a dash.
Oh.
To activate. I think he can activate it. He won't get knocked back because he's unstoppable during it.
Yeah.
But if
Poppy
you get,
will stay.
But if you get grounded, if you're grounded by any of Poppy's abilities, you can't use ult to get out of it. You can't use ult in the fights. I think you just max W here as Poppy.
I don't think that's the. I think it will be up enough to warrant an intelligent use of it. If
Yes.
you can use it intelligently, if you can manage the cooldown yourself, there is a way to not die while maintaining your integrity as maxing Q or maxing E.
Yeah.
And I think that besides the fact that she can have W, even her E, if a Cassante is coming into her, knocking them back is often enough to save your team a lot of heartache.
How do you think that interaction works? Do we have a...
I can look it up. The
What
internet might
happens
help.
if an unstoppable force, Cassante R, meets immovable object, Poppy E? What happens
Cassante
if
wins. Cassante wins.
Cassante wins
Because
that?
Poppy E is not unstoppable.
Okay.
It's not an unstoppable force. Poppy W is. I think that was a more interesting one to look at. But Cassante R wins against Poppy E.
Vandrel, are you watching? Keep track of
Vandrel's
this.
not gonna do. It's not a bug.
Well,
It's a-
we don't know.
well, we can.
Do you know
we
what
can
is
try.
a bug that is possible? Cassante using his ult on Trundle Pillar.
That is true.
That
that is
could
a
be
bug.
really freaking buggy. So
While it's disappearing, yeah, that could be very buggy.
we'll see how this all works. It should be fine. In the mid lane, we have Xerath versus Syndra, 2 champs that play relatively safe. They stand 10 kilometers away from each other
Yeah.
and throw pot shots at each other.
Yeah.
Like it's nobody's business.
Then again, Syndra early levels should have the advantage.
I think Syndra overall has the advantage, and this is why. Xerath has to stand still for his main skill shot.
No.
Syndra for his line shot.
No, he just got slowed during the
Effectively
charge up.
standing still for a QE, Syndra can hit that every single time on a slowed target. That's incredibly useful.
That is true, but I think you are underestimating how hard it is to hit with these players, this caliber of players that we're looking at here. I think you're underestimating how hard it is to hit the EQ.
Maybe.
How hard it is to not get hit. In late game, for example, getting hit from Fog of War by that Q will happen,
Yeah.
and you will lose a third of your health every time.
Got it.
So the damage mix on both teams is better than last game.
Of
We
course.
saw the detriment of the team last game was the fact that Cassante built Warden's Mill, built his Jack Show, and then just went into Anathemas because it didn't matter what happened anymore.
Yeah.
Now the damage is more mixed. Udyr can go AP, can go AD. Xerath can go AD, can go AP. Varus has a little bit of AP in his build. Ashe, you have to build Merc Treads against this team comp, even if they go full AD.
Yeah.
On the side of ZPR, Zeus, Zeri can build a little bit of AP, but after the rework, it's not as good anymore. But you have the Syndra, which is a lot of damage. You have the Karma, which can do a lot of damage.
But you
and
have
your resistance will
Trundle
get
to
stripped.
deal with a Cassante,
Yes.
right? So you can't keep this, you can't discount this Trundle's ability to completely screw up Cassante's game plan.
Or
like
even
I said
Udyr.
earlier. Yeah, Udyr too, depending on his build, of course.
Depending on his build,
He
of
could go the Razor Blade build,
Uh-huh.
or he could go the full tank
What are
build.
you expecting?
I've heard in the works that from the details,
Mm-hmm.
the stats that DCA Red they prefer to go the tank build
Okay.
for Udyr. The more
Got the intel.
utility, the more AP sort of oriented build, just the control instead of
Mm-hmm. Okay.
just the outright damage.
Then again, if you're 2-1 up in a series,
You have to
do
go
you
for it.
go for the style points?
I
They
mean, you
pull
have
out
to.
the Xerath.
You have to. They
I
pulled out the
hope-
Xerath. It's not terrible into. I mean, it's
I'm not
good
saying
into
it.
Syndra.
I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying they did go for style points. They did go for skill shot on the Ashe, a nice cool engage. Xerath hitting those cools, cool like
Hitting
cool
the
Qs.
cools.
Yeah, the cools. That's what we're gonna call Qs now.
Okay.
Okay. Hitting those cool Qs. Then Varus hitting those Qs as well. I hope he goes poke Varus. AD like just lethality.
AD.
AD like lethality
Okay.
Varus, not on hit. Just go poke Varus.
Okay, I mean, yeah.
And then Cassante is also a very stylish champion again. I feel like they went, you know what? This is the final game. We're gonna show them what we're worth.
Yeah, someone say they're going all out.
They might
this
just go
once.
all out, and we might just go all out in this cast as the game gets started.
Game 4, ladies and gentlemen, we've loaded in. Everyone is ready to rumble, and right from the start, we can automatically see from the runes that is going to be an on-hit
on-hit
Varus
Varus.
and a
Disappointed.
tanky
Welcome to
Udyr build as he goes PTA instead of the usual.
Dark Harvest or Electrocute, I think.
No,
What is it
it's
usually
Hail
on
of
the-
Blades.
Hail of Blades. Ah, that makes
To
more
get
sense.
the
Hey, he
immediate-
does have the skin. They're gonna win. He has the skin. He paid $50.
He paid $50.
It's
I,
good.
dude, I've unlocked 2 of these in free chests.
Shut up. I don't care. I remember in high school, I once gifted a friend of mine a mystery box, and he just got Spirit Guard Udyr.
Wow.
What the fuck? I lost a bet that day. Anyway,
Alright.
the crying Zoe emote, we haven't seen enough emotes. We now see that they've been on the entire time. We haven't seen that many.
I've heard that it's
Minions have spawned.
unsportsmanlike. I don't particularly care.
But what if you what if you only use sad B? You cannot get angry at
You
sad
can't
B
be
emote.
angry at sad B. Maybe just a bit sad, if anything.
That's true.
We'll see here. Okay, a
Aye.
change of tempo that we've seen before. Scientra starting bot side this game.
Oh,
With a leash. He's caught a leash. We've never seen this before, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, we haven't seen this before. Now, you know, he's basically telling his bot lane, you know, this time I can actually help. Because he did get large on that Viego last game.
Yes.
So he's basically telling them, you know, come over here. I need a little bit of help this game. He's pathing towards that top side, so he's going to maybe trying to either avoid the Udyr, or he's trying to get a gank down on top lane early.
I mean-
he does skip 2 camps just to be able to get to that blue buff.
Yeah, he's going to go for this fast level 3. With Poppy here, they actually have full kill potential.
I like this.
This is super
We haven't seen it
dangerous.
before. We've seen him skip Krugs every single game, but he started on the
He
top
skipped
side.
Krugs again, though.
Yeah, he does.
God
he hates
damn it.
Krugs, honestly. No, maybe he likes Krugs.
Maybe
Because he's not killing them. He's leaving them alive longer than the others.
He's showing them mercy.
Showing them a lot of mercy.
He's going for a Gromp here, and it's going to be able to
Mercy.
get his level 3. He's pinging for top.
What's this, League or Overwatch?
I don't know.
Okay.
Paladins,
No.
champions of the realm. Or heroes of the storm, one of those.
Someone save me.
Look, you're locked in here with me, buddy. As my
Okay, as he goes top lane, Scientrist has the... Oh, the
Flash?
flash comes out!
Flash! Oh,
Oh!
my god, the stop, but he misses! He misses the E! Midget doesn't get the pin onto to the wall. If they hit that,
That
right there,
would
that
have
could have
been a
gotten
kill.
it.
But Flash down on the top lane. He has to play safer now. He doesn't have as much health.
And he's
If
super
Midget
low.
freezes this wave, he will be able to get so much pressure from it. But the fact that the Udyr can track the amount of CS that the Trundle has, he knows that he did not take those bot side camps. Now, Trundle pathing back towards bot lane. Now, what is Pikachu going to do? Is he going to take the Scuttle? Is he going to go for a gank on the bot lane? Is he going to
well,
go look for the
Zephyr needs to be
Raptors?
careful here. Zeus is super far pushed up, and
Oh,
now they
have the
just
ward. They have
see.
the ward. They have the ward. They have the Karma E. They're going to be safe.
I am going to be terrified if this Karma goes Battle Song,
Yeah.
and then
Oh.
Rookie, okay.
Oh, but he hits the return on that. So, we're going to be keeping tabs on the mid lane. Currently 1-0 for Rook at home. Now, okay, shoves out the wave. Rook at home just staying safe. Has that passive to remain high on the mana. Okay,
he's
Varus
got it.
going for the... That's nice, but the Karma E mitigates most of that
It's
damage.
so good. It's so good. The
Udyr.
move speed it's going to provide later is going to be so brutal. The Udyr doesn't sniff out positioning of Scientress in the jungle. Scientress is going to catch up. on his
Oh,
full clear,
Udyr going for
but
the gank on mid lane.
You have to flash this, but it will be enough. Oh, the E!
Now you
Udyr
see...
doesn't pop that augmented E. He doesn't become CC immune, and the E just pushes him away. He stays safe.
Oh,
Midget!
gets. Now,
Why
we've
is he so
seen
low?
solo kills on both sides of this matchup before. We've seen the bot lane solo kill them, but now
Lucas, the
there's a
Monster
Trundle there. The cleanse comes out already.
The Ignite is there. First blood on the top lane. We missed that, but in the bottom lane, there's another happening right now as Scientress goes for Mr. HP. Lucas tries to go for the Qs. It doesn't work. As we see in the top lane, the kill goes to Midget, and if the E's on cooldown, I suspect that he bashed him into the wall and got a kill. We saw the flash in the bot lane now.
Oh, that
Being
flash
traded.
is very important. But when we looked top lane earlier, it looked like a done deal for Midget. But now he gets that kill back. He has the TP. He can get back into that lane by himself. The wave is in a fairly okay spot for him. Oh, is he trying to get stopped? Okay, Mayuk
Mayuk.
taking a little bit of damage.
It's annoying.
Oh,
He's gonna
Mayuk
go for the kill, I
going
think.
again.
What the heck?
That is a proxy. I don't exactly understand what's going on here.
He
He has
tries
to
to
go the
dive.
long way around. He gets lucky with the blast cone spawning as well, but that is not what you want. A misplay from Mayuk,
Speaking
uncharacteristic.
of not what you want right there, staying so low on HP in the spot lane, they have to back away. The poke that's available for Varus, he could get lucky and get a
Word
kill.
goes down on the Drake.
We see
Very
TP back at
important.
top. Okay, that's a Divine Sunder build for Poppy.
Oh, Divine Sunder or Poppy. Could have gone for the Jack show, but instead chooses to go for a little bit more damage, a little bit more
Heartsteel.
playmaker. Or Heartsteel.
For Poppy.
For Poppy?
She can proc it with the shield.
She can proc it with the shield, but does... Oh, she doesn't even get less health from that,
Nope,
does she?
nope, counts as a melee.
Oh, that's very good. Okay, then, trade coming in on top lane. Two wet
Pops
noodles
a
hitting
W.
each other. I love watching this. Oh, it feels like the... Remember the meta where it was like Malphite, Ornn, and it was just wet noodles hitting each other? Scion. It was like a couple years
It's
ago.
amazing.
Disgusting.
Look
Oh
at
my
that.
God.
They get spotted under vision. He walks away, but that is just alleviating some pressure for Midget's Poppy. It's pretty slow, pretty clean game right now. We've only had one death on the board, that being
Right, as
top
the
lane.
Drake goes over to GCA Red, they get that little bit of tempo. They know it's happening though, so he could invade the top
Karma.
lane jungle.
The mantra Q comes out.
That will
not-
steal that one. Udyr going for
It
the
would be
safety.
funny though. It would be
I
very
would
funny.
invade here on top side. You know that Udyr has to. I would have already invaded because basically I would already be there. Because you can take it, right?
Yeah.
You'd have to get something back. I know Udyr walks in a straight line to his red, but this could have already been dead. If instead of walking
Certainly
down
possible.
towards the wolves, he woke up. But then again, you can say it's a misplay. You can say he just wants that tempo to get to his own bot lane faster. It's just a clear difference in priorities, I think.
I think juggling the jungle timers is mostly what he's interested in, making sure that everything is up. This is a term we call counter jungling yourself. If you
Very
don't,
true.
if you don't keep track of your own timers, you could end up in a position where you're screwed. You don't have a single lane you can gank, and none of your jungles are up. You've effectively counter jungled yourself.
Yeah.
So you always want to make sure that you can juggle the timers with a set game plan, and the game plan seems to be secure this area bot lane, back for an item, and then maybe set up for a herald.
Well, we see again though, every lane relatively stable in the early game. Nothing happens until someone pops off And then the game
Speaking
erupts
of
into
which,
chaos.
We see here as Mayuk goes all out onto Midge, taking so much damage. He misses. The flash comes out from Mayuk off cooldown. And
now
Poppy
Puker
misses.
clears out the ward. They might go for the Herald here as well, as they do have Prio
too
top
easy.
lane. Well, this is CPRs is getting caught out mid-get. Got a little bit too excited after the solo kill on top side. He's down so much CS now as well, 20. And that kill, a kill is worth around 12 to 15 CS, and that means that it's not even anymore. It's actually very favored towards the Cassante, which is
Pikachu's
not
got to be very
what you
careful
want.
here. He could get caught out if they decide to look, but they're not
Oh,
looking
they
over
don't
to
know.
blue side. Farandor actually
They
might spot him
don't
out
know.
here. Scientress, he's
Oh,
on
they
vision.
know
They're
now.
going for him. He's completely alone. Farandor
doesn't
there
have
spots
the
him.
E.
He's the stun. He gets slowed down, and Pikachu goes down to Farandor.
and
they
that
can
is going to be a free Herald.
There's 4 at top lane right now. Rookie at home can't do anything. He's sure he can throw out some Qs, maybe some E's,
And
but nothing's going to stop him.
It can go from bad to worse now as JFA Low is going to get solo XP in the bot lane. So long as he doesn't die, this will be fantastic. They get the Herald, they get a free kill, they get tempo back on their side. Now, so long as he can get this XP, he'll be ahead as well. This entire series of events favor CPRs is so hard.
Yeah, they have to figure out how they're going to respond to this. The next objective comes up in 2 minutes, so they got 2 minutes to reevaluate their positioning, reevaluate their game plan, and the plan seems to be in bot lane, a bit of a back and forth.
Oh, is the Herald
As
gets
Jaypalo
placed
gets
straight away?
very, very low, he's going to be backing here. Herald goes straight to bot. They're thinking,
Oh,
okay,
you
we
mean
have
mid?
no good lanes for here, so we're just going to give some cash over to Farandor, give him a lead as early as possible.
Yeah, I would see those plates funneled into him. He can recall. He might even be able to get that Ludens. I've seen people recall at this timing and being able to get it. Let's see.
88 CS, 1 kill. I think that's enough.
Might be enough, yeah. Does he get it? No, he
No.
buys components
He's going
instead.
for-
He has the highest amount of gold in the game,
He's
though.
going for Leandres.
Ooh. Now,
In the bot lane, we see
oh, it's
Jackal
a
goes
bot
down.
lane. No.
Yeah.
There, you see it. You see it again. The Xerath, like a twisted fate, he's able to gank bot lane from such immense range. Except for
Oh, all
Let's
out.
see it.
Mitch is gonna be very
Oh,
careful.
no.
Scientress is there. Ooh, the pillar
Ooh.
doesn't go on the right side of Cassante. He's going to stay alive. He's just going to have to back away. They're unable to transfer that kill into...
Oh!
Okay! Or are they? His Midget is going to go aggressive and play
Oh, does he
hard,
take the
but he's
return? And that
punished for
might
it.
be all.
Can Scientress doesn't go for it.
And
Cassandra's
that
ultimate
feels
ran out.
so bad. You've sacrificed your flash and you still die. And now with Drake up in 50 seconds, you assume DSA Red will be able to get there first. The Jack Show now complete on the Cassante as you see the beautiful skin on the man. And what are you gonna do at this point? You have to try and get over to that Drake. You have to try and get something back, even though you were the one being the aggressor in the top lane. The Udyr now farming up 20 CS as well. Almost has his jungle item complete. He's 7 stacks ahead.
Here comes the Ash ultimate, and also with
That
the
has
corrupting
to be a
chains.
kill.
Oh, you can't escape. Not when you don't have cleanse up, and Lucas DJ is gonna go down too.
That is not what you want in this match point game. You don't give them an inch because they'll take a mile. And the bot lane looking stronger and stronger. Game 1, 8-0 on the Varus for the AD carry from ZPR's is, but now the AD carry from DSA Red is showing him why he plays this champion. Oh, Dodge comes out in the top lane, just a little skirmish going on there.
Midget's going. Is that Iceborne going with instead? I thought that was gonna be a.
Well, the utility is very much needed on their side.
Yeah,
I
but-
feel like they need to get to team fights. They need to get everyone together on the same page. They need to start forcing something. Oh, what's going on here?
Forcing.
The
Here comes
ulti.
Jackal. Ulti comes out, but he gets stunned.
Oh,
Pikachu's getting low though. Not enough damage onto
oh,
Zephyr.
the chainsaw
Jackal.
isn't enough.
He's got the move speed though. He's not gonna die to Xerath. Xerath though is gonna get collapsed
Oh.
upon in the mid lane. Jackal escapes safely.
Oh, they get
Big
low.
damage onto Farandor.
And Rookie at home making sure that the fight cannot continue, lowering the health bar sufficiently to make sure that this fight is actually over. They get out with the Drake. They may sacrifice their jungler, but that's a lot of cooldowns also blown on the side of CPR's is. They can't take another fight. The W stopping the going ons from Cassante right there. And as he is at half health, he's basically at full health. What is this? DSCA has the first Drakes? I
Yeah,
know,
this
it
is not
hasn't
something
been
we
since
see.
the last couple days. Now, Can they come back? Can they steal this Drake? What do you know what soul it currently is? Oh, it's another red Drake. It's another Infernal. Now this is very good for the side of DSCA Red. They love that I still don't know if that's a glitch or not, the like pattern.
It looks pretty.
It just looks pretty. Either way, the Xerath loves all of that extra AP, but on the other hand, you have to look at the amount of AD being built by the Trundle, the amount of AP being built by the Syndra, the AD being built on the side of the bot lane or the Karma. I think they can work with this Infernal Drake a lot better than DSA Red can.
Yeah, it seems that way. Lucas is left alone in the bot lane. Jaffalo is coming back now. He doesn't have Mythic yet. Varus, though, does with that Kraken Slayer built and ready to fight. And they are definitely showing the aggression as Lucas is left absurdly low. Ash Arrow is available, and they might just go for it.
Yeah, there they do. The Zeri dodges it out.
Very
And
well
now
played.
the
Ulti
re-engage.
comes out. They want to go aggressive with this mid-range.
Oh!
The damage is just not there. Lucas doesn't follow up. And he's about to go down. The Xerath ulti comes down. The Mortar's being fired. And
As he gets
a
it.
kill.
And then this goes from bad to worse. You think you can re-engage, but you have to remember your Karma is too low. She cannot step up ever in her
Farandor
life.
gets stunned. He's going to take a lot of
but
damage.
he doesn't have
Look
R.
at home.
Farandor has R. Xerath has
Oh
to
my
take a long
god, what
way
the heck?
around.
The shutdown. Scientress running in lane ganking, getting a kill.
Telling
It's-
his team as well, fucking stop dying. I'm the jungler. I want to carry you, but if you keep dying, I can't do that.
No, he can't do it.
Oh,
at all.
the little Jew coming out there from Farandor. Otherwise, I think that might have been a kill.
Just maybe. The items are starting to come out. This Divine Sunder is going to be putting in a lot of work from Trundle in the top lane. Midget's getting aggressive by Mayuk. Mayuk, he really likes fighting around this turret. Luckily,
really does.
The wave clear is pretty decent for Poppy, but oh, the shield is just so much. He's able to tank turret shots like it's no one's business.
Oh my god. This champion is truly... I don't know what I think about Cassante still. New champion?
Not fair.
Why do you think he's not fair?
I'm looking at the game, brother. What are you looking at?
I think that's just Jack Show. That's not the champion. But Ash rotating up to the Rift Herald places a ward there as well. You see the Udyr also clearing vision.
He's gonna
Right
go
now,
for an ulti
it's
play, I
looking
think, right
worse
here.
and worse.
Stun Mayuk underneath turret. Just takes no damage. Look at his HP.
It's worse than that. They're slowly being pushed out of their own bot side jungle. With the Drake up in 1 minute and 30 seconds, you can understand why,
Oh my God,
as
the
the Zeri
damage
gets
from
caught
Vision.
out, has to blow Flash and Cleanse against the Udyr.
He's just gonna stay alive though, just in the back line. Xerath does not have vision, does not have a capability to take him out. Zeri's gonna be safe back at home. Midget gonna have to be pushing out this lane as fast as possible. Mayuk doesn't care the fact that Midget's attacking him.
Oh, but he might have gotten caught out a little bit there. Sacrifices a large portion of his health bar.
Look at it, he doesn't
Oh,
even
he goes
care.
for the
just
R.
Goes all out and turns it again on Midget. Mayuk going so much
As
down.
long as Midget
Misses that
survives
Q, though.
this should be
Midget's
a good...
Look at the move.
Oh, the E and the
That
Q!
stops it. Oh my God, Midget.
Oh, and he has to back off, but he got the flash out of it. He still has his own flash. Mayuko, a little bit left on his R. A little bit left on that all out, and he goes all out!
Takes it. Midget, though, blocking it just barely. Oh, Midget's staying alive. He tries to go back for the shield. He should have just walked away. He
And that's a
goes for it.
3-1 Cassante, but JFA LOL trying to turn something
Oh,
around.
it
The
flashed
Karma blocking the
forward.
R.
Look at him. He just goes down, and it's all falling apart for Zephyr.
And though they-
Zeus.
Though they get a kill back, that looks like lights out to me. Poppy dying top lane to Cassante. You're carrying JFA LOL, dying in the mid lane, popping his R, no summoner spells up for that. Your Karma even flashes to stop the Ashar. It just isn't enough anymore.
Yeah,
The
well,
gold
at
lead.
least, very least, Syndra is 2-0 and Trundle is 1-0, and they're
CPRs
going
is.
for this.
They
The
have
TP
to
is going
invest
over.
in
They're
TP.
just, they
There's-
do not want Soul Point on DSCA Red, no matter what it takes. They're willing to commit everything right here. Oh,
back
no,
off
but
as
they're
well.
unable to go any further.
When you invest the TP and then the enemy team takes the Drake, you have to wonder, is it already over? But the Xerath helping the Udyr with the Drake. It looks like CPR
They're not
Ziz
even
is
contesting.
backing off. It
not
doesn't
even
matter anymore.
contesting.
Cassante hitting the bot lane tower now as well. He'll take that soon enough.
Oh,
Soul
and
point
the
out.
mid
Farandor.
lane,
They start to
Farandor.
look tilted as they slowly stress more and more. And you've got to wonder how long is left in this game. What are the angles they can find to actually get back?
It's going to be very, very difficult to do so. They're pushing down the mid lane turret. Jaffalo is the only one left there to stop it from going any further. Scientist is there too, but taking quite a bit of damage. They just have no answer to Pikachu. He is going to get out of there just fine and dandy, and we're seeing a big, big issue with the K'Sante getting away with a lot. So is the Xerath, so is the Varus. 4 kills each on those 2 main carries, and Xerath is looking for more. Look at how well he's landing these pot shots.
Oh,
there
God.
goes Lucas. Your support is down. It's up to Jaffalo to stay alive, but what can you really do as Herald is charging up for a shot? Can they go for it?
Oh, it's
Mid
way
turret
too
is
much
going
damage down on that mid turret.
Jaffalo! Oh my
Survived
God!
barely, but
The
then...
damage from first strike hitting him from downtown.
And that is not what you want here. Dying on your own turret, fighting your own jungle, now getting hit by the E from the Xerath. Oh my
And
lord.
they do here. They keep on going forward.
The
Baronzor
ulti.
gets caught up in the ult of the Ash. Huge Ash arrow. The stun keeps on going forward, and that's your mid laner down. Mayuka's going to keep going forward. They get a turn kill onto Udyr, but is it enough in the back line? They all go down.
You'd think they have to recall at some point, but no, this team keeps going. This team
It's
takes
ace.
everything.
They're just going to keep going further. It's just that the
Oh,
Javelin
GVA
even
low,
get a kill.
trying to do
No,
it solo.
The minion block is just too much. They
And
keep on
there
going
it
forward,
comes.
And Ace yet again. Mayuka's still going all out. Just
And
going
there's-
for these turrets here. Can these minions stay
Hitting,
alive long enough?
Hitting is that game as well. It is too long on the mid laner. You have to
my
think
God.
an execute comes out. Now, is this
enough?
it? Is this the
Midget comes
final
forward.
fight?
Midget's charging up the ulti. He hits back 2. They only have 1 person they have to deal with. The Ash is the only one left. The game
Oh, and
isn't over
then-
yet. Farandor kills the son of a Viper.
The game
and they
will
stop
go on
the
for
push.
longer. Poppy R, the thing we talked about before, maybe it's the saving grace. Maybe it's the thing that they need. Maybe just disengage some of the fights so you can win some of the other ones. But now the Baron is up. Is this where you make your last stand? Is
They
this
have
where
to.
you gasp your dying breath?
Maybe we'll see. They have to go all out right here, right now. Pikachu is waiting right there in the bushes. They need to go for this, but it's so dangerous. The AoE damage, Pikachu could run and do so
When
much.
you're
Mr.
down
HP,
10K.
Mr. HP doesn't have ulti just yet, so they have to really go for this right now, right here. Mayuko's
go.
in. The root comes in. Xerath ulti zoning right now.
No
Not
ult
yet,
on the
they
Poppy
ult
either.
him. Oh
That's
my
a
God,
6-second
they locked
stun.
down. Mitch, it's done. They can't go for this.
Scientist trying.
Scientist
The objective bounty
claim it.
stolen by
They
the
got
Zeri.
it. Absolutely fantastic. Mayuk has to slowly go forward as Lucas is
Oh,
backing
but
up.
they're not
Javelin
done
too.
yet.
They have to run away. Javelin, he used a dash,
They run,
but
they have
too
the Baron,
fast.
but is it
They
enough?
can't
Zeri, do you
run
have the
away.
movement speed?
No, she doesn't as Javelin goes down to Pikachu. They can't stop it. They may have the Baron, but the game isn't yet in their grasp. It's up to Farandor and Scientist. The
All
two
5 members
carries up.
You think
Pikachu.
this
Oh
has to
my
be the
God,
end?
the damage just isn't there as Scientist is going to go down to the
Farandor
K'Sante.
running for his life, but the
And
Ash support
Ash
slowing
back up.
him.
They have
And
no
that
way
will
to
be-
stop this. Midget is up. The stun is there. They have the damage, but is it enough? They don't have enough to take the rest of the team. And although the Poppy ultimate is there, they don't have enough to stop it. Son of the Viper's going to keep auto-attacking. Here comes Mayuk. Mayuk going all out. He's still all out. Can he get more kills? The mid nexus is open. They can end the game right here, right now. Javelin is back up. Can he
Oh,
get anything?
Javelin
Son of the
trying
Viper's
to
out
do
to the
it.
ultimate range. He gets
Oh, he
knocked
gets
up and
locked up.
blown up. Mr. HP gets a kill. They get a return, but it's 3 against 1 with the Nexus open. And ladies and gentlemen, DSCA Red is still alive, and it will end the game with an ace. Farandor.
And you have your
Oh.
first ever Academy League champions, DSCA Red, take the win, bringing home everything.
Unbelievable. Congratulations to DSCA Red. And ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the analyst desk to have them break down the game.
You good?
All right.
What an ending.
Are we connected?
Yeah, we are connected. We are connected. Oh, excuse me for the delay. The game is now finished, and DSCA Red won, and we're gonna break it down for you guys.
Yeah, for sure, I'm not surprised with the result, given the draft.
Mhm.
it was looking good for Zephyr. You know, they picked away the Syndra. They got blue side. They picked away the Syndra. I like that adaptation. The Zeri, it's not seen much in the current meta, but it can certainly be strong with an enchanter, but mostly two enchanters in specifically Lulu and Yumi.
Mhm.
And what I expected was right after the Zeri, you pick the Lulu or the Yumi, whichever you're more comfortable with.
Mhm.
They didn't do that, and ESEA had the exact same read, and they banned both Yumi and Lulu. Of course, after that, Karma's the next strongest champion to pair with the Zeri. I don't think it's nearly as strong as the.
Yeah, I find it really interesting that they choose to go for Poppy on blue 3, whereas there was absolutely no pressure on the pick. They didn't need to pick their top laner. At that point in time, there was absolutely, well, as far as I'm concerned, so like Poppy wasn't on the radar anyway. We haven't seen it all series. To be fair, we haven't seen all the bans, but I don't think it will get banned anyway. So why do you prioritize the Poppy so early and then let go of your very strong support pairings with the Zeri? Kind of also dating your own Zeri pick immediately.
Yeah. I thought of one argument for it. You can pick Poppy early to force a team with very few dashes. Syndra is very good into a low mobility team. So is Zeri. Zeri can, of course, press R, run around them, and if they have no dashes, there's no way to catch up to her.
Yeah.
But it's just too weak in isolation, Zeri Karma. I think without the Yumi or the Lulu, it's really hard to play.
Yeah. And like we saw them get ahead early game, and it basically snowballed from there, from what I've seen. What could Sever have done differently?
I'm gonna have to say, oh, okay. Of course, the draft, I disagree with the Zeri Karma. Ignoring that, for sure, I think if I recall, Zephyr got a bit ahead in the top lane when DSA botched a dive, or it was for sure a 2v1 on the top side. And
Didn't the top lane get a solo kill on K'Sante?
yeah, exactly. That's
Yeah.
when they were ganking Mayuk, and they botched it, and ended up getting a 2v1 kill onto Mayuk, and that gave him a big advantage. But then, like a couple minutes later, they give them advantage right back. They donated another kill back to Mayuk, and from there, it's how to push the advantage.
Yeah. I think the start of the makings of a good game were there for Zeus. I mean, you saw them exerting pressure actually all over the map, like having all three lanes pushing in, getting priority over every single part, but not being able to execute on the sloppy mistakes here and there in lane, individually dropping the ball a little bit, and people like Mayuk are gonna bounce on that. They are gonna pressure you, and they're gonna claim that advantage right back. That's kind of how the DSK decided. You know what? Now it's our turn. Game right here, right now.
I
Yeah.
quickly want to take note of, like, the Syndra pick. It definitely had its place. It looked decently strong in some situations, but the stuns weren't there. I think that Farandor looks a bit less comfortable on the Syndra pick than Rookie at home, and yeah, I think that's another reason why they lost. It could have done a lot more than.
Yeah. How was the jungle matchup compared to last game?
What's the jungle matchup again?
Uri against Trundle.
Oh, right. Yeah, I think I actually liked the Trundle picker. It's really good in shutting down tanks. So, for example, here, right? It also is really good in slowing down enemies. For example, Udyr. So I
Yeah.
really like the Trundle into the Udyr in that sense. It also really helps Zeri with buying her space, trying to get her to ramp up her auto attacks in team fights.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it makes your execution level very high. Like you set yourself a very high standard of execution. You need to get Zeri into a good ult, then buy space for her to get stacks, then start the team fight, and then you can maybe win. And that's just a very complicated way of needing to fight. And if you can't get that fight exactly, well, Zeri doesn't have the move speed to kite away, and she gets caught. And I like the Thunder pick in isolation, but in combination with the rest of the team, like as we already stated, if you pick the pop, why not go for something else like a Lucian or something, able to play around it better?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And well, you guys did some predictions. The Peppy ended up being correct. Congratulations on that. We're now going to take it to a short break, and after that, we're going to be interviewing a player. So stay tuned, and we'll be back shortly. Okay, and welcome back to the analyst desks. With me here currently we have the mid laner from Zephyr Zeus, Florendar, if I pronounced that correctly. Welcome, Florendar.
That's Farendor actually.
Oh,
Farendor actually.
oh, Farenord. My bad, my bad.
No
Yeah,
problem, no problem.
yeah. I get things a bit messed up. It's fine. All right. Unfortunately, you've taken the loss in this tournament, but it doesn't mean you walk away with nothing. But you already knew that. Um, what was the game plan you had before starting this match?
So I think game one, he tried to draft like a bit of standard, go for late game team fighting, get some strong picks like the Varus, the Victor. Then just kind of want to test it, how they play, how we play, and how we can exploit their weaknesses. So we found in game one we could win late pretty. Game two, we shifted away from the standard late game and we tried to play more for the lanes, also with an aggressive mid jungle dude, get them ahead, which resulted in a win. They actually adapted really well in game three. And game four, we had to do something completely new with the series. That didn't really go our way, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was super interesting to see the matchup because it's coming in. I talked to you for a little bit and I was asking like, hey, you're coming in here as the underdog. Are you confident? And you sounded somewhat confident there. Was it a bit of a show, or like what were your thoughts coming in? Do you think you were like how favored were you or unfavored were you coming into this match?
I think we were definitely the underdogs. Like, we played them during the group stage, we 0. Also scrimmed against them, of course. Just didn't go that well as well. We haven't been able to win a game from them. It was good to get at least one win. But yeah, I think we were not the favorites today.
How confident were you like in the group stage? No, not in group stage. In the promotional stage, you won 3-2 from 24/7 Tower Dive, which was the favorite in that match as well, I think. And they also took a game of DZ Red in the group stage. Did that boost your confidence at all?
Yeah, I think of course we got on a lot of confidence from the series. It was a bit double-sided because we went 2 up in the series and then we kind of threw. So that also it boosted confidence because we won against a team that we didn't win against in the group stage as well. At the same time, we didn't really play that series as well as we could.
Okay.
Right. I wanna ask you a question about Syndra. They picked it 3 games in a row. What are your thoughts on Syndra in the current meta, and why was your priority lower than theirs?
So yeah, Syndra obviously is a really strong pick right now. Kind of felt that the priority dropped a bit because of the recent nerf. So for that, it was basically presses in every draft, and now we thought it would be a bit less prior on it. And we also have some answers into it. So one of the answers was Ari, and just playing for lanes. Then we had another answer up our sleeves. Yeah, we didn't really get to play that because we decided to pick it ourselves for game. And yeah, it's just really strong right now for them as well, and their mid laner plays it really well. So
Sure.
Do you think it was a mistake letting it go in game 3 again? By the way.
necessarily, because we were thinking to do the same thing, and we didn't really think that Sin was that much of a problem game 2. So we thought we could leave it open for game 3 and do the same thing as game 2 and just play through a bot lane, get them ahead, and then snowball the and also a dragon stack. So that backfired a bit. They were able to fight us out with the Tom Kench and the jungle pick. I don't really remember, but they
have
play
it
really.
ready
They
somewhere.
play that really well.
Olaf, I think.
Oh yeah, to Olaf. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, for sure. Your Ari looks very solid.
Yeah, we've seen like the first game was a very solid game. It was actually really close. You took the lead, and then unfortunately they overthrew you. But the second game you actually won it. But was there anything specific in that game that made you win that game?
Game 2.
In game two, yeah.
I think the dragon stack was really important. We were able to get some early dragons. They have a lot of priority on the dragons, also in game 3. So try to get the early dragon stack going, which was favor. Then we released all, and then we were able just to win. decide on picks. Then we
How did you you and your team, or maybe your coach, approached the fact that Mayuk is such a beast to deal with?
Yeah, so we kind of let a top laner be. Decided to not play towards top side as much. Just give top laner counter pick as much as possible. Of course, Mayu blinded a lot, and then we tried to counter some of the clap picks. We just played towards bot side and hope that the top laner would not get that far ahead that he could carry games.
Okay. And after then your second game, right? You just lost game one, then you win the second game, like with the Clad into the Gragos. Like, how confident were you going into the last 3 games or possible 3 games of the series then?
So we gained a lot of confidence in game 2. We also didn't mix up a draft that much in game 3. So we thought maybe we can do it again. But of course, they pivoted really. They adapted, kind of smacked us. So.
Well, anyway, we've enjoyed the games very much. We have something for you. It's the runners-up prize for the Academy League. There's a monetary prize to this as well. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Blah 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 blah. Sorry. Okay, production joke. Yeah, we're gonna be switching interviewees soon, so we're gonna be talking to the winning team. We wish Zephyr, of course, the best of luck in their next tournaments, and see them next time.
Yeah, and even though they were maybe the losers today, I think they did an amazing job turning around their match against 24/7 Tower Dive from the group stage to the knockout stage, even making it to the finals here as the underdogs in the losers finals or finals. So really impressive job here, and great games played, and I hope to see a lot from them in the future. And meanwhile,
Okay, I can. Luckily, I can still talk, but I can't hear you guys anymore. Welcome. Help me out.
Pikachu, the
Pikachu,
jungler.
the jungler. Welcome to the analyst desk. Congratulations, first of all.
Thanks.
You took the victory, and tell us, was it a well earned, or was it?
As a team, I think it's well earned. We played together well. There was some slight miscommunications in game 2 and some draft problems that we worked out, obviously, in game 3 and 4. But I think we played it well. And we played our own game, and it succeeded, obviously.
Yeah.
I have a question for you. We asked the same question to the losing team. What was your game plan going into the series? Because we've seen you play towards top a lot, and then you did that in game 1, then changed the game plan a bit in game 2. What's on the game plan?
Yeah. Our game plan was we drafted very well for bot lane. So we wanted bot lane to be very comfortable and know their opponents and be able to win then, with or without help. We thought if their jungle focuses a lot around bot lane, I'll cover them. But if it doesn't, I can do my own thing and focus on objectives and that kind of thing. Game 2, it went kind of wrong. We jungler that wasn't so good at taking objectives early, which ended up being our downfall.
and actually, a sort of similar question to what we asked to Zephyr as well is coming into game 1. You know you're the favorites, right? You're not the underdogs. You're clearly the favorites. Does this add any pressure to this match, or do you think you just came in relaxed and went with it?
I think we came in relaxed because we recently also had a IRL tournament where we beat some good teams. So we were quite confident, even playing on the LAN stage instead of just online, which we usually do. It's fun being around the teammates because these days we play a lot online, so we don't see each other that often. So we were kind of relaxed and having fun.
Fair enough.
Good to hear.
During the draft phase, if I may so, how much did you miss Liam's presence, your coach?
Yeah.
Was there in spirit at all times. I think maybe I think in the second game it could have been prevented with a little bit of just an outside look that just said you guys are doing something really stupid. But either way, I think we had enough drafts with him to kind of know what he would be thinking and draft around good comp that would work for our team.
All right. Any more questions from you guys?
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna ask you. What were your thoughts on the Poppy pick in game 4 and its priority, and when it was picked?
I see where it comes from because Cassante has actually like a ton of dashes and dashes all around, and
So you're expecting it to
really
go top?
hate it when he gets. No, we expect it to be jungle because even if it is decent against Cassante, it doesn't feel like it has enough priority to win against him when he's the weakest, which is early game when he's just a tank. He cannot basically do no damage. He's just like poking champion. Um, we had a lot of things when playing against it as well. We thought a lot of things like Camille might work out more because they have priority around level 6, and when they get Divine Sunder, they just shred things. But honestly, Cassandra right now is in a really good position, so we don't really know exactly what is the best counterplay. Fiora is really good, but it's going to be banned every game. So
Yeah, true. All right. Well, then I want to congratulate you on behalf of all the casters and analysts with ending up first in the Academy League division, the first edition as well. Congratulations. Here is your reward.
thank you very much.
Yeah. Your whole team also gets one. In a minute, we're going to take a picture with both teams downstairs.
Cool.
For now, I'm going to wrap this up. Thank you, everyone, for watching. We've had a blast here on the analyst desk and during the whole Academy League as well. There still need to be matches played in the other divisions, but the first division is now finished. But yeah, thanks again for watching and have a good day.